Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to tonight's Otter Talk for the Blue Otter Draft League. I am filling in as the host tonight. I am, of course, Becky Rita, and joining me, we've got some gorillas here on the couch, the theoretical, hypothetical couch. We've got Crabadabadoo.
That's me.
We've got Lizzo Mukbang.
Yep.
And, of course, the 80 carry of the Gorillas, Ren.
Hi.
All right, so how are you fellas feeling tonight? How are we feeling going into tonight's games? None of you are playing, so you all get to just watch the nonsense and watch some people get their dreams crushed. So I imagine, gonna be interesting.
Yes, sir.
We're all watching the Ruby division, obviously.
Yeah, the real division where the gameplay is
division.
actually happening. For sure.
There hasn't been content for upper division since week 4.
Yes. Oh yeah, there's some premium content. Got some discussions started coming out from the content team, which I admire it. I'm glad to see content happening that doesn't involve me getting a bunch of angry messages. That's always refreshing to see. So, as to not waste any time, we're going to hop into our predictions here. So we're going to start with our Sapphire predictions. First with the game that is not streamed. That's going to be 3 versus 6, Typhoons versus Spades. It looks like we actually have a split on the desk here, with Crab and I looking for the Valkyries to win this one, while Ren and Lizzo are on the Ronins. So I'll start with you, Lizzo. Why do you give the edge to the Ronin in this matchup?
Well, so the first thing I was looking at was the subs, and I saw the word possible sub for Zebra. So if they don't got Zebra, they're cooked.
Uh-oh.
If they do, then I see them winning. I do trust Rigor Mortis, but I do not trust that thing they have in the top lane named Dyson.
What do you mean? They're gonna have a possible sub for Dyson.
Let's just say I don't even think they need to ban Garen for Dyson.
That's a bold statement. How about you, Ren?
I'm gonna be honest. One of their logos look cooler than the other. I don't really watch that division.
Awesome. That's a fair choice. I agree. I do like the Ronin logo. I think it's neat. Crab, what leads you to rooting for the Valkyries? What do you know?
I know nothing, but I live by Dyson, I die by Dyson, and I have the memes ready for when he does win.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna recycle them, so.
That's what I'm saying. All right, just because they looked kind of bad during the Gauntlet match that I watched doesn't mean anything. Because they have the power of being the one team who can theoretically try and go for a split push victory, because that's all Dason can do competently. The Ronin has some good players, so it is going to be a tough series, I think, for both of these teams. Going to be relatively close. I think unless Dyson really just gets absolutely demolished, it is going to be relatively close. Our other series, on the other hand, a clean sweep for the four of us. Typhoons taking it over the Spades. Anyone want to jump in with their reasoning as to why? What makes either the Typhoons so good or the Spades so opposite of good?
I think the Spades are dog.
The Spades are dog.
They're all over the place. I don't know, watching them, like, I had a lot of games to watch them on during that Gauntlet night. Go down in history.
Yep.
And I didn't watch many games of the the Typhoons, but I know a lot more people in the Typhoons, and got to root for my boys, Ixie and Rain, and who else on the team? I can't remember. Chelsea and fuck.
That's it.
The other one. Oh yeah, that's probably it. Yeah. Now the other two guys, sympathetic. I can't say his name. I'm just gonna say Lincoln, Chef. They're pretty good too. I think they have no weakness on that team. So.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Any different kind of takes here?
I'm just waiting for the Ryan crash shot after they lose. That's about it.
Yo, that's gotta be top 3 this split. It's gotta be top 3.
Oh, I mean, we almost got it last week.
I'm just waiting for it.
We almost got it in banter last week after the gauntlet. I was on the edge of my seat, is all I'm gonna say. I was waiting.
The admins were too.
I was waiting for it to happen. But yeah, no. Last week, Spades coming off a pretty suspect gauntlet extravaganza. But I think the gauntlet extravaganza was suspect for pretty much everyone involved, including the people who scheduled it. So we don't need to talk about that anymore.
That was a great night.
Oh, really?
It was so funny because I know if I was in the gauntlet, I would have been pissed and complaining 24/7. But yeah, I still stayed up and watched all the games and everything.
I was playing ARAM by about 10 o'clock, so I was chilling.
All I know is the watch party went crazy, and then that spam ping
everybody
started coming out.
Yeah, it was good content, if nothing else. So are we ready to move on to talk a bit about the real division where the game is actually played?
Yes,
Ruby?
sir.
All right. Let's look at the Ruby division here. Starting with our streamed match. This is going to be Astronauts versus Colonels. And we do have some deviation here, as Lizzo is rooting for the Colonels.
Whoa, I wouldn't say rooting for. I wouldn't say rooting.
What would you say then?
I think this game goes game 5, and I think it's a legacy game for Giggle here, because he's been beaten by Defoe more times than anyone else. I think.
By legacy, you should be forced to retire if you lose, but you know.
I think that's fair, and that goes for everyone on the Colonels, including East Pity.
They got too many arms.
I also have to bring up a little conversation I had with Giggle, because Giggle was getting my input and everything. And one of the things I said is, I said, Giggle, if you guys just don't draft like an idiot, I think you win, because you are better in 3.5 out of the 5 rolls. And he goes, I guess I'm the 0.5.
Is he?
He is.
I'm praying to both these teams' downfall, to be honest.
I mean, whether or not
I'm hoping that the client bugs out and they just have to drag their 5 games across the next 7 days.
That's right. We're actually removing both of these teams from the league.
I'm hoping the meteor hits the stadium at this point.
That's right. The cheesers are going to be brought in for Ruby.
I'm here for it.
They're going to be moving up.
Realistically, we play the winner of this series too, if all things go according to plan. If Coach Pizza's an honest man and the Spuds win, they're the 2 factors.
Yeah, well, I've got some bad news about that situation. There's probably no way that there's no way Coach Pizza decides to walk into the Spuds
Spuds
in
are
the
not
other
all
match.
that.
I mean,
Spuds are not
I
all
think-
that.
After the last 2 weeks of Spud's fight, I think everyone found the secret to beating them, and that's banning Singe. Singe got the
I guess.
arcane boost, and Toblex is a one trick on it. Just recipe for disaster if he's off of it.
I guess speaking
We
of,
only game we lost for Spuds was died 11 times. That's all I
Whoa,
gotta
whoa,
say.
whoa, whoa, tactical.
all right, so let's talk a bit about the astronauts here. 3 of us have picked the astronauts to actually take this series, so I'm gonna prompt you, Ren. What in your mind gives astronauts the edge over the colonels?
Yo, fucking Defoe's Unk status really does. I'm gonna be honest.
Ah,
I got that experience. I don't know.
I
He
see.
got me in the last draft league I was in, and can't root against him ever since.
I think that's fair. You know, that's certainly part of it. I mean, looking at these two teams, just looking at the rosters, I can actually kind of see a world where, oh yeah, Colonels are not bad. They've got some good players. But I have absolutely no faith in Giggle's ability to actually carry a team past quarterfinals as captain. It can't happen.
No LGA 4th round pick this time.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You mean he doesn't have me on his team this
Yeah.
time? It's last
Oh,
time he won.
true.
How could I forget?
Yeah, no Lizzo, no Ghost of Kiev, everyone's favorite.
Ghost of LGA, yep.
Ghost of LGA.
Speaking of LJ, he's coming back, baby! Shout out to LJ, he's coming back!
Yeah, guys are quivering, shaking right now.
That's still like the wildest thing. Guys are playing LGA 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, they actually. Yeah, I hear Kaz has actually come down with a little bit of an illness, so we're gonna have to bring in LGA to sub it here. Yeah, get LGA a little warmed up.
I don't even
Let's
think-
talk. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't think the Astros have any weakness either, but I don't think they have a strength at the same time.
I think
Like,
that's
what'd you call it?
definitely fair.
I
Colonel's
agree.
got a couple win factors in Kaz and Necro, them 2 demons.
Yeah, the astronauts certainly look like a more stable team, but the Colonels have both higher highs and lower lows. So if they hit the highs this series, they definitely do have the capabilities to. I think this will go to 5 games, as you said. I feel like these teams are close enough that will happen. It just comes down to whether or not the Colonels can come online in the best of 5. What will not be a best of 5, and in fact will be 3 quick games, will be the Spuds versus the
Amen.
Shrooms.
And doubt the power of friendship.
The power of friendship? Ah, true. You know, I thought that the Shrooms were going to be like 10th place, 11th place, you know, sent down to Paradise. But they're here in playoffs, so they must be doing something. I don't know if it's something right, but they're doing something.
It's the friendship buff.
Friendship buff, is that what it is?
Yep.
Anyone else confirm it's the friendship buff?
It's the
Might be a
mid
little
jungle.
bit.
It's the mid jungle friendship buff. That's what it is.
And also, they don't have any trolls in their team. Like, if you think about it, all the teams in the playoffs, at the top of my head, they don't have any of the troll players who are unfortunately or fortunately out of the playoffs at the moment.
I see. Guess that's fair. The Spuds, though, it looks like we all kind of agree that they're just the better team. Is there any world where the Shrooms win, aside from friendship being truly magic?
You gotta boom KMZ. That's the other one.
You gotta boom ban
You gotta
Singe
boom
and boom
KMZ.
KMZ.
That's
play,
the other one.
play to not 50-50 lane, and then KMZ doesn't know how to play.
Ooh, true.
Ooh.
I hear KMZ's had some.
did just run under the tower last week and die for fun. That did happen.
KMZ, definitely what I saw from KMZ support last split was had a habit of just getting bored in lane.
He quite literally said this split, I got bored, and that's when he died under the tower.
So all Frisky and Stone Kit Kat have to do is just play extremely lame. Just play like no fun, absolutely no engagement, refuse to play League of Legends,
Yep.
and KMZ will lose to himself.
This is true.
You just need Bussy to play topside and basically do what we did to Toblex and shove him into the dirt.
I
Yeah.
guess that is certainly a strategy. I think that it could play out if Shrooms have been studying some of these Spuds losses that they've picked up
They
in the
haven't.
past couple of weeks. They almost certainly haven't. But if they've learned anything, they might be able to pull it through. But if they allow the Spuds to play their game, I think this is going to be a quick 3-0, and we're gonna move on with our lives, and we'll get to see the Gorillas face the Spuds next week because Coach Pizza has lied to you.
I listen. I don't listen. I'm always cautious because I've been lied to before and stuff like that, and got my hopes up. But Coach Pizza has said it, and actually, I don't really care who we go against because I think we beat every team like we can play against.
Agreed.
So it's just want a quicker night or a longer night.
Okay. Let's turn it like this. Which team do you want to see the least going up against you?
I'm not gonna say that.
I'm gonna say Shrooms because I don't want to kill the power of friendship, and I think we can beat the rest of them pretty easily.
Yeah.
So
Well, if the
I'm not gonna
Shrooms
say that
make
'cause
it through
it
this,
could backfire on us. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut on that one.
I see. You're afraid to admit that you're afraid to go against the astronauts, get destroyed by Defoe. Are you gonna run to jungle?
Listen, I can make in any of this series.
I've beaten astronauts this split.
I can
me
always go
personally.
jungle, and Rex can go ADC. Run plays a mean mid.
Gotta avoid getting exposed by Defoe.
I beat the foe
True.
once this split already.
Yeah,
Tyler.
that's another-
Tyler Durden might have to make a comeback. That's all
Yeah, I
I'm
was gonna say
saying.
that's another way the Colonels can beat the astronauts. If Tyler Durden, if you know, aka Nighty Night, aka Returk, makes a guest appearance as a sub today.
No,
This is
please,
true.
God, no.
This is true. Red hates
For
Return, but
everyone's sake.
he owns the astronauts. So
He kind of owns it. He's never lost.
he's never lost.
You can't beat those numbers. Can't beat those numbers for sure. Are there any stats or head-to-head things any of you would like to take a look at before we? I don't know what else we do. I feel like I don't know how we extend this. I guess we can take a look at some of these head-to-head stats. Let's start with Ronin versus Valkyries here. I don't know. These numbers mean anything to you?
It's both mid
No,
laners
I
are
know
most
nothing
KP and
about-
highest stat player.
I know nothing about upper division stuff, but
So
my due
mid lane
diligence.
seems
I've seen-
pretty important.
I've seen Wraith crash out on Dyson a few times as well. So hopefully,
All I see is
hopefully they all get along. That's all.
Listen, but Dyson, this is the perfect matchup for Dyson because Valky's a really good top laner, but he's not one of those top laners like Sonic or Batman who's gonna just fist you and beat you down.
It's the war of attrition. They're gonna do nothing.
It's gonna be like a meat fest top side while mid is just farming it out, and it's gonna be on rigor mortis and if Zebra plays to make plays.
Yeah, that's a big if there for if Zebra plays. Hot off the
New
presses.
sub coming in. New sub
Yeah,
coming in for
we
spades.
have a sub for
Already.
the spades, allegedly.
Goblin.
Yeah, don't know who that is, but
It's for right. Oh, yeah, they're cooked. Oh yeah, I said it was gonna be 3-0.
It's only for one game. It's only for one game. It's only for
It
one
might
game.
be 2-0 now.
It's gonna be 2-0.
A best of
yeah,
5
I mean-
2-0.
Look, last week we had a 6-game best of 3. This week we're gonna have a 2-game best of 5 to balance it out. So it's only fair. It's only fair. Any closing comments about any of these matches before we go back to our regularly scheduled waiting room as we wait for our matches for the night? Anything you fellas have to say about any of these teams, or perhaps your own team? Any propaganda you want to put out there?
People doubted me as a captain, doubted me as a player. First couple weeks looked rough, but all I know is I'm dropping a nuke and banter chat when I win this split.
Yeah, all you had to do was trade away Boat Chicken,
Who would
trade
have
up,
guessed? Who would have guessed?
and pick up Crab and force Crab into top lane.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I didn't force
it's okay.
Crab to
We
do
had
anything.
this talk. We had this talk last week, and our
To
whole
give you
team
a little
decided
insider
that
on it.
our whole team decided
Giggle begged Crab, "Can you please play top for us?" And Crab said, "No, that you guys don't fit my style." And then I said, "Crab, I'll take you if you play top for me." And that whole thing worked out. But let's just say I would have traded for Crab if he wasn't going top.
Let's just say our whole team has mutually agreed that Lizzo was the worst player on our team last week.
Well, that's the teams where Lizzo wins. I think
If that's
we've
saying
dis-
anything, then I think we got pretty good odds. to keep
we've
going.
discussed this in the past, where Lizzo's chances of success go up the worse Lizzo is on the team. If Lizzo's
Exactly.
the worst player on the team, they're guaranteed for success. Because
if
you
people
don't.
think-
Anything guaranteed with Lizzo, it's death, taxes, and him dying in 15 minutes.
Listen,
15, I think 15
Just 15?
seconds. 15 seconds.
I've made my name on people calling me really bad and doubting me because you know what happens? They call me really shit and then they don't ban my best champions and then I just run their team. Everyone knows they gotta ban my Syndra and Krabs Urgot every game.
Yeah, it's true. As somebody who got obliterated by your Syndra, it's true.
Yeah, and Becky, that was the best BO5 I've ever part of.
Hey, Maokai Top's coming back.
It is.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
No, but
Anyway.
I am. No, but I am.
Anyways, with that said, I think we can close it out here tonight. I believe on BOL 1, we are going to be having our Sapphire division match between the Ronin and Valkyries. And on BOL 2, we will have the Ruby division match where the game is actually being played between the Colonels and Astronauts. So, stick on this stream if you want to see Sapphire. Go to the other one if you want to see Ruby, or you know what? Just have them both up. We get the stream will get ad revenue either way. So, thank you, fellas, for coming on here tonight for Otter Talk. I appreciate your time. Thank you for your time, and good luck next week.
Deuces.
Later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Otter Draft League for our first round of playoffs. My name is Noctisara. With me is Manatsu, and in the booth is Wookie Monster observing for us. In addition, we also have a second stream going for anyone interested in Ruby with Chippy, Chong, and Ferris all on the board. It's been a very fun time getting everything worked out, making sure everyone is having a great time. For our first matchup of the night, we have the Valkyries and the Ronin. Very interesting matchup. The last time these two played, it ended up going the way of the Ronin. These teams, same record in the regular season. Sort of a grudge match that we have going on for the revenge, if you will. If the Valkyries can actually take it, or if the Ronin can defend themselves and push themselves to semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, just not long ago, we kind of casted this exact same matchup with Ronin coming out ahead. So it'll be interesting to see if, the patches that have come since will create any disruptions, if the Valkyries can somehow look for a new opening. Ronin is the higher seed, and so they did select red side for this first game. And after the first initial bans, an interesting pick here, B1 Corki for the Valkyries.
Yeah, and this has been a sort of contested bot lane pick for a number of weeks now for a lot of teams. Valkyries grabbing Florgato, that Corki, and the reason the Ronin are actually a higher seed was because they knocked Valkyries down to the Gauntlet. That was the matchup that decided the Gauntlet, was the match that they played against each other. So the Valkyries are a little bit upset, right? They came out with that top Gauntlet seed, but they shouldn't have had it in the first place. They thought, we were on a roll, we had such a good season. Ronin were sort of not the favorites for a very long time. And now, all that's changed. So that should be, I think, a good motivator for Valkyries to sort of get the kick of the pants, realize that they were not the infallible team that they thought they were, realize that the Ronin are quite strong, and to really give them respect. Also, I have it now coming in. This is not actually Florgato. This is Sense filling in for Florgato. I did miss out on some trades, some stuff that happened. So it is still the Corki, though. That is still a contested pick. And Caitlyn answered right back. Caitlyn has been picking up steam in both Pro Off-Season and Solo Queue. So I'm not that surprised to see it, especially given that Corki is one of those early game focused picks, and that both of these teams like to sort of focus a lot early on bot side.
Yeah, I am though surprised that it was a Caitlyn into the Corki. I'd assume it might be another stronger counter to the Corki. I think Corki does still fairly well, decent into the Caitlyn, but they did pick up that Skarner, which also has been a very contested pick. As we see Valkyries kind of round out their comp here with a Zinzal and also the Cassante. Trying to hide the support and mid lane picks here. I think that makes sense. Support's pretty important when it comes to dictating the pace of the game. And we see Ronin hovering over that Gnar and finally selecting it as the counter to this Cassante.
Yeah, and like you said, support does matter a lot, especially when you're trying to get that early bot lane focus, right? Bot laners, Corki, Caitlyn, these are very good bot laners early on, but it's very hard for them to actually push if support matchups end up becoming super rough, right? Like if you go something like Nautilus Caitlyn or something and they go Corki Braum, you can't really fight anymore. It's just very one-sided, so keeping that locked away. And we do see both tanks come in for the top laners just to show that even further that, yeah, it is probably going to be a bot-focused game. Probably a lot of control mages mid. They don't want to see a lot of super strong early super play around mids, which is why we're seeing a lot of those bans, the Ari and now the Syndra being banned as well. Also, I now have it, it's top lane filled as well, so Sense and Clickbait are filling in for the Valkyries. So they are sort of down 2 players now. These players are quite good, Sense and Clickbait. We have seen Sense fill in before for other teams, has had quite a good showing, so not the downgrade that some people would expect, but not having your full team for playoffs is definitely a rough start.
Yeah, and as I say this, I was gonna say, I think mid lane would be a good pick here, R4, just so you can hide the support pick. But it seems like they're giving mid the counter. Milio selected. I think they're still missing a reliable AP damage. I think with Emilio, your front to back is pretty solid. So going for another control mage, even though multiple have been banned through the course of these bans. We'll see if Valkyries will select one to take away from the Ronin. We see the Soraka selected, so they're also kind of going for that front to back team comp as well.
Yeah, and I do expect at this point to see, I'd imagine 2 big control mages come out. Ones that could probably apply Grievous Wounds would be very good, especially for Ronin, right? You really don't want early Grievous on Caitlyn, just because you have so many better items. Now, having the Oblivion Orb on Melia wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but, you know, these tank items, you have the Thornmail, for example, not as great into the Azir, decent into the Corki, but can also play around that, so there's lots of ways to deal with that. Still probably very good, but we are going to see the Azir come out, so a lot more consistent damage as well. Very standard front-to-back team comp for the Valkyries here. 2 very good, consistent damage dealers that both have a decent amount of burst. You have your sort of dive, but can play mid-range bruiser in the jungle. You have a big teamfight tank top lane that's decent in a side lane, so very akin to something you might see in Pro just coming out. And the Ronin, pretty similar for the most part, with a couple not as common picks, right? Obviously, the Melio and the Lissandra not seen quite as much, but still very, very prolific. And that Lissandra is going to just double and triple down on the immense CC that the Ronin have already drafted. While they don't have a ton of the consistent damage, they do have a lot more of that early pick potential, a lot more of that CC that's going to help them around those first 2 dragons and around those grub fights. And they're going to have to use that to try and get ahead early, because if they fall behind, I'm wondering if they're going to have the damage to really cut through this team comp, because Valkyries just have a ton of sustain and tankiness and ways to negate damage that if they're able to get through that early game, through that mid game, get to a really strong mid to late, they're probably going to win regardless, just because of how good their comp is in that 5v5.
Yeah, as we do see Lissandra being the final pick here for Ronin. So they do get that control mage, a bit of CC there to kind of, and as you were alluding to, a good source to send those Grievous Wounds. I would agree with you. I think there is a lot of sustain on the side of Valkyries. I was hoping, honestly, to see maybe a poke mid lane champ, maybe Xerath, just to kind of help whittle down the pre-fight shenanigans that Ronin might be looking for. I think Caitlyn with a Melio buff, a range buff, and a artillery mage mid would have spelled disaster a little bit, but I think Lissandra is maybe pretty cookie cutter. I would like to see then how they kind of navigate these fights. Knocked, I think after looking at this draft, if you had to give your prediction here, what are you thinking will win this game?
I want to give it to the Valkyries just based on draft. I think both of these teams are very good. I think they're very evenly matched. And when that happens, I think leaning towards a more specific game plan that either could really, that has an easy chance to get countered or fall apart and relies very much on you being way better, getting a lot more priority, it scares me, right? Because the Ronin, they obviously have that comp. If they get ahead, it's very, very strong. But if they don't, clawing your way back with a Caitlyn and Lissandra as your 2 damage dealers versus something like Corki and Azir and all the healing from Soraka, you have a Cassante, you have Xin Zhao who can pop that Crescent Guard and just deal with a lot of that range, I think it becomes a lot harder to sort of fight your way back into that game. Whereas the Valkyries, if they can weather the storm, they have a relatively easy path back into the game, especially in that mid game and in those team fights getting those objectives. So I would want to give it to them, but I do think it's quite close.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is going to be a close game. We'll see which team can execute their comp better. I think the bot lane matchup is going to be an important one to see. Mid lane's pretty much just clear waves and then roam. So I would like to see both mid laners, the Azir and the Lissandra, kind of going bot side to get an advantage for the team. So we'll see how that plays out. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break as we load on to the Rift. Don't go anywhere as we enter game 1 of the first round of playoffs.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Otter Draft League. We are in game 4, match 1 of our quarterfinals. We have the Valkyries versus the Ronin. Off to an amazing start with Half Your Cat having to run back to get starter items.
Oh my goodness.
But you know what? These things happen. These things happen. It's fine. No invade. Nothing ever happens. We have Dira covering the mid lane, which, you know, might be beneficial. Might give him some mind games thinking that Happier Cat might be going for an invade somewhere, but you know, if she was, they would spot it out. They see everyone. They have everything 5-pointed and locked up, so nothing going on early into the game as I expect. I don't think either team really has a super strong invade, especially not enough to just walk in blind. I think they just eat too much damage and the rest of the team walks out, so not too shocked at that. We do have a Chemtech drag up first, which means no Chem Soul, which honestly, I think is a bit weaker for both teams just because they can really take full advantage of that heal and shield power and the sort of dropping below 50% with the amount of sustain they have. But, you know, I think both teams, if I had to imagine, would love a Mountain Soul if that happened this game. I think Mountain Soul is one of those things that just is so helpful, kind of no matter what. If you're winning already, if you're already up on drags, you love seeing Mountain Soul.
Yeah, as we do see the junglers both going the top to bottom, I think focusing their efforts in this bottom lane, which makes sense. You know, both are very strong, and I think you kind of want to snowball the lead as we do see some poke coming across both teams here in the bot lane. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they kind of set this up. I mean, both Skarner and Zinzao farming their top side, although Rick Moore is taking a little bit more time than I thought, as Zebra is almost done with his top side. Luton Dira at the level 2 advantage, kind of showing why level 2 is so important.
Yep, and now Valka looking for a fight top lane. You know, I'm kind of surprised didn't push that advantage. Gnar at that level 2. Very strong, especially with the very high AD increase. And just general strength you get when in that form. Not only it stuns, your Qs, being able to, but probably waiting for that level 3 before really wanting to fight, wanting some extra mobility, especially because you can use the minions to sort of get out, get really good quick trades, and just trading relatively well. I would imagine some poke coming out now with the range advantage that you have. That being said, both junglers are pathing down to the top side, so I think, you know, both top laners are going to be relatively trade oriented here. As I say that, clickbait walking forward a bit, and Valka does have to be a bit careful because they get very low, but clickbait god, sorry, is now out of mana. And without any mana, you're kind of just a sitting duck for Gnar.
Yeah, we'll see, because I think Valka does have that grasp. It'll be a little bit easier to proc too. Wave not on their side for clickbait. We'll kind of have to eat a little bit here. Let's see if the Gnar can kind of poke. But it seems like Valka's giving clickbait some space. As we do see Xin just kind of being on the edge of vision there, maybe. Yep, and he's gone. We're mid lane here though.
Now we do have a gank in the mid lane, Wraith. Nice little jump out there. It was a pretty bad risk. Yeah, you know, getting rooted by that Lysandra can be quite dangerous, but they're nearly mixed out sense with the good damage down there in the bot lane, but more shields from the Melio. And this is what I meant when I said I don't know how easy it's going to be for the Ronin to get ahead early, right? All of these players just have a lot of safety in how they can maneuver, right? Clickbait God, very tanky, has multiple dashes to get out. You have Wraith, who has a big dash to get out and a bunch of range. Sense and Rescued. You know, Sense has a good dash, has a lot of way to shred resistances, clear waves very quickly. Rescued has the silence, all the healing. You know, but it's kind of the same for Valkyries. Everything I said for the Valkyries applies to the Ronin as well. So, you know, I don't know if these teams are really going to be able to find picks that aren't around objectives.
Yeah. I was going to see here, though. Sense is low on mana. Will lose out the trading wars if this continues. But there's no vision set up. As I say this, Dira does put down the ward in the tri-bush. I would say, though, that Valkyries do have a little bit of a tempo here, as Zebra did have to go back, elected to The top wave camps. Wow, clickbait really kind of playing with the edge of the turret range there. Valka really needs to step aside and kind of teleport back. Oh no, Valka does not have teleport.
No, use it to get back to lane, and now Clickbait God getting first blood up there without even having to use the ult. Nice plays, really just bullying out Valka there. Valka using the TP early on and then immediately getting punished for it. Looks like they're on about the same timer, so I think Clickbait God just came back with that Sheen, knew how strong he was, and just bullied Valka until he was stuck under a tower, eventually going for the kill before he had 6. Really good plays there, and that's going to help a lot going into the first round of grubs here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like Zero was around the vicinity, just cleared Krugs a second time. I think Valka could have called for a gank, but a little bit of maybe no communication there. Kudos to Clickbait as we do see Zebra.
Yep. Flash forward, Frozen Tomb from Happier.
Oh,
Zebra ends up picking up first blood. The ultimate out from Azir is huge, though.
it
He
is.
does have TP in 10 seconds, so if he decided to hold that, he could have come back. You can see Rescued is up here to try and buy time. Rigor Mortis not quite back just yet. They're just leaving Sense down there alone to hopefully clear a wave. And Sense shouldn't be at too big of a risk, although I would say Luton and Dira had a good chance to get a plate off of this.
Oh yeah. And Zebra just by himself has to respect though, like
Yeah.
the presence of the Soraka. Yep. Now elected to go back. Lissandra kind of low. Does have teleport though, so we'll be back in lane.
Yep.
With
Second
big
plate,
purchase.
maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does get it. So 2 plates down the bot lane. Very good there. Zebra did manage to pick up 1 grub as well, so it's not the worst thing in the world. A bit uneven, but both teams still had a chance to get 4, so there's no major downside there. But I definitely would say Ronin came out ahead, all things considered, picking up a kill and 2 plates in the bot side.
I agree, especially with this Corki CSing pretty well, being 1v2 for like a minute. Right now, really even in CS, so we'll see if Dira and Luton can kind of press the gas here. As we do see Valka trying to go for Clickbait guy here. Will he get the bait as Zebra is in? Grabs Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, pushes him into the wall. Valka with a really nice ultimate there.
Wow.
He will take it out. Clickbait God now has to be careful, though. He goes in with that ultimate, tries to get more, but the nice impale from Zebra keeps him alive. Valka now firing back, is in the mini-Gnar form, has that movement speed. Clickbait God, no way back in, and Valka picks up another kill. 2-1-0 from 0-1-0 on the Gnar. Getting those 2 kills there is absolutely massive, going to completely flip the favor top side. Really nice gank from Zebra there, and Rigor Mortis just not using that Crescent Guard in time. Should have been a lot more scared of Zebra. Has so much damage with the early burst of the Gnar and the Skarner, right? Even if they are tanks, they still do quite a bit of base damage, so that's super
Wraith's
helpful.
coming
Now
in.
Wraith looking for something in the bot side. Flashes there.
Wow.
Beautiful flashes from the Ronin bot side. Nothing comes from Wraith. Well, they do manage to get the flashes, but still, that was really nice plays, right? Ronin bot side being able to both flash that shuffle. I was not expecting that, you know, that looked pretty good, but those were frame perfect flashes right there.
Yeah. But without those flashes and with the wave kind of pushing in, does give Rigor Mortis freedom here to grab that first dragon.
Yep.
And they secure it there, as we do see Hextech being the second dragon available.
Yep. And the Hextech does mean that we are going to see one of those base souls, no arcane bat chest, sadly, with the new dragons. But again, better chance at a mountain soul, and that's absolutely huge for both teams. I think both teams also benefit from anything that can sort of sustain them in fights. I think Ocean does very well as well, and then you obviously have the generally good neutral souls in Infernal and Cloud. So I think all of these are dragons that people are very happy not just to get as a soul, but also to stack. Ocean, I think, being the one that at this point in the game you're not as happy stacking, but has a very strong soul. The rest, you know, the AD, the tankiness, the movement speed, I think you're all extremely happy about getting faster rotations around the map, extra damage, you know, extra resistances in those fights, all very good. Now we do have grubs coming up in a little bit. It's going to be Zebra first to the scuttle there. Rigor Mortis going to be coming back now with a Tunneler and a Caulfield's Warhammer, so just building into that first item. Zebra pretty far ahead, but not quite at that heart steal just yet. Does want to get it up top side to maybe look for that. Clickbait got unstoppable, using the ult to knock Zero back into the tower, but he does have that impale. Valka trying to fire back, trying to get that Mega Gnar form, wants to get it, maybe go for the dive, but can't quite land it in time. Just gonna use that Mega Gnar form to push the wave. Does have to be careful though, because Wraith is on the roam up. Happy Cat here though, watching, doesn't know that she's on a ward, so Wraith is just going to back off here. Zebra wants to try and get those grubs, start them up as soon as possible, and you can see Deer's also on the rotation, leaving Luton in bot alone this time rather than the other way around, and that should hopefully be secure for them. I'd imagine without any real priority on it, and with Clickbait God forced out with the TP, both without top laners using the TP to get back, it should just be another 3 grubs going the way of the Ronin, and probably another plate going the way of the Valkyries.
Yep. I think knowing that they had that one Void Grub earlier on gives them the ability to at least get one Void Might. As we do see Skarner securing that objective for the Ronin, will help them out a little bit when it comes to these objective damage. Luton does need help. Sadira is coming down to the bot lane for help. They might need the Skarner to come down here though. Azir is in a position to migrate bot. As Zinzao's already here in the bot side, Rescue just poking down. 2 poking bot laners against his Luton. And we will see the next fight here.
Yeah, potentially a dive though. Luton getting very low. Rescued low as well though, which means not going to be able to kill as much. Wraith caught out a little bit though. The Heartsteel popped, and Happier Cat picks up the kill. Rescued also forced to use that ultimate there. Used it a bit late. Probably could have used it to save Wraith, but has to use it to save himself as Luton used the ace in the hole just to get some extra poke down. And, you know, what could have been a nice dive there for the Valkyries turns into disaster as they pick it up. Now Zebra going forward, looking for more. The double impale gets a lot of damage down. Rigor Mortis forced to flash. Same with Rescued and Sense. 3 flashes blown there for the Valkyries. And Ronin coming up really big right now, up about 2,000 gold early on, and just pushing that even further, especially if they can get more plates. One looking to go to Luton, then gonna get a massive advantage there. Really interesting place. I think, you know, the Valkyries thought they had an angle for that dive. They wanted to bring everyone around, but Wraith just getting caught out, not really respecting the Zebra and Happier Cat damage once again. And it's kind of surprising, you know, when you watch Wraith, watch them play, one of the better mid laners in this league, typically really good about giving respect to positioning, knowing when they can walk up and when they can't. But, you know, the first 2 deaths have just been a lot of disrespect of walking up and not respecting their opponents.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a Skarner too, so you have to give a little bit more extra respect as well, as he has a little bit of a different gank path, right? Being able to go through those walls. I will say though, the 2 big fights that happened, top lane and then bot lane here, kind of unfortunate for the Valks. I think they were in a position, they were trying to be aggressive, right? We saw Rigor Mortis up top trying to go for a gank, and then we saw their Raid trying to go for a gank bot lane, but both times, kind of the Skarner was just there when they were roaming, and so unfortunately, it's giving Ronin a bit of a safety net here as they are up about 3k, 2k actually, 2.5k.
Yeah, getting close to 2.5, but still a very strong lead early that they should hopefully be able to transition into this dragon once Zebra shows up, and I'd imagine that they just go for a trade. It looks like that's exactly what they're doing with Rigor Mortis going for the Herald. And Ronin going for the dragon. I'm kind of surprised that they're not, you know, roaming Dira up maybe to contest that, maybe, you know, force it out, make sure that they can't get that, because they are quite strong right now. But I guess, you know, the game's still relatively even, so they don't want to risk throwing it all away on a whim, one might say. Rescued, though, might be caught out. A nice route there is slowed up, though, slowed again by the boulder, and they're just going to use the Impale to drag him, make sure to get that out. Get some extra Heartsteel stacks on the way, and it's going to be Luton picking up another kill. First of the game. Now without Yuntal Wild Arrows, an item we've been seeing a lot more of, just because of the power of the raw stats that it provides, in addition to the extra attack speed's passive. Sense has to be careful. Looks like he's getting dove here. Needs to be able to dodge out with his dash, but he's not going to be able to do it. Looking like they're just going to give that over to Luton. Gonna pick up his second kill of the game and look for that tower as well. That is a ton of gold right there. Going from what was, 2,500 gold to a 4,000 gold lead now in this early game. And, it's like I said, if the Ronin don't get ahead, they have to be careful. But if they do, it can be very, very hard for the Valkyries to fight their way back.
Yeah, and unfortunately for a sense there, did try to go for that Valkyrie to avoid the Zebra stun, but kind of did it too early and wasn't able to use it right afterwards. I don't know if that would actually have made a difference, but did secure the win, a kill there for Luton. Meanwhile, top side, Valka, Clickbait kind of just trading blows here. I thought there was an angle for Valka to kind of ult in and ult Clickbait towards the tower, but it seems like that didn't happen. But still has the upper hand here. Just across the board, I mean, lots of bounties on the side of Ronin. So we'll see all the Valkyries can do here to kind of catch up.
Yep. And, now even top side, which was going quite well for Clickbait Bod, now that Valka does have that Trinity Force finished, it's a lot harder for Clickbait to play. Valka just is able to use this range advantage to poke super, super well, get a lot of damage down, and sort of force Clickbait out one at a time. Really nice kick there from Dira to avoid Wraith pushing them back into the tower. And Luton looking like he's just going to pick up this tower again. Wraith has to be careful, though. Luton does a lot of damage with these wild arrows. Now that the F sword looking like an IE second item as well, going to be doing a lot of damage. Luton picking up 2 towers.
And yeah, Sense coming up, but Zebra's also here.
Yeah. They can also just walk up towards their top laner, right? Not even try and cut through river. Which is exactly what they're doing. They're just going to walk the long way around. And it looks like because they were forced out top, they might just be able to get the tower, actually. Thank God. Trying to throw Dira back in, but it's going to be them forcing down this tower. And Luton just goes bot to mid to top to take out each and every outer tower here. And now Zebra here is there on the rotate. Pushing one into the wall, getting the stun, possibly looking for the impale. Has to be careful. Lots of damage coming out now with Sense, and Wraith is on the flank. But a beautiful impale from Zebra stops him from doing anything. Luton now firing back, but a lot of health bar, lots of sustain. Big headshot, though, puts Rigor Mortis quite low. Wraith and Clickbait God keep pushing forward. Luton has to be careful as Clickbait keeps pushing forward. A flash there in, but Valka with a nice stun to keep Luton alive. Now Sense flashing forward, looking for more. They're on Luton. Another push back. Valka's been doing so well to peel this ADC, and Happier Cat is here now. Potential for an engage. Ace in the hole puts Wraith a little bit lower. Rescued at no HP, though. Absolute minimum to use that heal. Has to be careful. Lots of backs coming through, but no kills to be earned. Happier Cat still here looking for it, but at the end of the day, both teams are going to completely back off with no kills being had. I honestly don't know what to say. Really good from Valkyries, kept going in, knowing their angles, but amazing peel from the Ronin on every angle. Zebra with full impales, Valka with nice stuns, slows, and ultimates, doing everything to keep Luton alive. And I think if just one piece of peel doesn't find the mark, if it's mistimed, I think Luton goes down there, and the Valkyries have an easy sort of in just to keep pushing forward and winning that fight.
Yeah, I thought Wraith was like half a second from finishing channeling his ult, because that was going to be big for Valkyries, but instead, no kills on either side. Important to note here, I didn't realize this, but the soul is the Ocean Soul, up in 27 seconds. Azir now backing, I'm presumably going straight to Dragon there, looking on both sides. Lissandra does have teleport, but probably doesn't need it. Gnar also can join via teleport, although Valkyrie is in Mega Gnar form right now. So might be some time to channel that rage bar in a bit. But it's going to be hard for the Valkyries. I mean, the Ronin are up about 6k, more items, more gold in their pocket. And with that line of Caitlyn traps, it'll be a little bit more difficult for them to answer.
Yeah, and now they're going to have to rock all the way through river if they want to contest this dragon. Valka is on the flank as well. So does have to be careful not to go in too early. Yeah, they're just trying to charge it. They are cut off now by Clickbait God, who lands stun onto 3. Beautiful plays here. Wraith goes in, uses the shuffle back, but only finds Happier Cat. But it is Sense slaying Dira going for the first kill. A shutdown from Wraith onto Happier Cat, and this might be the Valkyries fight.
Meganar?
Wraith firing back on a Luton, who's not quite able to find the Azir. Zebra luckily picking it up, but it is too little, too late. Valka the last one alive, trying to get some damage down onto Sense, but he's not going to be able to. Forced to flash back over that wall. But Clickbait God, Rigor Mortis, and Sense all still alive. Beautiful fight there from the Valkyries. Valka was just too far on the flank. They didn't have the positioning. They had to go forward. They had to be the ones to engage there, but they walked right back into the waiting arms of Clickbait God, who knocks them all into the wall, gets a beautiful unstoppable, and Wraith is able to just pump out the damage there.
Yeah, good on Clickbait there in pincering that movement. I think a little bit too hubris of a move on Zebra's part, trying to go bot lane. I think at that point, with that advantage, I think kind of just go all in that dragon. I think Happier Cat also didn't need to be bot lane anymore at that point in the game. I think all 5 members of Ronin just needed to be at dragon. But unfortunately, they were too spread apart, gave a good look, especially after everything that happened top. Summoners were down. And so great call for the Valkyries.
Yeah. Love to see it. Now, interesting thing to note, we are still about a 3,500 gold difference there for the Ronin, so they are still ahead, but losing that dragon, that was sort of their way to start stacking, especially because the Ocean Drake is something that you want to get to the soul and not really just hold around dragons for a while, is something that, you know, they really want to do. Would have been insane for them. Slows them down a lot though, and it gives Valkyries a lot more time in this game, which is exactly what they need, right? If you're the Valkyries, you want to just keep buying time, keep getting your items online. If you can get both Sense and Wraith onto 3 items, that's really where your comp picks up a lot of steam.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this was the push that Wraith really needed too, because he was down 0-2-0 in the middle of the game, but now 2 eyes complete, as we might be seeing another fight up here in the top lane.
Yep, looking for more. Wraith going forward. Nice little knock up there. And Zebra has to be careful. Flashes back over the wall. Valka falling very low. Jumped on by Rigor Mortis. And now they're trying to find anything back. The TP now in from Clickbait God. Goes on to Luton. Gets the cleanse though from Dira, who buys him a little bit of time. But Happier Cat is taken over the wall by Clickbait God. Wraith trying to fire some of these soldiers back. Lots of damage coming through from Luton. But the sustain from Rescued is just absolutely huge on the Soraka, and they're not able to find anything. It just ends up being a 1-for-1, but Wraith going forward manages to find Happier Cat, making it a 2-for-1. Going from that really rough 0-2 start, now 4-3-2 on the Azir, has just been playing these team fights so well for the Valkyries.
Yeah, not really respecting the positioning there. I mean, you know, you just lost a fight. You're 1 or 2 hits away from death. I think staying there and greeting for CS was not the correct call. Whoa, Sense.
Big plays, but Zebra going forward now, and that might have been it. Might have risked it just a little bit too much. A lot of slows coming out. The boulders coming through as well, but Rescued with so much movement speed, so many slows, and the missiles as well. Sense being able to stave off any danger, and Rescue just keeping him alive through the entire thing. Baron is up, Dragon up in 2 minutes, and the Ronin have to recuperate. Now that they've lost a lot of their gold lead, they need to sort of go back to the drawing board and realize that they probably need to be the ones forcing these fights, calling out targets, because the last 2 have just looked really uncoordinated and really disastrous. Just kind of carries over here, tanks over here, no one's focusing the same target. They're not aware of their flanks or anything happening around them, you know, and now you even have Luton having to build that Mortal Reminder. Now, does have it finally online, but it is 3rd item, so it is a little like they don't have anything on tanks either, so that's a lot of the heal cut happening. Clickbait God is the only one with heal cut for the Valkyries as well, so I think both teams having it maybe less than ideal targets, but that should make fights a bit more even for the Ronin, who have had a lot of trouble dealing with this healing coming out from Rescue that's just been so instrumental in keeping the Valkyries alive through these extended fights.
Yeah, I think in terms you talked about the target selection, and I think what they need to aim first is the Soraka, because it's clear that they don't have the upfront burst damage to get someone in these coordinated fights. Soraka's just always there healing, and we've seen multiple times just Rescued really on the brink of death, all not because they were taking damage from Ronin, but actually just healing, using all the HP for healing. As we do see Happy Cat having to go out there. I'm surprised the Lissandra didn't opt for a Leandri's go, just given that it is a Soraka with healing. So we'll see if that comes into bite them, because Luiton can only auto attack one or two people at most to trigger that heal cut.
Yep. And only being able to sort of apply it on autos is a bit rough. Now, once you get that Mortal Reminder, it's going to be a bit easier, especially because you get that Last Whisper. That's going to make dealing with the tanks a lot easier, especially since Rigor Mortis and Clickbait have so much health. But you can see Rigor Mortis is quite behind on the Xin Zhao, mostly operating off of utility, right? Not even on that second item 25 minutes into the game. Pretty much everyone else is on their second item now, except the support. So a bit of a lower economy at the stage in the game, but once you get that Black Cleaver online, which I assume is what he's looking for against these tanks, I think that's going to be, a really big shift. Now, it looks like there might be a tree of objectives, although the dragon gets rushed down pretty quickly. Can they finish the Baron before this dragon gets taken out? I don't think so. It looks like they're just gonna give it, I think.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure they just sort of lost the macro there. Wraith had to back for Rabadons. They didn't really have priority in the lanes. They couldn't walk in, so even though there was no fight being won, they just were not set up enough for this drag. They weren't, I guess, watching the timer there, weren't timing it properly, so just giving that one over to the Ronin. Now, it is only the second dragon for the Ronin, so both teams 2-2 on drags. Not the biggest in the world, but it does drag the game out further for them, so it's not the worst, but I definitely think that just giving that over for free is not the ideal situation.
Yeah, I think it must have been misplay on their part, because I'm not sure why they thought that they could just give Dragon freely, although they are starting Baron, which is a bit of a bold move considering they might not know where they are, but there's no vision on this Baron. Ronin has to be thinking about it at this point, right?
Surely.
Right?
Surely. Do they get a ward? They don't even have blue wards out. They are flanking in the mid lane, now
It's
finally realizing that something's up, but they just were not accounting for that early on. Wraith might be caught out and potential to be shut down, now getting completely collapsed upon using the soldiers to try and get out. Using the ultimate as well, and now trying to regroup with the team, but a good slow from Valka, and Zebra flashing forward is not going to be able to land the Impale. Mortis using the Wind Becomes Lightning.
But let's go back in here.
Find more sense. Dashing forward, getting send up, but actually it's going to be Valka forced to flash away. Rigor Mortis going in, a nice little gnar into the wall there, but nothing else to be found. And I mean, hey, one misplay deserves another on the macro scale, because having zero vision on Baron, having everyone, at least 3 people off the map, and just not respecting the Baron rush is something that's not a mistake you can be making 30 minutes into this game.
Yeah, quite surprising, and not even that too. Wraith was kind of soloing mid lane, 3 or 4 champions mid lane too, and they just couldn't get him. Sure, you burned the flash from Wraith, but Baron is secured for Valkyries, and now, I think for the first time in this game, Valkyries with a gold lead of about 1.8k. And really staging a comeback, as they were down quite a bit of gold.
Yeah. And, being able to claw their way back now to what is a gold lead, a 1.5k gold lead because of that Baron, is absolutely massive, and it definitely puts Valkyries in the driver's seat because of their comp. They just have better 5v5 team fights, they have better objective damage, they have better zoning potential, and I think it's going to be really hard for Ronin to sort of fight their way back into this game now. The Caitlyn does have 3 items, that is a big spike, going to be doing a lot more damage, but they lack that sort of consistent damage and ways to sort of win fights if they don't get the initial pick, right? Obviously, with the first strike, not lethal tempo, they have the Arcane Comet on the Lissandra, who a lot of that extra teamfight damage comes from the Frozen Thralls once you get a kill, but if you can't get that first kill, it can be really hard to actually do damage in these fights, especially when you have to deal with Wraith and Sense pumping out so much and Rescue sustaining everyone back up.
Yep, agreed. And now four Valkyrie members in the bottom lane kind of coming in. We do see Narn with a big teleport Zebra coming in.
Yep.
Oh,
fight, trying to flank here. Luton knocked up on the backside, now in the middle of 3, caught completely out of position, and Clickbait God going in, getting 1. Sense picks up another. Zebra now locked under tower as Wraith fires some more damage off, forced to run away. Valka all the way in the river, forced to take it back now. And Happier Cat, I don't know if he has the wave clear. This might actually be the game right here with 30-second death timers. It's at bare minimum an inhib, but it's 5 strong for the Valkyries pushing down in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Has to be careful here. Happier Cat is going to be able to, you know, shove some damage into the wave, but you can already see the tanks just lining up, waiting for it. They're clearing out the wave, looking for more. A nice pullback from Wraith, and the silence there from Rescued makes sure that Happier Cat can't go into the ultimate. Are going to be able to clear the wave now. Valka goes in, manages to land a stun, and the towers are firing back with a lot of damage.
Luton's back.
Finally back up, and so is Dira. Wraith firing onto the tower, has to be careful. Clickbait God going in, maybe looking for something, but has to be careful. Trigger Mortis going in, the wind becomes lightning, trying to find a little bit more, but he's not going to be able to find Dira, who walks back into Fountain for that regeneration. Ace in the hole, but Clickbait God manages to body block that for his carries. And they are just able to get the inhib, not able to get that second tower for the Nexus, but I'd say generally a pretty good play. No one goes down. They managed to pick up an extra kill on the way back. Zebra has to be careful though, since might actually be taken out there. One more auto will do it, and that's the shutdown with Dragon up. Means that should be a Ronin's drag, hopefully for them, if they're able to get the priority on it. Looks like Rigor Mortis is also too low to do anything. I think bit of an, I don't know if it's an overstay or if the team should have just held on to just back together.
Double TPs.
2 TPs in. They just want to end the game right here. Happier Cat getting melted by Wraith and Clickbait God. We're going to try and ult them over the wall. They're going to be able to take out 1, but Wraith is being focused by the tower. Has to be careful. Clickbait God popping low as well. It's Dira looking for more. Valka manages to take out 1 to help Luton. Now Rigor Mortis firing onto that inhibitor in the mid lane. The minions were able to take out tower. Now Rigor Mortis able to take out the inhibitor, but Valka keeps chasing. They want more. Zebra going forward. They managed to pick up that dragon, and now they might be able to pick up more kills, just using these boulders to try and fire back. Rigor Mortis jumping over the wall, using the raptors as a sort of bounce pad there. Nice TP there. They do manage to get 1 tower, but I think they probably overextended looking for that fight, getting the second. Now they did manage to get another inhib, but those were big shutdowns that they were able to get onto some really valuable targets. Luton looking for that 4th item. If they can get that 4th item on the Caitlyn, that's going to be a massive spike for them, being able to get that 100% crit chance, making sure you're just firing a ton of damage back. 3 tank items finished, looking for a 4th as well, means Zebra's going to have a lot of sustain in the fights. Does quite a bit of damage as well because of the Sterix and Heartsteel, and now the Unending Despair are going to sustain them back up through the fights, I think, quite well as well.
Yeah, I think Baron's going to be the objective to look at. 30 seconds left. A little difficult of a position for Ronin. 2 inhibs down. So someone does have to fall back here. And it seems like they might have to give Baron away here. Which is a very difficult choice to make. Considering that 2 inhibs are down. Baron plus 3 inhib down. Pretty much spells a loss. And so it's going to be really tricky to see how they navigate this. I'm assuming they might go for a drive-by steal with the Zebra. And it seems like Valkyries are also playing this a little bit more safely this time around. But they are doing the same concept here. Wraith with the tower mid. Zebra trying to go in. And a fight might have to be starting.
Wraith just going in, using the ultimate. They're taking the Baron while all this is happening, though. They're not even checking on it. Walking down mid lane, and it seems like they have not learned their lesson for the first time. Finally looking around.
Zebra.
The Baron's not quite low enough. I don't think they're even going for a steal there. Happier Cat goes in, trying to zone them off, not realizing that the damage on the objective wasn't there in the first place. Now a double fight coming out, trying to look for a smite fight. It's Zebra that ends up finally taking it out. But in the back line, Clickbait God has been 1v2. Luton finally takes him out, but Zebra has to be careful. Has to run away.
That's big.
Manages to make it out. The Baron recall helps Luton get out as well. Going to be able to defend that. Wraith has to be careful. The shielding comes in so clutch for this Skarner. Just going to try and buy some time as Wraith chases out. But Zebra has the E, has the W shield. Valka and Luton both back. Now have the Baron empowered minions to try and defend wave as well. And Zebra's just been regenning this whole time. Has so much move speed. Wraith finally going to check now. Zebra walking in, but not really respecting. Probably could have kept running and buying time.
Yeah.
Wraith out, but will finally go down. Gonna pick up that Spirit Visage for the extra shielding and healing. Now, has to be careful though. A lot of wave clear. Luton and Valka are very strong. Luton finally picking up that 4th crit item. It's going to be the extra attack speed coming through with the Phantom Dancer. Now, Happier Cat alive as well means they should be able to take out waves. And the Ronin has sort of recovered quite a bit, being able to get that Baron pick up there, being able to pick up a kill as well. On Soul Point as well, up in 1:30, and that's going to be their win condition. That's definitely what they want to look towards here. But Wraith is so strong. 5 completed items now, full build on the Azir. Absolutely massive in these fights. And if the Valkyries can play around Wraith, I think they have a really good shot at winning this. But the Ronin have just been winning the past couple fights, been playing really well, you know, to make sure that they secure those objectives. But I think just lacking a little bit on the back ends of the fight, not really running the ways they should, sort of scattering, being scared to fight together. But if they can do that, I think they have a good chance of getting the soul. But it's going to be a 5v5 fight, and if the Valkyries win this, I imagine it's game for them.
Yeah, I think with 40 seconds left too, I think Ronin need to push the mid lane out, bot lane out as well. Fortunately for them, the inhibs are respawning, so they're not going to have this auto push happening. Important things to note: Wraith and Clickbait God both have TPs. I don't see any really deep wards for the Valkyries to teleport for a backdoor. So that's good for the Ronin, but they do need to push these waves out. Last time they did that double teleport, it was to a minion. I say that Clickbait God had to go back by the Unending Despair, teleports back in. We'll see how they approach this. It seems like they might give it away. There is not that much vision for the Ronin, and I believe they are giving the Dragon away instead, going for that mid lane. They do have Baron, so they do have that push. Will they go for a fight here? Might be risky. Caitlyn's just piling in mid lane. What are they doing? They have to go.
They're just buying time for this Caitlyn right now, who's just absolutely knocking them down. Now, it is the Valkyries that managed to pick up the Dragon. They left Rigor Mortis unattended, and he just soloed that while this was all happening. Now, they have to be careful. They're a bit scattered and caught out. Luton taking the Baron empowered back, and Dira has to be careful. Doesn't have the Baron buff anymore. And now in the middle of the enemy base, probably caught out. Zebra and Happier Cat managed to reunite, so there's no danger there. Valka's out as well, but Dira will go down for this push. They weren't even able to get an inhib, and they give the Dragon the soul forward. I don't really know if that was the play. Wraith caught though, used by the Impale, wasn't quite able to be dragged into one of those traps, but now locked out. The headshots are coming through, and Valka manages to pick up the shutdown. Has to be careful. The Ace in the Hole now, Rescue taking a lot of damage, and Happier Cat is here, looking for some more damage. With their main carry down, I don't know if they're going to be able to win this. A huge engagement. Happier Cat flash forward the root as well. They take out Sense and Rescued, and that might just be it. Another pick onto Rigor Mortis. A beautiful engage there from Happier Cat with the flash rooting 2, managing to get the Frozen Tomb onto Sense and pick it up. Huge fights there from the Ronin. Doesn't even matter. They don't need the soul. And that Dira pick might have inspired a bit too much confidence for the Valkyries. Now Luton's just going to siege onto these towers. Clickbait God trying desperately to find something with this ultimate, but they're just going to focus him down, make sure to take it out, give Valk an extra kill, and it's going to be the Ronin picking up the first game of your series, going up 1-0 in this best of 5.
Oh my goodness, what an exciting match we have in store for us. Wow, where to begin? I think Wraith was coming into this game probably the star to look at, just because he just does a tremendous job in the mid lane. Was faltering initially with a 0-2 start, kind of came back 3-2, and was really a lot of the reason why they were able to output so much damage. You can look at the damage charts here: 59,000, really 60,000 of just damage. Unfortunately, it is now he's also the reason that they lost this game. I think that pick onto Wraith was huge. I mean, had to burn Zanya's, had to burn the Soraka ultimate as well. I think when those two are down, it's really hard, because a lot of the fights were won by that Soraka ult, Soraka healing, and the Azir damage.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, this is the thing about Wraith, and I think a lot of what the Valkyries play around, right, is that unfortunately, it's sort of live by the Wraith, die by the Wraith at this point. All the fights that were won were almost entirely off the back of huge damage from Wraith, and/or a big engage, right? Obviously, you had some pretty good engages from Cassante. Clickbait God definitely played very well. But I'd say a solid, like, 5 out of 6 fights were won from big ultimates or damage from Wraith there. And almost all the fights that Ronin managed to win, especially in the late game, were from Wraith getting picked off because he was too far up. So, this is sort of the issues that can arise when you're building your entire team around one person is you're sort of at the whims of them. If you're not playing entirely around them at all times, this is what happens. They manage to secure a pick, and everything just sort of falls apart.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting target selection as well, because of all the players to pick, I don't think Lissandra is the pick. Lissandra has her ultimate, has Zanya's in this case. So even if you manage to do some like great amount of damage, there's still a lot of time that in this case Happier Cat can buy for Zebra to come in, for Valka to come in, and unfortunately for the Valkyries, although they were so close to staging a comeback, could not close that out, and Ronin instead sealed the victory.
Yeah, and you can see some stats here, just in a bit of a better location. You can see just how much damage and gold Wraith accumulated on the team, much more than anyone else, but it did sort of end up starving the rest of the team for gold, which is a bit unfortunate. But yeah, I think we're going to have to see some adaptations from the Valkyries going into that next game. The Ronins did look a little bit shaky. They ended up winning that game, but I think they can also go back to the drawing board, maybe not in draft, but just to see their play, how to tighten it up, make sure that they can just sort of tie up some of those loose ends and make sure to make their next game one to remember. But for right now, we are going to cut it to a short break. When we come back, we will be in draft for game 2. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back into Draft for Game 2 of our series of the Valkyries versus the Ronin. Game 1 was a very close one, with Ronins eking out a 1-0 victory to put them up in the series. Now we have bans coming out. We can already see the play banned out. Seraphine as well, which means that there is a 100% chance that they are going for that B1 Corki. I'd have to imagine, given that they are banning away so many of the flex picks that they like to pick normally. And with Valkyries not banning out the Corki either, I'd imagine that we'd see locked in for the Ronin, knowing that they really like that pick as well.
I was gonna say, I think
the
Skarner might
Skarner.
be a better pick. I don't think the
Okay.
Corki really was impactful, I'd say. I think they would preferably get that Skarner, which I think was highly impactful, at least in the earlier parts of the game.
No, definitely. I am a little bit surprised. I feel like they definitely have a deeper jungle pool than, and there would be alternatives. But no, just deciding that, yeah, the Skarner is that good that they just want to pick it up. Seems like that's probably going to be the contest from here on out. But the Ashe and Xin Zhao picked up. So Rigor Mortis just going to answer back with that Xin Zhao, just like last game. Honestly, I don't think Xin Zhao was a really huge issue in that game. I think it was much more of a product of the champions around him and how the game played out. But I do like the Ashe. I do like the ability to be more proactive with that arrow rather than just sort of sit back and let things happen like you did on the Corki, right? You have a lot of that potential, but not quite able to fire back. But the Ronin, fully confident in the rest of their team, they're just going to lock in that Corki for the big damage. And I imagine we see either top or mid lane locked in just like we did last game. A tank top laner would be preferable, but it could also be a support if they want to pick something away early on. And it looks like it might be the Nami here, something that has been contested for both supports. So not very shocked to see this, especially given that it was banned out in the second round last phase.
It's true. I was thinking of a healer as well, kind of imitating last game. I thought Sirach might be on the table. In this case, we'll see how they rebut. I'm going to assume a support as well, just because Nami's out. Unless they think they want to get a mid lane champ or top lane champ that might get banned. Maybe the Cassante again, if they think it'll be banned in the second rotation. But we do see Lulu locked in instead.
Yeah, so it's going to be sports locked in here. Double enchanters again, which means I probably expect to see double tank top laners as is expected, I think, for a lot of these games. The Ahri being banned out, the Syndra Orianna as well. Now, the Ronin do have another ban opened up, given that they don't have the Nami to ban out this time. So we'll see if they end up banning out the Azir, or if they want to ban a tank like the Cassante here. It's just going to be the Azir ban.
Yeah. And with that, we'll see what Valkyries kind of go with. I think Cassante is still good here. I think having a disruptor like that and was blind picked last game as well, I think it's a solid choice here. Probably put your eggs in the Wraith basket, but they're hovering mid lane champs. Is it a tease or will it be the actual selection here?
Zarath would be interesting. Give them a lot of poke and potential here if they want it, and it looks like it is going to be the Zerath locked in. Gives them a lot of range here, and we'll see how the Ronin are going to respond. I know that we have seen a little bit of the Ziggs, but I don't really know if that's a Ronin pick. Happier Cat wants to pull that out, or if they just want to lock in Control Mage and play similarly to the way that she did last game.
Yeah, I would hope that if they did pick something different, maybe something more engage heavy, like the Annie works, because you want to pick the Zerath before a fight starts. So you need a ways to kind of engage that. I think Ornn would be a good pick as well. Braum, support has already been selected, so you don't have to fear the Braum selection either. Nari's okay, but I think you need someone with more reliable stuns, just because you have to kind of wait for the rage bar to fill up. As we do see the Ornn hovered and selected.
Yeah. And that's interesting. Going for, rather than a control mage and sort of making this carry, just going for a burst mage and a lot harder pull the trigger in the top lane in the Ornn rather than the Gnar, who sort of has to play around that rage, manage it quite well. So I like it. It's very straightforward. It's saying, okay, you don't have the same level of sort of sustain or tankiness that you did last game with consistent damage. We're just going to try and burst you out. And we'll see if we get the Mordekaiser locked in. Okay, we are going to see the Mordekaiser locked in. So a much more sort of solo and side lane pick off people oriented comp, you know, using the arrow, the Xerath ult to try and get people from range. The Mordekaiser just really bully that Ornn up in that top lane early on.
Yeah, I think that Mordekaiser pick was definitely for that lane situation. I think being able to put the Ornn a little bit behind so that the ornaments are a little delayed. I do think I like the Ronin draft just a little bit better, just because it's easier to execute the Ornn ultimate, the Annie ultimate. You kind of know who the damage should be going on to. I think coordinating wise shouldn't be too difficult. Valkyrie's a little bit tougher. I mean, you have the Ashe ult that's engaged, but you really don't have much engage outside that. Because I think with a Xerath pick, sure you have some poke with the Ashe W, but you do need a follow-up engage, right? Once they've whittled down their opponents. And I think they kind of lack that. The Lulu is more there for support. Xin Zhao also is not the best. Is probably better as a secondary engage. So I want to see how they're going to set up their fights. What do you think? Who do you think has the edge here in this match?
I want to say, given the way last game played out, I want to say the comp-wise, it's the Ronin, but Clickbait God had a really good showing early on, and given the sort of polarity of this matchup, I wonder if the ability for the Xin Zhao and the Mordekaiser to get ahead actually gives them the edge. I think I'm going to give this one to Valkyries.
Okay.
But it's very dependent on their early game. If they can't get ahead in this early game, if they can't fully abuse their winning lanes, I think it falls apart for them very quickly.
Sweet. So I guess we'll see how they start off their lane assignments. We'll see where the jungle kind of directs pathing to. I think last game we had both junglers pathing to ADC, which I think made the most sense. But this time around, maybe we'll see the Valkyries kind of push their advantage topside first to kind of slow down their Soren. But in the meantime, we'll take a short break as we load onto the Rift. Stay tuned as we load into Game 2 of this series.
fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Alrighty, welcome back to game 2 of this playoff series between Ronin and Valkyries. We did see a very tight game back and forth in game 1. Ultimately, Ronin did clinch that game. We see some modifications in the draft as we head into game 2. There is some technical difficulties on Octocera's side, but don't worry, we'll get him back here as soon as possible. So bear with me in this solo cast for now. Interesting picks of summoner spells here. We see the teleport and ghost for clickbait, so really going all in for that lane advantage. As someone who enjoys Aerith a lot, I think Comet makes a lot of sense. This time ghost on the Ashe and cleanse on the Corki, which makes sense. Really don't want to get hit by that Ashe arrow. Really the big focus there is to not get caught. I think there's not really much other CC available. But that would be the big one to watch. And we do also have this phase rush on Valka.
The phase rush too, but I was gonna say that's a unique pick. Usually you see the heal on those enchanters, but that makes me think that Deer and Luton probably want to get a bit more aggressive in this bot lane.
Oh yeah, and he might want to cleanse the polymorph if they do go for a level 2 fight. Yeah, but we were talking about it in draft on where they would focus their jungle pathing, but we do see a replicate of the first game, just both junglers farming the top side and probably gonna go for bot as their first source of a game.
Yeah, and I think you were right pointing at the phase rush on Valka. I think that's really smart here, knowing that, you know, if you try and go grasp into this Mordekaiser, the second you walk up for that auto, you have the risk of just getting pulled and run down and bullied because of the ghost. So going for that phase rush is going to allow Valka to be a lot safer and hopefully be able to CS well, not the safest into the Mordekaiser, a lot safer than you would be if you had tried to do something like a Grasp trade, right? So
Yeah.
I think that's going to help a lot in that early game, making sure that you can scale up on this Ornn, and especially making sure that you can get those magic resist components online early to give Clickbait God a much harder time to actually get those kills, make sure he has to really work for it if he wants to try and get that.
Yeah, as we do see, both junglers have already finished the top side of the map. Bot lane, kind of a small advantage for Valkyries.
Yeah,
Who's
Sun's running them down, using that lethal tempo, going for more, and
Whoa.
because they don't have a heal, that's going to be the kill. The Ignite pop down, Dira maybe trying to return the kill, but the tower shot won't quite be enough, and yeah, that's exactly what happens, right? If you go for this, you just get run down by the Ashe early on when you don't have those early sums, you're not willing to fight back. That's what happens. Now, Zebra is here in that bot side.
Sense has
Sense
flash.
does have flash, so has to be careful. Gonna use it. Rescued getting run down, but it's Dira
Whoa.
using that E and W to make sure that he could take out Sense, who wasn't quite respecting the Nami damage, walking back in for an auto there. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 in total in that bot side, but it will be a little bit mismatched. Dira taking it on the support, Sense taking it on the carry. Obviously gonna be a lot more beneficial for the Ronin.
Yeah.
Or sorry, for the Valkyries.
I was gonna say, I think Luton did have a angle there where he could have cleansed the slow, just so that Ashe didn't have the ability. Whoa, okay.
Rescued, trying to hold the wave for Ashe, but wasn't accounting for Luton and Dira just zoning him off, and forcing out the flash there is going to be absolutely massive. Making sure that there are no sums now in the bot side. Luton's still with cleanse, Dira still with flash, means there's definitely real potential for the Ronin bot side to fire back if they get some jungle assistance, or even if they're able to just get some poke and do it themselves.
Yeah, agreed. So now I think they kind of have to be cautious there, as we do see top side is a little bit more even. Wraith is pushing hard onto Happier Cat, so I would be a little bit afraid of a Zebra. At this point, haven't seen a Zebra in a while. Happier Cat also has flash and is at level 5, so at level 6, wouldn't be surprised with a flash ultimate either.
Yeah, definitely quite possible. And you can see Rescued going to get vision to make sure that Zebra can't come from that bot end. Wraith's doing a really good job, though, not quite having to back yet. Doing good on the mana. Happier Cat getting a lot of poke down.
Ooh.
Fortunately, missing that W that would have gotten electrocuted a lot of poke and put him in kill range for that 6. And
Yeah.
Valka doing a good job poking out Clickbait. Making sure to get this good trades, but Clickbait is just able to sort of beat onto him now. You can see lots of good damage from the Mordekaiser, especially when you get the isolated Qs off. And Zebra is going towards this bot side, looking for a gank in the mid lane now, going through the wall. Not quite grabbing Wraith, does get stunned, but the slow is down. Happier Cat flashing forward, trying to get the stun, but they're not quite able to land it. Rigor Mortis
No
walking forward.
mana.
Needs a little bit more, and because Lightning picks up the kill, Rigor Mortis now 1-0. Wraith is here. Zebra wants to go forward to try and find something, but both Sense and Rescued have roamed their way up. And now that Wraith has that ultimate, he might be able to get the kill. Beautiful polymorph there from Rescued. Secures the kill, and Rigor Mortis goes 2-0 start of this game, putting them up 1.8k for the Valkyries at just 6 minutes into the game.
That was so sad, because they were on the same page. Happy Cat flashed in, but just didn't have mana. Could not stun the Xerath at all, and spelled disaster. Also a good roam from the bot side as well. Secured the kill onto Zebra. And yeah, I think at this point of the game, Valkyrie is really using that advantage in the top side to kind of alleviate some pressure from the jungle, and then Xin Zhao can just go mid and bot, kind of focus there. And I guess this is what you were talking about too, right? You wanted the Valkyries to kind of just push that advantage early, get this Ornn a little bit behind early, and get those picks early as well, so that they can stop the Ornn scaling, and also just give time to really take these objectives early.
Yeah, and I think this is really big for the Valkyries being able to push this. Now, Zebra, Luton are here. Sense might be zoned off. You can see Zebra zoning the Ashe away now. Ashe going to be on that flank, but Ashe is not really the person you want on the flank. It's going to be very easy to collapse on her if they decide to go that route. So they're just going to try and zone them off here. make sure that they can get this drag. And because Zadira is on that Nami, it's not quite Soraka sustain, but they do have healing. They can out-sustain, however, it is Wraith on the rotate first. Might come down to a smite fight, though, because of that big damage there. Luton has to be careful getting run down. Happier Cat on the rotate. The dash is in, and Zebra secures the dragon now. Gonna have to try and get out, but the CC might just be a little bit too much. It will be. Sen's gonna manage to take it out. Now using the Ghost and the Lulu speed as well, using the heal, but has to be careful. Knocked up. Luton flashes forward, actually picking up a kill there. Has to be careful, though. They do see Wraith. Really nice sidestep there from Luton. Dodging out on a lot of these skill shots, but Wraith does have the ultimate. Has to be careful to not get sieged into tower. Really beautiful plays there from the Ronin.
Will he get him?
Maybe. Launching them off. It's like fireworks. Zero goes in. Wraith picks up the kill. Nice play there from Rigmortis. Meanwhile, on the top side, it's actually Valka going for the 1v1. Unfortunately, he does miss the Call of the Forge God, and that might just be his doom. Clickbait God able to get these isolated Qs, being able to run him down, and Valka doesn't have a way out. Unfortunately, Clickbait God will be able to manage to pick up that kill. And on the bot side, Luton goes down as well because of the dive. There's just too many people. Nice plays on the dragon, but just stuck around for a little bit too long. Weren't safe on the backs. A little bit of ego in that top side puts Valkyries up almost 4,000 gold. Sorry, 3,000 gold now in these early stages of the game. Such a massive gold lead that even if they drop the dragon, they're so far ahead that they should be able to try and get things from here on out. But Zebra was first on the map, so if he's able to secure those Void Grubs, it might mean, and you know, he is able to, so Valkyries are probably going to have a hard time figuring out an objective to force, because despite having this massive gold lead, most of the Ronin are pretty safe. So they're really going to have to like force onto a tower, potentially a dive, get some poke out to really accentuate this gold lead and force it, or they could just try and buy time and keep the gold lead going into the next objective while not really trying to strengthen it or do anything with it, just try and maintain it.
Yeah, honestly, I think on the last fight, that fight onto Dragon was on Happier Cat, just because Xerath was there first, and even though it seemed like they were gonna lose the Dragon, Zebra does secure it, but Happier Cat wasn't there, didn't have the stun set up correctly, kind of was using it in lane to farm, because I think if Happier Cat did have 4 stacks, I think it was a no-brainer. Eve ultimate in and could definitely pull the fight there, but unfortunately with no CC there, spelled disaster.
Yeah, and you can see it happening now. This is what happens when that Mordekaiser gets ahead. You're not allowed to walk up to the wave anymore. You're not allowed to do anything. Sense, unfortunately, missing that Ash arrow. Now some firing back. A flash manages to dodge out on that knock-up here. Luton goes in, but is Polymorph not able to pick up the kill. Has to be careful. Going forward, needs one more auto. Is able to pick up Rescue. No, not quite. It's going to be the shield. Barely keeping him alive, and Rescued sidesteps again. Wraith picking up 2 thanks to the ultimate. Now Rigor Mortis running down Zebra. Beautiful fancy footwork there from the Valkyries bot lane. Now Rigor Mortis just needs one more auto to be able to take out Zebra. He will get it. Going 5-0 on the Xin Zhao. Wraith picking up a bunch of kills from afar thanks to that ultimate. An absolute artillery machine there. Beautiful plays from the Valkyries for that entire fight.
Yeah, I mean, I like the concept there, right? Going aggressive, Corki's still pretty strong. Was able to sidestep the Ashe ultimate, but unfortunately just could not kill them. I think the damage was too spread apart. Wasn't able to secure a kill, and then the Rigor Mortis just roaming there was just icing on the cake for the Valkyries.
Yep. I honestly really think it's going to be hard for Ronin to get their way back into this. You can see trying to maybe make something happen in mid lane with Zebra, but Wraith is just so far ahead that you can poke out Happier Cat with really no worries about dying. Now you can see Valka has to be careful. Use the Call of the Forge God, though. Might be able to return something onto Clickbait God. He's able to get these resets, but wasn't able to get that first Brittle auto. Has to be careful now, Clickbait God. Just able to sustain up, probably going for that Leandries early. It might be going for, you know, Blackfire, but I assume it's the Leandries. It's so rough right now in this game. It's just not... It's not easy for the Ronin to get back into this one already just because of their comp. It's so focused on burst and being able to find that first target. And just so easy for Valkyries to negate that and use this massive lead. You can see Rigor Mortis not even going for the Sun to Sky, going straight into that Titanic Hydra because of how far ahead he is. It's going to help the farm by so much, being able to just turbo clear, go in, get these resets. so much more combat power as well. It's pretty difficult. You already have Wraith building into that Horizon focus. The gold lead is just ballooning further and further, and it should be the Valkyries that have full control of the objectives from now on if they're able to get here. But as they say, that Zebra might be able to get a gank off in this top side. Clickbait God does not have that Death Realm anymore. Fortunately, Valkyrie's going to miss that W, not going to be able to get the Brittle proc. But since is going to miss the arrow, will go wide. Clickbait God getting a lot of damage now.
Ooh, Rigor Mortis is here.
Clickbait God now gets the shield. Nice little ultimate there from Sense, but it won't be enough. It's going to be a double kill picked up from Rigor Mortis, the beautiful Titanic Hydra there. And even when they try and make a play, the Ronin, they just don't have the damage to finish off any of these targets.
Yeah, I mean, they're just way behind. 6k now lead for the Valkyries. Able to even out the Void Grubs as well. Ocean Drake is up for the taking as well. They do have that mid lane advantage. Hard to really contest. So just everything going right really for the Valkyries as they are pushing up the tempo, and I think at this point too it is very difficult for the Ronin to kind of catch up. Not impossible considering, you know, they do have great scaling champs in the Ornn, in the Skarner, in the Quirky, but can they slow down the game enough to hit that timer? A little tough when Valkyries have that kind of comp that really spikes and excels in the mid game. And it starts here. If Happier Cat can dodge all the ultimates, had to burn the flash. One more, and the
Not
flash.
gonna be able to do it. That's unfortunate. Close, but you know, Cigar wasn't quite able to get that last dodge out. Now, Sense and Rescue just zoning off on the bot side. You can see Rigor Mortis just waiting here, taking extra camps as well. The Dragon's up. It doesn't matter. Wraith gonna be able to rotate on that one if they want to. Rigor Mortis can be able to start up this Dragon. There's really not a lot that the Ronin can do right now except try and scale and win a fight. Try and catch someone out on the backside. You can see the climb is forced out. Sense able to use that ultimate. Even when they try and get something, they realize, you know, there's just not enough damage. There's not enough ways for them to actually play this out to the point where they can really capitalize on any of their engages. Valka trying to get a fight up in this top side. Clickbait God pulls him into the Death Realm though. Gets a lot of damage down. Doing a good job of dodging out, but Valka not quite gonna be able to survive.
No flash. Yeah.
It's just so rough, you know, and I really think Valka just should not be trying to fight even remotely at this point, no matter what. Zebra's up here as well, but I don't know how well this is gonna go. Just a hard seal against Leandries and a big buff means Clickbait God getting a lot of damage down. The Impale, super huge as well. Dira and Happier Cat are both up there. They might finally be able to finish off a kill. Happier Cat looking for the damage, might be able to finish this off. Hopefully, just needs one more Q, and it will be another kill. Finally, Happier Cat going to be on the board with a big shutdown onto Clickbait God. But Wraith is here, firing these ultimates out, and Dira forced to use the flash. One more ultimate, won't be able to do it, and Wraith,
goodness,
from almost full HP, takes out Dira. This Xerath going absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, I mean, great pick against the comp of Valkyries. Unfortunately, even with the healing movement speed as well, cannot sustain this damage, as Happier Cat now in a little bit of trouble, but luckily Wraith doesn't have ultimate and needs to back off. It's hard, I think, because if it's hard because they're so behind, because Xerath normally wouldn't be able to do this, right? The Zebra could be flanking, Valka could be flanking, but just being so behind affords all of the space for Wraith and Rigor Mortis as well to just kind of randomly do things and get away with it. And so again, pushing their advantage, and they kind of have to. Now about 9k up in gold.
Yeah, and from this point, you know, you always talk about, you know, trying to, you know, see the bright sides. At this point, it's much more of Valkyrie's game to lose than it is Ronin's game to win. The lead is just ballooned to such an insane point where the Ronin need to either land a miracle engage or the Valkyries need to mess up their positioning, right? It's not really on the Ronin to, you know, slowly play well and inch themselves back into this game. They need one miracle fight just to survive, probably two to get back into this game, or the Valkyries need to mess up significantly, which it doesn't seem like they're doing.
Valka in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and Valka might just be dead again. Has to be careful. Clickbait God, you can see, you know, low HP, but the shield and the healing puts him back up. Happier Cat gonna try and come around, maybe find something. Clickbait God does not have the Death Realm anymore. Happy Cat might be able to find this. This might be the play. They're looking for it. Clickbait God looking for the damage. Valka going in. Not quite able to land the knockup, but Happy Cat's going to be able to land the stun and pick up a kill. That's what I mean about the Valkyries musking up. That's definitely a way back in, is to just keep giving over these kills to Happier Cat.
Yeah.
And Clickbait God has to be a little bit more aware of his surroundings, especially when you don't have vision. And especially when Happier Cat is off the map knowing that she's willing to just roam up and take these kills, right? So...
Yeah, and then seeing the Xin Zhao nearby, Lut and Dira kind of have to go away as they also see Wraith off the map. Pretty strong combo there. Zhao will be able to poke them out and even secure kills, so backing really was the only choice for them. And I think, yeah, they need to know how to pick their battles, being behind this much. As we do see Herald summoned, might not even be needed for the second tier turret, but it still needs to be used. As we do see Zebra going in.
Yep. Not quite able to find anything though, unfortunately. We're able to get 2 towers. That's absolutely massive for the Valkyries. Those inner towers just give so much gold, and being able to inject that early on is absolutely massive. Already at a 10,000 gold lead, pre-20 minutes into the game. Dragon up in a minute, Baron up in a minute 30, and honestly, it's pretty relevant to talk about the Baron because a 20-minute Baron is absolutely on the table for Valkyries if they're able to get a pick and if they're able to play it well.
Yeah, and also for them, the Inferno Soul is huge for Wraith as well without this poke. And also denying it from the Corki poke as well is huge. Just to really snowball and accelerate their lead. And I don't think if I were the Ronin, I don't think I would contest here. I think getting this pick off of Clickbait might be your best option. We do see Death Realm used. Rescued is in the area, but I don't know if... Whoa, Zebra did have to flash.
Yeah, Clickbait God now in the middle of everyone, but it's not going to matter. Being able to use the burn to take out the first kill, Rescued there with the Polymorph is just so hard. Rescue doing so much damage. Trapper Cat can dodge every Wraith ultimate here. Won't be able to do it. Wraith picks up another kill. Meanwhile, on the backside, Rigor Mortis is literally in the enemy base, running down 1v2 here. Rigor Mortis trying to fire back. Now using the Call of the Forge God, maybe trying to return a kill, but Rigor Mortis is on the loot and on that back line. Needs a couple more autos. Using the Q, the Wind Become Lightning takes out one.
Oh, that's crazy.
Kill. And the ace in the enemy base pre-20 minutes is absolutely crazy. 420 is the score, almost a 12,000 gold lead for the Valkyries at this stage in the game. Dragon's up, Baron's coming up, and the Valkyries have absolutely no contest right now. Absolute domination here.
Yeah. I mean, it's really just a snowball and snowball and snowball. They're executing the comp so well, not really giving any outs to Ronin. And I think, as you said earlier, wow. Good play from Wraith there. Just kills the Nami. Did have to burn Flash to avoid the Zebra, but I think in this stage of the game, worth it, as Wraith does have a 600 gold bounty on their head.
Yeah. And I don't know, there's so many bounties, but there's also 3 perfect games still held for Valkyries. At this point, you know, for the Ronin, you might just be trying to make sure to take those out to save your mental. I mean, Wraith 5-0-6 on the Xerath is raining down absolute oblivion from a million miles away. 3 items already on the Xerath. Being able to just pop ultimate can probably kill almost anyone on the Ronin with just an ultimate if they hit all those shots. I firmly believe at this point because of how much damage they deal. It's just so insane.
Yeah, I agree fully. Oh yeah, Luton is already at 75%. I think you could ult. Yep, there it is. We'll see if it lands.
Yeah, looking for Luton. He's dodging very well, getting a lot of movement speed, but it's he only needed to land 2 to put Luton in half health, and that's with healing. So it's just, it's not impossible here. You can see the ultimate coming out. The arrow does land onto Dira. Some extra damage trying to focus down.
What?
You can see Wraith just poking out so much, but caught out now in the middle of everyone. Zoning them off the Baron, but will be able to take out one. Despite going down for it, they will manage to get the shutdown. Unfortunately, is onto the Skarner. And the Call of the Forge God coming out, trying to knock up Rescue, trying to find something. The TP coming through, looking for the flank now, but it's Rigor Mortis in the backside, all alone. But it doesn't matter. The sustain is so massive. Sense and Rescue do have to be careful though, because Rescued sorry, Happy Cat, the one person with gold, is able to maybe get a kill here. Will be able to land the shutdown, an extra 1,000 gold injection onto that Annie. It's absolutely huge. Rescue now getting run down, the Impale as well. Annie picking up another shutdown, and all these shutdowns going over. I mean, hey, you know, we knew the Valkyries had to mess up in order to get something, but this is definitely a way back in. Happier Cat able to pick up all of this gold, maybe even able to pick up Clickbait God. We'll have to see. Tibbers doing a lot of work right now, but the shielding is massive for Clickbait God. Has to be very careful. Pulled back in. Happier Cat getting run down now. It's a double kill for Clickbait God, and Luton has to go over this wall, try and find something. Managed to land the Q quite maybe, but it'll be a missile that takes him out. Able to land a kill here. And shoring up what was a 12,000 gold lead to only an 11,000 gold lead after all of those shutdowns.
And
Never mind.
another goal.
Never mind. Oh boy,
Yeah.
it's rough. I mean, when you see 1,000 gold shutdown, 750 gold shutdown, 500 gold shutdown, and you look at the gold lead and it literally hasn't changed, I really don't know what to say at this point. All of your gold is on Happier Cat. You need the biggest Tibbers stun on the planet in order to win this game.
Yep. And that's not, that's not mincing any words either. Like it is such a big deficit that you need everything to line up. The stars
you
to
need
align.
the stars to align. You need the galactic alignment anti-alt right now. You need everyone stacked on each other for some reason, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're all, focused around an objective or all like waiting in a bush or something. You get vision, you flash, get the Tibbers, get the full burst onto everyone. If you're able to get that kill, you get the big storm surge
Happier
pick.
Cat.
Just be careful.
What are you doing there?
I think Happier Cat's fine. I don't think there's that much risk right now. There's no major blast cones, but yeah, it's not able to really push up that far without any risk, having to just run all the way back to tower to maintain that safety.
Wow.
1 Q from the Xerath is so strong. Zebra now looking for a flank. Big tidal wave, but it's not quite enough. Happier Cat looking for some damage. Big Tibbers though, looking for Rigor Mortis. Gonna force the flash out. That's something there, but damage coming through now. Wraith looking for more. Dira has to be careful, has to dodge literally everything now, but Wraith manages to take it out. Rigor Mortis still alive. Called Forge God from Valka. Looked nice, but Rigor Mortis is still up. Wraith just poking out over and over and over again. Landing the stun now. Gonna be able to take out Luton. And if any CC lands onto any member of Ronin at any point, it just looks like Wraith is able to snipe them out so easily, taking out waves, taking out players like their minions. I mean, it's just so brutal right now. Happier Cat with no Tibbers anymore means there's really not a lot to be fought. You can see Wraith just putting the pressure on over and over and over again as they're knocking on the inhibitor. 25 minutes, 8-28. The gold lead absolutely ballooned to a massive state. Still going from 12,000 to 13,000. Just feeling impossible, honestly, for the Ronin. Even with engages like that, Rigor Mortis can just use the Crescent Guard, block the rest of the damage, and they can't get anything.
Yeah, I mean, Clickbait God has pulled in Zebra into the Vortex. Nothing really done there, and I think just gonna push here for the end. Happy Cat doesn't have their ultimate just yet either. Can't see this Galactic Star alignment either. And really clean game from the Valkyries.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And I mean, we're saying it's not over, but at this point, it's all over but the bell, right? Luton's literally getting chunked out in base. Valka does have the opportunity there with a nice call to Forge God. Happier Cat does have that Tibbers. If anything's gonna happen, it's gonna happen now. Does manage to get the shutdown. Luton actually manages to get the shutdown on Descents as well on the backside of that fight. Happier Cat has to be careful, has to dodge one more Q from Wraith as he go in, but Luton dove on by Rigor Mortis. Keeps going forward, but the wind becomes late and the flash forward from Wraith, but nice dodge from Luton. Keeps them alive and keeps them in this game. A nice shutdown there. Make sure that they won't go down quite yet. Trying to chase down Rigor Mortis, trying to get a shutdown here, but they're not quite able to find it. Will be Valkyries short off once again as the Ronin managed to hold on through, honestly, what I can only assume is raw force of will at this point, just manifesting the victory, because they should have been dead about 16 minutes ago, and somehow they're still in this game, still managing to find picks, still managing to find Rigor Mortis and give Happier Cat more kills on this Annie, who is by far their only win condition. Now gonna try and look for that dragon to delay that soul even further. Teleporting to mid though. Wraith already here, rescued, coming back as well, and I don't think they have the damage right now. I think they're probably gonna be forced off of this dragon, but now we'll see. Yeah, they are gonna be forced off. Zebra just gonna take the red buff instead.
Yeah, and they did lose a turn in the process as well, so they couldn't get the dragon. They did get the pick onto Rigor Mortis, but all towers now down except for that one lone tower in the Nexus. And I think that's not going to dissuade them from waiting for Baron, as they do look like they're pushing, at least as Ashe is. Mordecai's, the ping is to Baron though, and we see almost all members of Valkyries slowly heading there.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I just wonder, you know, you have to wonder like what the adaptations are going to be in the next draft, because like, yeah, a lot of this is coming down to execution, but I think part of it comes down to draft, right? It's, you know, like I said in draft, right? If the Valkyries execute this well, it's going to be a massive difficulty for the Ronin to actually pull off getting back into the game, just because of how much range and pick potential they have. And you can see it right now. Zebra pulled into the Death Realm, getting absolutely melted. Meanwhile, Wraith is popping the ult, just absolutely annihilating Dira. Valka able to use that ultimate Call of the Forge God to try and get a little bit of CC down, but without Happier Cat there, able to follow up, it's not really meaningful. Clickbait God already in the Ghost, just keeps trying to run them down. Happier Cat going forward. You can see the flash coming out from Sense, try and rush it in. Happier Cat able to get that first pick now, but knocked up by Rigor Mortis and taken out by Clickbait God. Gonna be able to just take even more. Look at the shields from Clickbait God, absolutely massive. Just so hard to pull this out. It's just Luton and Dira against the world, and Wraith's gonna try and melt them. They're going back in. Dira's trying to fight it, but they won't be enough. Rigor Mortis going down. Wraith getting run down by Luton, and he's not gonna be able to pick up the kill. And it's gonna be Valkyries coming back with an absolute vengeance to tie up this series 1-1.
Yeah, really strong play here from Valkyries. I think towards the end there, we did see Ronin with just some glimmers of hope on being able to pick Valkyries off just little by little. We could see why they kind of built this comp around what they saw in the draft, but unfortunately, as we said earlier, execution is the name of the game. The Valkyries did it much better, much cleaner. They did it early and didn't really let go of the gas pedal, and kind of just thrusted themselves into a lead that pretty much was difficult for the Ronins to come back to.
Yep. I think, you know, I think they made a really good attempt to get back into that game given how far the goal deficit was, but yeah, it just wasn't anywhere near enough at that point. And you could see, you know, with the damage charts, with Luton doing almost, what, 5,000, 6,000 less than the Ornn. Ornn being your second most damaged in the game when you have all these champions is just a very rough time. You can see just how much damage Wraith did in that game as well. Absolute amazing performance on that Xerath, showing once again that, you know, you can take away some good picks, but you really can't ban out Wraith. The guy has a champion Ocean and put it on display this game.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how they kind of address this in draft. I think initially, I think the Skarner pick was fine. I don't think it was too off, especially since Luton did get Corki later on in the draft. I did think this Annie selection was a little off. I mean, not the Annie, the Nami. Well, I guess the Annie too, right? Because I think when you see the Xerath, and I think that was that B2 or B3? I forget. I think it was, unfortunately, picking a support champ that early on really did give the Valkyrie some time to kind of change the draft a little bit and kind of address weaknesses on the side of Ronin. But so yeah, we'll see the adaptations they make as we do take a short break. When we come back, we'll get straight into the draft for Game 3 of the series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Water Draft League. We are in draft for Game 3 of our match for the Ronin versus the Valkyries. Ronin came out Game 1 swinging with a 1-0 lead. Valkyries immediately responding with an absolute beatdown of a Game 2 with almost no hope for the Ronin of coming back. Now Ronin going back to the drawing boards, going for that red side, wanting that counter pick, seeing if they have draft adaptations that they can make given how dominant last game was for the Valkyries.
Yeah. I want to see if there's going to be any draft ban changes here. As we do see Zin finally banned from the series and the prior going on to this Ash. Yeah, I was waiting for a new adaptation here because I think for first two games the bans were not different. So it's great to see a change here. Wait, I say that, but I've realized that Seraphine is now available for selection.
Seraphine is available and immediately locked in for the Ronin. That is a multi-lane flex, so I'm not surprised to see it start as well. Something that's been very prolific for them this entire season. The Ash picked up now for the Valkyries, and the Corki's still available as well, so they're Ronin knowing that they don't have to lock it in quite yet.
Yeah.
Valkyries leaving that up, banning the Jinx instead, going for the Braum. So going for this bit more defensive bot lane, all things considered. Potentially maybe trying to force that Seraphine out mid, given that Seraphine very good at sort of neutralizing lane, but not as great into something like the Braum. And it looks like it might just be the Lilia actually locked in here for the Valkyries this time. It will be. So yeah, a lot of changes so far. Seraphine left open,
Yeah.
the Braum locked in instead of an Enchanty of the Lilia going now. So I think both teams just sort of trying to really switch it up in draft. Looks like it might be the Ahri mid lane as well, which would mean that Seraphine is probably going bot or support.
Yeah, I think something that I wanted to see coming from Ronin here specifically is picking that mid lane trap early. We were talking about it a little bit earlier when Valkyries were on red side. Maybe it would be best if they picked their mid lane so that wouldn't be banned out. And so we finally got that adaptation here. Ahri being selected before the first phase, second phase bans, I mean. It does give away that the Seraphine is going bot, either bot or support, still flexible. We do see Mordekaiser banned away as well. So very interesting stuff this time around. I'm super excited for that. Lilia, very different from a Zin in terms of playstyle. So we'll see how the game goes, as we do see Kate being hovered over for the fourth ban on the Valkyrie side.
Yeah, and I'm not shocked to see the Caitlyn, given that using this range and going for the pick potential with the Seraphine and the Ahri would be very strong. Here we're going to see the Syndra and the Mordekaiser banned out, which suggests, I think, that the Ronin want to go for another tank top laner, given that they're banning out that Mordekaiser already. And the Syndra banned out as well. I'm not surprised at all. That's a very good pick for Wraith. So making sure that Wraith doesn't get access to it, I think, is a very smart option. I'd imagine we see either the Corki or potentially a top laner banned out here. We could see the Gnar or the Ornn banned out, I think would be smart for the Valkyries. You can see them banning. Yeah, they're going to just ban out that Gnar. Make sure that they can't get that safe yet tanky top laner here. And even though the Mordekaiser's banned out, I think the Gnar ban over the Ornn suggests that they probably have another answer for it. Ooh, are we gonna see the Senna Seraphine bot
Ooh.
lane? Oh, the Blitzcrank cover doing numbers on us. I think he's just messing with our heads. Think we're just getting messed with. We'll see though what it ends up being. I think it's probably just gonna be Seraphine Senna. This is a very strong bot lane when it's given the right position. Luton and Dira have been very successful on this pick, so I'm not shocked to see this come in. That's gonna give them a lot of both consistent damage and a lot of value here in that bot lane. Tons of healing, shielding, sustain in fights, a lot of sustained damage as well. You have a lot of pick potential thanks to that Ari. You have a lot of tankiness because of the Skarner, the ability to shield and do all of this. So going for more engage, I think, is a smart option to try and really annihilate that backline, knowing that you're not going to be able to win these extremely sustained fights unless you get a big pick. So we are going to see the Lissandra locked in for Wraith. Now a top laner. I imagine we see some form of either primary or follow-up engage here. The Cassante would work well as a blind pick once again. The Ornn also very good. You could also see one of those strong sort of neutral bruisers that we tend to see picked up that can ignore... I was about to say something like the Garen, but the Olaf works very well. The Kled also works as well if they want more engage, and it will be the Kled locked in. I was worried about saying Kled originally because I'm like, does he play it? Are they going to lock in the Kled here? Yeah, they are. They're just going to go for it, and this is a very, very aggressive team comp coming out from the Valkyries. Very defensive here from the Ronin, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a tank top laner just to sort of neutralize that early game on the top side and buy more time for this bot lane, get more appeal because of this aggressive dive.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I know Ornn was had a poor showing last game, but I think Ornn is fine. Malphite is also fine in my opinion too. As they do lock in this pick, I think they are missing another primary engage, right? We do have the Skarner there, but Ari's follow up, Seraphine's kind of follow up, and so having Malphite being the primary engager is not a bad idea either. Well, I think both teams have like really strong ways of starting up fights. Ashe Arrow, Malphite ult, Seraphine ult, Lilia ult. And I think I'm excited that the playstyle, the champion selected too, is quite different from the first two games.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing here is just making sure that you can actually get the picks and get access to the early game that you need from the Valkyries, right? Because Ronin are actually quite slow to come online. The Seraphine and Senna, good poke, but it's not going to beat an Ashe Braum, right? Your Skarner is not going to outclear Lilia. Your Ari is sort of the main source of early game potential, but if you can't get past that early game, you will fall apart and suffer for it. So the Valkyries, similarly to the last game, do need to get ahead early. Now, if it's anything like last game, the Valkyries have nothing to worry about. But the Ronin, now knowing how they play, knowing how these ganks, how all of this early game can come through, sort of know how to play around it, or hopefully should, if they have sort of adapted to it. And if they're able to do that, I think this comp can absolutely just dominate the mid and late game.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see how each respective junglers kind of approach the early to mid game, and we'll see if each lanes will kind of respect and see how far they're willing to push lanes or be susceptible to ganks. But in the meantime, we will take a short break as we load onto the Rift. Stay tuned as we enter Game 3 of the series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome into game 4, game 3 of our match for the Valkyries versus the Ronin. Some interesting draft adaptations. We do see the Seraphine Senna bot lane, something that we haven't seen in a minute, usually banned out, but finally the Ronin getting to play it again for the Valkyries. Very early game, very go-forward focused comp. This is Overwatch, they would not be putting their fingers off of the W key. They want to go in fast, they want to win. Because if it gets to mid to late game, the Ronin have a comp that are very, very hard to take down in those extended fights.
Yeah, I agree, and I want to see where again these junglers fight. It's been, I mean, path. It's been top to bot both games, and it seems like we're geared towards that again. I think for me, because I'm thinking because bot lane is such a focus, and getting that early lead really translates well into that first dragon and beyond. I will say though, outside of that, it has been good to see Valkyrie still being able to succeed with the 2 subs, right? We don't have they said, and we don't have I forget who was their bot laner. But it's good to see that the subs are working and their coordination is still pretty good, regardless of these subs.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest thing here to note is just how well Clickbait God has been settling into his role. Like, right, don't get me wrong, Sense has been playing very well, but Clickbait God has been doing an absolute great job in this top lane. Pretty much every game so far that we've seen, absolute great showing on the Mordekaiser, great showing on the Cassante as well, even though they did end up losing that game. Some amazing engages, doing very well on the champ, clearly knows what he's doing. So I think, you know, in terms of actually bringing in subs, it doesn't seem like they settled for just some random people to help them. You know, they want to win these quarterfinals. They don't want to just throw it away just because they don't have all their players. And you can see it now. Dira already forced to cleanse and flash off this level 2. Sense going in, using the ghost. Lots of damage now from Dira. Luton forced to flash as well. Sense going forward, looking for some more stuns. And it's going to be both flashes from the Ronin bot side. The cleanse as well from Dira. Meanwhile, Sense is going to be forced to use the flash and the ghost to try and get that advantage. So no kills to be had. A lot of poke coming through now. Luton does have the TP once they get that tier, once they get a solid back. Clickbait God doing a very good job bullying in this top side. Valk has to be careful because Clickbait God could set up right now for a potential dive here because of the remount. And is exactly going to go for it, looking for it, getting the damage down. Needs one more auto, but he needs to get it before that tower focuses. Going to use the flash and will make it out. First blood in the solo boa for Clickbait God.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that small fight should have the advantage level 1 and level 2. I'm not sure what's happening. I do see Valka going for the Doran's Ring as the item purchase, but the Grasp as the Summoner Spell, which is a little bit of a double dip there. I feel like if you're going to go all in on this poke with the Doran's Ring, you might as well go Comet, right? Because I don't think you want to double dip here. If you're going to go for the Grasp, you might as well go Doran's Shield and kind of heal from there. But unfortunately, Clickbait God did get first blood, and we'll probably look to snowball that lead, as we do see for the first time a jungler starting bot side in this Lilia. And Valka needs to be a little careful. I don't think they're expecting Rigor Mortis to be here, considering the starts in their first 2 games.
Happier Cat getting bullied for missing that charm, and Zebra finally here is just going to be able to make it out there, though. And I think this is something to note, right? Valka clearly knew the matchup for the Ornn, right? Going that phase rush was very strong. I feel like doesn't know this matchup as well, right? Because I think if you knew this matchup, you'd know that Arcane Comet is very much better than the Grasp here. Mortis showing up in mid, nothing happening, right? That Grasp, you go in, you don't want to be in melee range of that Kled early on. You don't want to let this Kled have a chance to proc that Conqueror, get this Q, run you down. So there's really not a lot of reason to run, especially because once you get remounted, you're just so far down in effective HP and damage and trading. Rigor Mortis with a nice smite still there as well. And Valkyrie is doing a really good job in this early game, up 1,000 at 5 minutes. Not quite the 2,000 that we saw last game, but still pretty significant. That being said, there's a lot of waves about to crash into the Ronin, so should only end up being a couple hundred, but still doing a very good job thanks to that early first blood and doing very well CSing, invading, and playing this early game just incredibly. Clickbait God does have to be careful. You can see going in on Valka, just gonna keep trying to poke. Doesn't quite have the level 6 yet, and Zebra is here. Just trying to buy time. Clickbait God going down. might not be out. We'll see. The slow comes through. Isn't going to have the remount available and doesn't have the flash anymore, so they might just be able to run it down. But Zebra backing off maybe a little bit early. No, backing off just in time. Valka can be able to return that kill with help from his jungler. I think Zebra needs to stay up here and help him push this wave, though, because Clickbait got SCP and the wave is not in a good spot.
No, Malphite doesn't clear that well, especially with a no mana Malphite at that. Let's see if Valka is able to push. No, Kled is ready here. Wave is still not in turret range. Valka kind of has to step back here in respect.
And without a Tiamat, Clickbait God should be able to freeze this wave extremely easily. And that's going to make lane incredibly hard for Malphite because he doesn't have TP. He's going to walk his way all the way back there. This Kled should hopefully have the lane frozen at this point, I believe. We'll have to check.
Look at Lilia, Rigor Mortis trying to go for the Gromp there. Zebra should be able
just
to
going to hold this frozen wave. Top lane is not in a great spot now because of that. Going to be up a ton of CS. Going to be up a lot of XP as well. A lot of poke in this bot side, but Sense firing right back there. Rescued. Missing out on that Q. Gonna have to be careful. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Wraith getting charmed up. Happier Cat use the ult. Wraith goes in, though. Does have to use the Frozen Tomb, though, to buy some time. Rigor Mortis going to try and go in on that dive. We'll be able to find it, but it's going to be a 1-for-1. The jungler's picking up the kill. Zebra managing to pick up Rigor Mortis here. And Luden and Sense have to be careful. Rescued, going further, using that shield, proccing the Guardian, just trying to back off here, and Rigor Mortis managing to get his support out to safety. But the flash and heal, both used from that Braum, should give Ronin full priority on this dragon. Clickbait God, you can see, because he set up this freeze, just so strong now in this top lane. Does have to be careful.
Valka has level 6.
Yeah, if he manages to get that Q, he might be able to take this out. Clickbait God missing out on that Q as well. Has to be careful. The freeze wasn't good enough. Valka Fenrika coming back with all that armor. Clickbait God not quite accounting for it. Going down, a really nice solo kill there up in the top side. And it's going to be Ronin also picking up the dragon, destroying it up. Now only about 300 gold behind in this deficit because of that first blood, because that's CS. But being able to get all these objectives quite strong now on this bot lane as well. I think they're doing quite a good job of weathering this early storm.
Yeah, I agree. I think Valka back in there too is a good idea. You haven't seen Lilia. Kind of assume that they're at Rift Void Grubs, and so back in there was the right call. You might see Zebra has ultimate. They have to be a little careful.
Oh, see the arrow though from long range onto Zebra, and that's no cleanse. Nice charm there from Happier Cat just to zone off Rigor Mortis though. Means Zebra's going to be able to get himself out to safety.
Yeah, and knowing that Braum is top, I think bot side was a backing, but they kind of elected to push instead, knowing that Braum is in a roaming state. Ashe all by herself really can't do much against the double range in the Seraphine and the Senna.
Yeah, and right now I think it's mostly on Valkyries to sort of try and find plays. We weren't able to find anything with that big Ashe arrow, so waiting on that cooldown to come back up is going to be big. But they do have a lot of big other ultimates that they could use to get picks, right? Obviously the charge from the Kled, you have the Lilting Lullaby from Lilia, you have the Frozen Tomb from the Lysandra, all able to get very good CC and lockdown onto targets that maybe don't have a flash or don't have a way out.
Yeah, agreed. And now we see that the second Drake is going to be the Chemtech. Again, repeat of game 1. Both new modern Drakes are going to be taken here, so no souls for them. I will see what happens here, as I think at this point Malphite is pretty strong against this Kled. Has to be a little scared.
Rigor Mortis is up here, does have the ultimate, and it will be used. Valka flashing onto the tower. We'll see if Rigor Mortis is going to be able to get that damage off. Yes, he is. He's going to be able to pick up that kill in the top side. You know, for a game that's been so focused around the bot side in this series, I'm kind of shocked that literally almost all the kills have been localized to the top side with a single skirmish in that in the mid lane jungle, sort of right by that tower, that still ended up with both the junglers getting the kill, right? So it's really just the top half of the map that's been seeing all the action. Meanwhile, this bot lane has just been chilling out the entire time, and quite honestly, if you're the Ronin, you're absolutely happy with that. Your Seraphine is almost same CS. Dira is getting all that extra gold from the souls, just farming up, and it's going to scale massively into the mid game.
Yeah, as we do see Valkyries having a slightly just under 1k. 2 minutes until the next dragon. A lot of the go really in Rigor Mortis' hand. They do get a snag here onto Sense, but this Braum Shield pretty strong against his double range comp.
Yeah, and something to note about this, right, is just how strong the Guardian is as well and how it can block all the ultimates here. Wasn't quite able to block that Encore though and has to be careful. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Happier Cat getting very low from Wraith's ultimates. Lots of burn coming out from Rigor Mortis. It's going to be the Leandries picking up the kill, but it will be Zebra trading right back. Now has to be careful though, because Rigor Mortis has a lot of damage on this Lilia. Zebra going to be safe under tower though as well. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Luton out of mana, so can't go any further, but a lot of ultimates used. Dira does still have that ultimate, so Sense and Rescued have to be careful, but it looks like they're just going to be able to take their safe backs.
Alright, we see another repeat here. Clickbait trying to go for Valko. Does have ultimate, needs to be a little bit wary. Is close to mounting.
Yeah,
Very
I think it's
close.
really dangerous. Valka going in though, trying to find it for the remount, and he's going to be able to. Beautiful combo there from Valka, and Clickbait God once again not quite respecting this Malphite. And you know, like I was saying, Clickbait God was, you know, knew his matchups, playing very well, but doesn't quite know his ranges, doesn't quite understand that, yeah, Malphite has a lot of base damage. If you're low on that Glad, if you're building into these damages, you're not really building health or tankiness or any of the sustain. It's pretty dangerous. You can definitely die if you get unmounted and you don't get enough damage. If you're not able to get enough of that remount charge in time, Valka can just ult in and kill you.
Yeah, agreed. And three really tight picks here from Valka. Does get the Sunfire Cape purchase finally. And we do see, I forget the name of that, the TMI item, onto this Kled. 3 kills now onto Rigor Mortis. Heartsteel finally on Zebra. Dragon is spawning in, already spawned. But we do see a blue ping on the Void Grubs. Makes sense, they already have 3. So we do see some fighting here in the bot side.
And it looks like we're going to go for the very standard, something that we haven't seen this game, which is just 6 scrubs for the 2 dragons trade. Given how the top side is going, I'm not super shocked at this. You can see Sense and Rescued may be looking for something. Wraith maybe potentially on the roam down, but I think it's very dangerous. You have Happier Cat able to follow. This shouldn't be the dragon picked up for Zebra. Now Sense has to be careful though. This could be getting run down. Dira with a lot of slows now onto Rescued. Has to be careful. Luton as well. Really nice ultimate there from the Braum to knock him up, but Sense has to be careful. Using the Ghost. Using
Flash?
trying to flash away as well. Trying to maybe buy time for the Lissandra to get here, but Happier Cat's already on the roam, and Sense is going to be taken out. Now 3 charges, Happier Cat might be able to land something. The Encore comes through, but it's not going to be able to go onto anyone. The Charm landed onto Rescue, getting a lot of damage down. Has to be careful. Zebra eating a tower shot. He barely stays alive thanks to the healing and shielding from Dira and Luton. Now Wraith has to be careful as well. Doesn't have that Frozen Tomb anymore. Rescued finally being able to upgrade that support item means they're not going to quite be able to burst him out onto this tower if he's careful. Now on the top side, Valky getting ulted by Rigor Mortis. Has to be careful into the sleep pattern. Buying enough time for Clickbait God to possibly get here with the charge, but Valky's just going to ult out to the safety of his tower. Meanwhile, bot side, you can see Happier Cat wrapping around, trying to force something out. Going to force Wraith and Rescue to cancel those backs. Now it's going to be Wraith on the TP here, try and collapse on that bot side, but he's just going to be able to pick up the wave, forcing the rest of the team back from that tower. Now on the top side, we see more plays happening. The potential dive here onto Valka as Clickbait God and Rigor Mortis look for it, but they're not quite able to get the kills. Smallish proc though in a lot of towers now, but Zebra is up here. Clickbait God has to be careful. He's knocked into a wall, bursted up. Needs one more for the Heartsteel stack, but he won't quite be able to get it in time. Unfortunately, Clickbait shot ekes a tower shot. Needs all the minions. It's going to be the boulder toss there from Zebra to pick him out. Now Happier Cat going through, has the movement speed, looking forward. Not quite able to land the charm, but is able to land that orb of destruction. It's going to be the shutdown for Happier Cat, and the fighting doesn't stop. But once it eventually comes to an end, we see the Ronin come out on top. Now no longer in a gold deficit, but with a 600 gold lead.
Wow. Lots of fighting and string of events there. All really in the favor of the Valkyries. Now,
I think you mean
finally getting a lead. Oh, sorry, the Ronin, my bad.
I was about to say, if the Valkyries were winning all that fight, this game would be turning out a lot different. But no, it is the Ronin who effectively made it through the early game. Have, I think, gotten themselves to this mid game. They are very strong right now. You can see the Skarner super far ahead. Happier Cat not doing the greatest on the Ari, but was able to pick up a lot of those assists, doing quite well on the farm, able to land enough damage now with the Malignants, I think. Very able to support the team on that pick, even if they weren't able to quite carry. But Dira and Luton have done an amazing job weathering the storm that they're able to. Luton now with the Blackfire Torch, able to pretty much perma-clear these waves now without a ton of risk. Whipping the Encore there, unfortunately, not quite able to get that one, but just very strong now on this Seraphine. Farming up, has the tier, and be able to scale now. You can see Dira going for that Black Cleaver, doing a really good job on this Senna as well. And it's just so hard to take them out because of all this healing, shielding, all the sustain, all the damage coming out. You can see just how much damage they do now, and just how little damage they take.
Yeah. Really have to respect this range comp. I know they were slightly ahead there, trying to get that tower bot side, but with the return of Dira, ooh, what an arrow.
Yeah, beautiful arrow. Will it be enough? See, Rigor Mortis now down here, gonna be able to take out Luton. Gonna use Lilting Lullaby as well, put Deer straight to sleep. Gonna pick up a second kill as well. Meanwhile, on the top side, Happier Cat getting dove by Clickbait God, who's gonna manage to pull it off. And Valkyries answer right back. Amazing play for amazing play. Fortunately, not able to get a gold lead because of the extra kills that they were able to get, but Rigor Mortis picking up a lot. Doing an amazing job on this Lilia right now. It's just been doing so well. Clickbait God as well on that top side. Has to be careful, though. Will be able to take out the tower, but not before being taken out by Valka.
Yeah, I mean, small compensation there. I think if I was Clickbait, getting that tower was huge. Unfortunate series of events for Ronin. I think kind of pushing a little bit too far, not respecting how long it's been since they've seen the Lilia. Couldn't get a kill in return, unfortunately. Also, the same side for Happier Cat. I think there's just been a theme of players just thinking they're safe and being able to farm on the tower, but multiple instances of that resulting in deaths.
Yeah. Now, the biggest thing to look for right now is that we're 30 seconds off the next drag. This is soul point for the Ronin, so you'd imagine Valkyries want to fight it. Unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to have the Lullaby. They might have enough CDR. We'll have to see. But Charging Lullaby still on cooldown. The Arrow and the Glucial Fisher should be up in time, I think, but see Zebra just using the Herald here in mid lane, getting a lot of damage down, forcing the rotations out. Seeing if they can get it. A really nice engage there from Wraith. Luton's still alive, though. Using the Encore, getting it onto 2. Happier Cat using that Malignance, getting a lot of damage down, but they're not quite able to finish anything off. And Clickbait God here now on the back line. Charmed up, has to be careful. Happier Cat popping low and will be taken out. Sense with 1, Clickbait God with another. Luton with a nice little root there. Has to be careful. Finally, Valka has joined the fight, but it's a little bit too late now. We'll see if they're able to turn this into a dragon here. Luton does have the TP if needed. They decide that they do want to end up fighting this, but really amazing engage there from Wraith. And the Ronin just don't quite have the damage yet. I think they really needed Valka there early.
I agree. I think that, again, when we were talking about draft, they really needed that hard engage. Malphite was the perfect answer to that question, but unfortunately Valka wasn't there in time. Teleport almost back up. Last compensation, it looks like they can get mid tower. They do have to play a little safe, as Rigor Mortis does have their ultimate still, and they should be able to walk away. I was gonna say scot-free, but they did have to lose Ocean Dragon there.
Yeah, and I think, when you're looking at what's happening, you just see just how much damage this team can put out when they have the CC, right? Wraith does, decent damage, don't get me wrong, but is not really starting to show. Wraith's job is to be the primary playmaking for the team, right? Clickbait God can definitely get good engages with the charge, but the big AoE CC, the big, start to the fight is really that Lissandra engage. Being able to save yourself with Frozen Tomb or lock down a target with it, being able to get that AoE root, sets up perfectly for Rigor Mortis, who just does so much damage on this Lilia. Sense, who's already on the Utah Wild Arrows, just does so much. Really nice engage there. The Impale only hits 1, unfortunately. Clickbait God close. Going to be able to get that remount, but the Heart Steel proc from Zebra going to get him before it goes off. Valka Fenrika shielded up by Dira, who's able to save him. Rigor Mortis now has to be careful. Happier Cat looking for it. Needs to land the charm. Not going to be able to do it. The flash from Rigor Mortis gets him out to safety. Meanwhile, the tower is being pushed out in mid bot lane. That is going to be a 1-for-0, though, in favor of Ronin. They're able to pick that one up, but it required all 5 players to do it. And it looks like Wraith and Sense are going to be able to knock down this tier 2 while it happens. We'll have to see. Valka going to use that TP to try and save the tower.
Yeah, and I think that will do it. Not sure if I would have wanted to waste that teleport for a tower. Regardless, it did its job. Worst case scenario was teleport being burnt and the tower being burnt down. Malphite is sticking around. Ah, give it away.
Huge plays. I think honestly, the Ronin are doing a pretty good job of, not sinking into the traps that they have in the previous games where they just sort of start falling apart. They're like, oh, we need a pick, but we're losing the map, but we can't go here. They're doing a good job of playing together, even if that means giving something up. But they still have the TPs. They know how to play around this. And I think with Baron now up, it really could be either teams if they get a good fight. But I don't think either team really has the strength to rush it down right now.
No.
Especially not the Ronin, right? They have good damage with the Lilia. You can see the Ashe going for much more of that attack speed build with the Yuntal right into the Phantom Dancer. Going to be a lot more utility and slow-based, a lot more consistency, without a lot of the AD damage right now. Going to be building into that next. So playing more towards the 3-item spike than the 2-item spike. Meanwhile, for the Ronin, they're going to be just sort of chilling out, giving their CS over to their carries. They need to buy some time. Valka does go for that Malignance as well, so does want a little bit of extra damage on this Malphite ult, I think realizing that they don't quite have the same level of damage that they might want from the rest of the team. Happier Cat forced to use the Spirit Rush to get out because of the engage from Clickbait God. But all in all, I think both teams doing fairly well right now. No team has really blown this game open to a degree that they're significantly in the lead and can't come back from it. So both teams just have to play pretty carefully, look for their moments, look for their picks, look for their engages, and find this potential where they can. Where they can might be in this bot side jungle as Valkyries assemble around 4 around this blue buff. Going over the wall. Meanwhile, on the top side, Clickbait God just getting the solo bolo onto Happier Cat, who is not respecting this Kled damage.
Yeah, and this is the second time, right? I think first was under the tower, not respecting the remount and the dive. And again, this time, no ult. Can't really move out this time around. We do see Valka going in with the ultimate. My goodness, that is still tower for Valkyries.
Yeah. See, Clickbait God getting 1v1 though up in this top side. Valka does have to be careful of the potential lifesteal, but I don't think he has to worry about it. That Sunfire plus the Bramble Vest makes Malphite very, very threatening. The Malignance for the damage as well. Very strong, so gonna be able to return that kill. But it will be the tier 2 mid lane tower knocked down by the Valkyries. Drag up in 40 seconds as well. That's going to be Ronin's big play, I think, that they need to make. They need to be able to get this objective. Valka, don't know, should, I think, have the ultimate back by the time it spawns. We'll have to see, though. The arrow goes wide with the drowsy hits. And it's going to be Luton getting run down. Nice encore, though, and they're able to lock up the damage. Wraith manages to finally finish him off. But it's going to be a little bit too late. Wraith now in the middle of everyone is going to be able to finish off that kill. But it's going to be Dira picking up another one. Sense has to be careful. Doesn't do quite enough damage because Dira does have all that extra healing. Sense running them down. Has to be careful though.
Valka
nice
does have ultimate
to
soon.
dodge out from the CC, but the ultimate from Valka Fenrica going to be able to take out that Ashe at the back end of the fight. Now with the dragon up in 3 seconds, it should be Ronin's
teleport from
objective.
Kled.
But it was a TP from Clickbait God into the back line. It's going to force them to scatter, so they're not quite going to be able to do it. They're going to have to come back and regroup if they want that dragon.
Wow, very exciting fight here in the mid lane. I think it could have gone either way depending on how things were executed. Fortunately for Malphite, ultimate was up, and I think it was communicated because I don't think Zebra should have been that close to the Ashe. I think a second too late with the ultimate, and it could have spelled disaster. Oh no, Luton.
They caught out again. Going forward alone on that Seraphine, thinking because Zebra was in the bot side, he sort of had help, but the the Valkyries had just wrapped around through mid lane. They're going to pick up their second drag of the game, stopping that stacking entirely from the Ronin, meaning that that's going to be another, minimum 10 minutes before the Ronin can actually threaten Soul, right? So
yeah,
that's if they get the dragons on spawn. Now the engage here from the Kled, Clickbait God going forward. Beautiful stun there from Sense, and they're just going to pick up Diro once again.
Might be a
14 to
Baron
14
call, right?
with the gold lead very far up. I'd imagine it is. It's going to be Wraith and Rigor Mortis picking up that dragon now, and I imagine they just turn their sights towards the Baron. Without Diro on that Senna being able to keep them alive with the ultimate, with all that healing, with the extra damage they get from Cleaver, It should be pretty easy. A charm onto Wraith, but only about half health, not quite able to finish it off. But the engage from Valka can be able to pick up that Lysandra, and that will mean that the Valkyries aren't going to be able to get this Baron.
Yeah, good pick. I think they were very patient on that pick. I think they were trying to go for Rigor Mortis, to be honest. But the charm did hit Lysandra instead. Still a good pick. And then Valka with a really well-timed ultimate, because Wraith did have an opportunity to ult themselves. Would have bought enough time for the rest of the Valkyries to arrive, but well-timed on Valka's part, and does lead to a non-Baron call.
Yeah, and I think making sure that they could pull them off that Baron, even if it was some ult investment, I think is completely fine, all things considered, because, again, you just want to keep buying time, right? You do have the infinite scaling on the Senna. Now, is it that crazy? Probably not at this point. Only the 2 items, the Cleaver. It's going to be good. 100 stacks now finally hit. So, you know, it is significant, but, you know, you really just want to get the 3rd item onto Luton, who has not been having the best game as of yet. You know, only 2 items. Doesn't do a ton of insane damage because, you know, he went for that Rallies. A lot of utility, but surprisingly, I think the majority of damage right now is coming out of Valka. On that Malphite, has the Sunfire for the sustained damage, has the Malignance for that extra AP, going for the Zeeks as well, just for that economy item because of how much it buffs your damage and your CC for good value after you use your ultimate, which, you know, you should be doing at the start of every fight, or just looking for a big ultimate every fight.
Yeah. As we do see Valkyries warding the top side here, maybe trying to threaten a Baron take. Dragon is 3 minutes away, pretty far away, so really the only objective worth fighting for is this Baron. Blue ward, scouted by the Valkyries. They know they're not on it, gives them some time. Ashe is backing. It's a little bit of a tense moment here. Both teams a little slow, not really committing. My guess is they don't want to start this Baron fight just yet. They can't burst it without a proper ADC, at least for the Ronin. And so it seems like we're gonna wait for this dragon to spawn. In the meantime, just collecting some gold from the waves, the jungle. Maybe a pick here and there, but we're getting close to that territory where burning an ultimate means not having it available for a big objective fight. And I think when you look on both sides, there are very crucial ultimates needed to start fights, right? Like Sense's arrow, the Kled ultimate here as well for a good flank, and then on the other side, Malphite's ultimate as well. So yeah, a little bit tense. And it's a very tight game. I know when you look at the gold, Valkyries are up 4K, but it can be anyone's game depending on how these fights play off.
Yeah. And I think right now for the Ronin, your job is just to keep buying time and really try and get a solid 5v5 around these dragons, because last 2 dragons you've gotten caught beforehand. You've never really gotten a solid 5v5. So I think it's really on them to just make sure that they're around, make sure that they're getting what they need. And honestly, I think it's worth giving that Baron over if you need to, because you have so much wave clear.
Yes. Yeah. And with the timer hitting down to 1 minute for the dragon, we do see blue wards from Valkyries. This risk, though, really important for this dragon. Does suss out the pink ward that is in the brush, as we do see a fight maybe going on to rescue here.
Yeah, we'll see. Rescued getting picked off in the initial fight, but Clickbait got able to get a really nice reverse engage onto there. Valka over here, though, on the backside, needs a good ultimate, looking for it, needs it. There's grouped up, and 3-man ultimate is nice there. Not quite landing a pick just yet. Wraith going into the Frozen Tomb, trying to heal back up, but the sustain is massive for the Ronin. Now on the back end of the fight, Clickbait got finally picked off. It's only Rigor Mortis and Rescued left alive as Wraith goes down as well. Rigor Mortis and Rescued forced both to run away. Now, there's a lot of sustain, but they need a little bit of time just to get all that healing back online from Luton and Dira. Looks like we're not quite going to go for the Baron. They think, we don't want to risk a potential steal. Let's just go for this dragon, get our dragon online, get our soul point online, make sure that we can take this out. And I think it should be relatively uncontested. Rigor Mortis might be able to run in, go for a potential steal, especially if that blast cone is still up, but if it's not, I don't think there's really any chance. And yeah, Rigor Mortis doesn't even want to risk it, knowing that if he goes down, the chance for a Baron skyrockets, and it's really on a Miracle for his team to stop it. So does not want to risk going down and losing that. Really nice fight there from the Valkyries, from the Ronin. I think really playing to the strengths of the sustained, just buy time sort of team fight. Because if you don't go down on that first engage, I think the Valkyries have a very tough time pumping out consistency and actually taking over the fight.
Yeah, I think what I noted early on in the fight was there was 2 separate fights going on. One was in the brush, I think, when they got that pick into rescued, and another one too was Wraith found the ultimate onto the Ahri, but fighting in that chokehold typically is good for the Valkyries, but flashes were expended to go to red side, and it was really hard to close that distance without any more summoner spells to be used. And so we have a lot of flashes removed on the side of Ronin and Valkyries. Ashe does have flash. None of the bot laners of Ronin have it available. For the most part, ultimate's already back up. Baron is up. Ooh, we see a pick.
Potentially onto Luton. Really nice arrow and Frozen Tomb combo there. Managed to take out Seraphine early on, and that's going to be a lot of sustain that they just lost. Valka looking for a potential ultimate, but doesn't have a lot of good angles. Valkyrie's doing really well at scattering, making sure that they can't find anything. Zebra has to be careful. Big shield there from the Sterix and the E.
They can fight this.
Looking for more of the boulder toss, but Valka not quite going to be able to land a really nice flash there from Sense to make sure that Valka can't get anything. And that should be a clean Baron for the Valkyries, barring any silliness. Zebra does not have the smite up because he's dead. Luton dead as well. Valka doesn't have the ultimate to maybe go over the wall for that. We'll see. There's maybe a Miracle Seal, but Rigor Mortis has been really good on these smites so far this series, so I expect that maybe they go for the poke, maybe they try and fish for something, but have to be careful there. You can see Wraith looking with the claw. The TP there from Luton. They might try and find this fight after the Baron's already taken out. Luton does manage to land the Encore. Lots of damage goes down onto Wraith, but they're not able to pick up the kill. It's actually going to be picked onto Happier Cat.
Ultimate on Valka soon up.
Yeah. Valka does have that TP if they want to potentially look for that, but I think the fight's probably already over. They don't need anything else.
Wow, a blunder from Luton provides an opening for the Valkyries to get Baron. And it's not the first time, right? Because we did see the Seraphine meandering down to Dragon. As we might be able to see another pick here. But I think Luton being around the area kind of dissuades that from happening. Sorry, as I was saying earlier, we saw the Seraphine getting caught earlier. I think it needs to be hammered down that the Seraphine cannot be in front at all.
No,
and they were getting away with it in some of these fights. But Valkyries were able to capitalize.
Yeah, and I think once they've started punishing, Luton really needs to stop getting caught out so much, because every time Luton gets caught out, it's a Valkyries fight. Just pretty obviously, a lot of the utility, a lot of that sustain, and even a really good chunk of damage is coming from Luton. So if Luton's not careful, this is what happens. You just completely forfeit the fight. And you can see down a full item because of these kills, because he's getting caught out so much, right? The Ashe now 4 items. With that Last Whisper item, getting the Mortal Reminder to cut that sustain a little bit, with the Infinity Edge, very, very strong. And, a lot of this sustained damage over time because of Rigor Mortis, because of Sense, you have to be very careful of if you don't have your sustain to match, right? It's sort of 1-for-1 even trading, but once one member gets taken out, the shift is just too massive here. See Valk on the side, potentially looking for an ultimate, drag up in a minute. It's going to be the next major fight, I'd have to assume, unless they can find an engage here in the mid lane. I'd also like to point out, really great play from Rescued here. 1-0-10 on the Braum, has not died yet this game, has an excellent job of keeping his team alive as well.
Yeah, massive damage onto Luton. I think that was just once Lilia W or E that caused so much damage. I think a combination of Leandre's Riftmaker and lack of MR. We'll see how much this does to Dira. Lissandra is solo pushing bot, is opting to back. I would assume they would use teleport here.
Gonna finish that Void Staff. That's a big pickup too. It's gonna really help out that damage. 4 finished items now for Wraith. Happier Cat not quite on that Rabadon's either, sadly. Dragon up in about 5 seconds. Happier Cat does have the TP if this wave potentially gives her The Rabadons, we'll have to see. It's going to be on
Yeah.
Ronin to push in, but with no vision and no priority, I think it's really rough. He might just end up giving away this dragon. We'll have to see.
I agree.
Team grouping up, but yeah, they're not going to walk for it. They know that it's gone already. They don't want to risk that. Soul point for both teams now. Baron staggered as well, means there's 2 minutes that Baron's going to be up, that a dragon isn't up. I imagine that's also what we're going to be looking for. Now that the Baron is down, I think both teams are probably just going to go back to the drawing board, chill for a little bit, look what ways can we win these fights, how do we keep vision established where it's needed. The Crypt Bloom now picked up actually for Lilia. That's an interesting buy that you don't really see a lot on this Lilia, but is very helpful given that landing that initial kill and being able to get that massive heal for your entire team, as well as just the good stats it provides, I think is going to be a massive swing if you're able to get that kill, right? Obviously, if you're able to get that pick, you know, even if there was damage returned, even if Valkyrie was able to get that dive, that heal, I think might just be just enough to keep your team alive for long enough to keep that fight rolling.
Yeah, I think probably looking at the item choices from Ronin, not much MR besides this Malphite, so maybe electing, Malphite and this Skarner, so maybe electing to go that healing instead. I get more value from that healing at a cheaper cost as well. And you're right, I think getting that first pick is going to be crucial. As we do see Seraphine, why are you so close to the front line? Just back off. Yep. Good review.
That's exactly what happens when you get caught out. Zebra does manage to land a nice impale, though. Rapti on the back line has to be careful. Watch forward from Rigor Mortis, and Jira's getting run down. It's already looting down. Jira's close next. Valko was able to get a nice ultimate, but it was a little bit too little, a little bit too late. Now Zebra and Valko, the last ones left alive. They're getting run down by Rigor Mortis at this point. Trying to look for a potential dive. Clickbait God looking to get remounted. Doesn't even need it as they take it out. That's going to be one inhibitor tower down, and they're going to be knocking on the Nexus tower sooner rather than later. Valka does no longer have an ultimate, but is level 18 on this Malphite. Needs to be able to try and force this wave to be cleared. He's going to try and hold on to this game. We'll see. 15 seconds on Happier Cat. That might be enough time. We'll have to see. Just trying to buy it. Valka beating up these minions, but with the minions still left alive, with all of the extra Void Grubs, and with the kill going over to Sense, it's going to be Valkyries going up 2-1 in the series.
I think we called this earlier too. I think Ronin is just playing a little bit too happily, at least for the front line. Yeah, for the front lines. I mean back lines. I thought Luton was gonna get caught, but this Luton did manage to get the flash out. Happier Cat got caught out, which really spelled disaster. And I think for Valka too, 2 or 3 fights in a row, really just waiting on the perfect Malphite ult, and has ended up whiffing the ult multiple times, hitting no one, and a little bit too late. I think at this point in the game, when most of your damage is coming from your mid lane, your carries, just ult someone, whoever's next to them, take them off. I think waiting really slows down the fight because you are again the primary engager.
Yeah, and you know, Ronin, even getting their sort of ideal comp with the Senna Seraphine, with the Skarner, still weren't able to pull it out, and I think they're really gonna have to figure it out, because right now they're just losing the early game super hard, and even if they manage to pull it back in the mid game, they're just really struggling to find fights. They're struggling to be able to walk in. They're just getting caught out too much.
Yeah, I agree. I think this Ash is off the table. Everyone has selected red side for their preferred side selection. Has won in that side, but this is the first time, right, where someone has selected red has lost. We do see Malphite with really a lot of damage, but that Ari is not doing much.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Not what you want to see. And I think the fact that Luton got set so far behind and was only on those 3 items was really not doing that much damage. That hurt a lot.
Yeah, I agree. And so we will be seeing some key changes in draft. I hope so, because it is a little disheartening to see getting your picks and not performing well. I mean, sure, the game lasted long, and there were bouts of wins and fights and ways to win this game from the Ronin, but just a lot of miscommunication, lack of execution as well. But for now, we'll take a short break. as we do wait for the draft for Game 4. We'll see if the Valkyries can close out this series or if the Ronin can fight for their playoff dreams and extend this to a full 5-game series for Silver Scrapes. Don't go anywhere.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守り手は時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレーザー 確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくたって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの勝負声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart 明日が見えなくたって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいて行こうよ乗り越えて行こうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜も新しい朝もここからまた始めよう My heart shines endlessly 飛び立て
Hello, everybody, and welcome back into draft. We are in draft for game 4 of our series, the Valkyries versus the Ronin. Ronin off to a 1-0 lead, but the Valkyries have fired back, picking up the last 2 games. Game 2 in a dominant fashion. Game 3, a bit more of a fight. Ronin definitely put it up until the end, but the Valkyries inevitably wearing them down and managing to pick that one up. Now looking at victory, looking at the semifinals in this grudge match, and Ronin want to make sure that that doesn't happen and want to make it a repeat of what happened only a couple weeks ago and pull back, get that reverse off, pick up the next 2 games if they're able to. You can see some draft adaptations coming through. We'll see. The Valkyries decide to leave that Seraphine up again. It's like they might.
Yeah, I think they're calling the bluff. They'd rather have them get Seraphine, get Ashe. We'll see if instead they got the Ashe, and they do with the B1 pick, which would make sense why the Ronins ended up selecting blue side for the first time in the series.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not that surprised. They like the Ashe. They know it's strong. They've seen it. So I'm not surprised that they're picking this up. And it looks like, yeah, we're just going to get the Aphelios locked in. And the Seraphine as well. This is very smart. Ashe Seraphine has sort of become the new Ashe Zyra because of how easy the slows are. Make it very easy for Seraphine to land a root or a stun. Also just pairs very well with the damage from Seraphine and the extra shielding and healing the AoE. So not that bad. I think a very strong pick. And we'll see if with the Skarner unbanned, if the Ronin will decide to go for that as well. Gonna pick up the Braum. So it is gonna be another Ashe Braum on that blue side. I think both teams seeing its strength, realizing just how good it is.
Yeah. I love this adaptation here, taking each other's picks, and we do see a Wukong, a new jungler, presumably jungler, being picked by Ronin.
Yeah, interesting. Not going for the Skarner this game. Honestly, I think the Skarner was quite good in these past matches. I really don't think that was the problem, but I guess they want a little bit more engage and just hard go in potential from their jungler. So locking in that Wukong.
Yeah, we'll see what they respond in kind. Zinzao is banned. Looks like Nocturne might be the pick, not going for the Lilia this time around, and Nocturne is selected. Interesting choice, just because Ashe, this Braum is typically going to be with this Ashe, and so it might not be the best selection for this Nocturne. We'll see, as Orianna is banned. Again, no mid laners have been picked, no solo laners actually, and so again we see this repetition, this pattern of mid lane, specifically mages, being banned out second phase.
Yeah. And right now, I think what we're looking at, right, is potential follow-up to that Nocturne. So we're seeing the Ahri banned out. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Galio as well. We'll see if they just want to ban the Azir. Yeah, it's just going to be the Azir ban. And we'll see if they're going to put Wraith on this more supportive pick, or if they want to do
There we go.
what they did in Game 2 and lock in the Xerath, want to turn off the lights and create chaos. It's not going to be a massive follow-up on the Nocturne. Being able to turn off the lights is going to make dealing with that Xerath so much harder.
Yeah, they really need to be able to shut down the Xerath as early as possible. A mid lane pick. I hope it's not the Annie. It didn't seem like it was piloted well. Oh, they're gonna go for the Morgana instead. Interesting pick.
Yeah, I like this. This is a Happier Cat special. Is the Morgana mid lane, at least where I assume it's going. It could also be Morgana jungle Wukong top, but I highly doubt that. Happier Cat has pulled this out numerous times, and I quite like it. I think this is something you see that when their own backs are against the wall, this is sort of the pocket pick to pull out. And the Gragas as well on the top side. I do like the Gragas. I think people have been realizing more and more as of late just how strong this top lane pick is. Does a lot of damage, has so much survivability, so much sustain, lanes very well, team fights well, side lanes well. Just generally an all-around very, very solid pick. And we'll see what the Ronin decide to answer back.
Yeah, I think Morgana, being a displacement, this Gragas pick for Xerath is great. It looks like it's a Cassandra pick, matches evenly. You do want a disruptor, maybe someone to kind of go in between the back line and front line. As without the Cassandra, that team comp is quite paper thin for the most part. And so having the Cassandra there just being the beefcake makes sense. We'll see though how these fights are executed, because with that Xerath pick in game 2, things just steamrolled way too quickly in the favor for Valkyries, and so it was a little tough for Ronin to come back from that.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Sorry, what did we just hear?
So Cassandra is not Cassandra, it's
Oh.
Mundo.
Okay,
Which
so
I guess-
it will be Mundo.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, because I think what they really need is just a beefcake.
Yeah. I think they also serve a very similar purpose, honestly. Mundo just being a little bit more, hard to deal with in terms of CC, has a lot of the extra healing, I think, which is very good. But yeah, I don't think that changes much. I think they serve a very similar purpose. I kind of prefer the Cassandra, but I kind of see it with all the ways to dodge CC and ways to peel the Cassandra. I think that the Mundo is a completely fair pick.
Yeah, I agree. So with that, we'll go into a short break as we prepare to load onto the Rift for Game 4 of this series. We'll see if the Valkyries can close out the game, or if Ronin will come back in full force and force a Game 5. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are in Game 4 for our match, the Ronin versus the Valkyries. Will the Ronin manage to pull us to a Game 5, try and bring them back, or the Valkyries going to end it right here, right now?
Yeah, lots of adaptions here in Game 4. Have your cat piloting the Morgana mid this time. A Wraith again on the Xerath. We have Nocturne and Wukong, two new jungle picks in this series. It's gonna be an exciting match, especially since a title. I mean, not really title, season on the line for the Ronin. We do see Valka going on the grasp this time around, just like the previous games as well. The Aphelios with the cleanse, presumably on this Ash Arrow. We'll see where the junglers start. It seems like Nocturne, Rigor Mortis will be starting topside, and this time around, Wukong will be starting in bot.
Yep. And I think the biggest thing here, right, is to note this mid lane. I think this is going to be the most important lane, right? Obviously, we talked about the bot lane, we talked about the mid lane, or sorry, the top lane. The mid lane is seeing how Wraith performed in that game 2 on that Xerath. I think is just an absolutely massive undertaking to see if he can do that again. If he's going to be able to, it's going to be absolute hell on earth for the Ronin.
Yeah, as we say this, a good chunk of poke onto Rescued here. Half health. Gonna be a little difficult to fight for this level 2. And they should probably respect it.
And I think the biggest, like chunking that, sorry, I think chunking this massive amount in this early game when you have the Ashe just gives you so much priority in this lane because of how strong Ashe's early damage is, right? Being able to chunk early on when Aphelios can't fight back, when Seraphine can't really fight back, that's sort of your opening to do whatever you want, right? And the Aphelios early on, not bad, don't get me wrong, but not a very super strong early game ADC. You really need items to start getting online for Aphelios to really start popping off.
Yep, I agree. I'm not too used to seeing Gragas top, except for Worlds, and I think most Worlds Gragas top kind of phase rush. Is Grasp like a respectable pick into a Mundo like this?
Yeah. Now, I'm just kind of wondering, like, obviously the Xerath has a lot of good poke, but when exactly is Morgana gonna come online, and like, what is it really doing in this game, right? Watching what it's gonna be trying to do. I think the biggest thing is not only being able to clear waves very well in mid lane, giving Wraith sort of a hard time being able to poke out a bit, but I think the biggest thing is to be able to not only apply AoE anti-heal, which I think is going to be a big deal against the Seraphine, against the Nocturne, against this Mundo, that have a lot of healing, but also being able to just zone people super well, right? Being able to cut off entire alleys. Like, yeah, you probably shouldn't walk into this giant Morgana pool, right? You shouldn't walk through this narrow corridor, because if you get hit by that Morgana Q, if you get bound, you're probably going to die. We have the Ashe ult, we have the Wukong. There's just so much damage that can come out.
Yeah. Agreed. As we do see Valka in trouble.
The Ghost being popped, and Clickbait good with the solo bow. Another solo kill in the top lane. What is that? The second one this game? Third? I can't remember exactly, but has been doing very well in this top lane. Clickbait God doing numbers up in top lane, and Valka Fenrica just not giving the respect that's due to this Mundo early on.
Yeah, Javier Cat getting poked out here. Wukong is in the vicinity. Let's see if there can be a gank set up. Needs to land a stun. Catches Wukong exactly where he was.
Yeah, really nice play there from Wraith, catching Wukong, getting a good stun. Returning his poke on to Happier Cat, and Deeper's just going to help out Happier Cat, pushing this wave out so that they can take it back.
Yeah. We do see the teleport coming from this Mundo. Backing with a Giant's Belt and a Ruby Crystal. Dira needs to be a little scared here.
And of course, use the cleanse there for the stun. Rescue getting run down though, stunned as well. Luton going very low, but the lethal tempo has been popped. Rescued, one more auto would go down, but since being able to fire back, using the press the attack, getting a lot of good damage down. Rescued with the heal, Sense with the flash and the cleanse. Luton still has flash. So does Dira, so you know, there's a lot of kill potential, especially if Rescued gets tagged up by that W. Zebra flashing in here, gonna be able to take out Rescued, and another kill goes over to Jira, who slays Sense. Rigor Mortis now on the bot side, maybe trying to return something, but against 3 people, there's not a realistic option to do that. Rigor Mortis did manage to pick up that T-Mat, so gonna help out the clear as well, but just been full clearing on this Nocturne, trying to get that ultimate. Meanwhile, on the bot side, 2 kills picked up early for the Ronin.
Yeah, big play there. I think Zebra had to burn the flash there to kind of conceal the fact that he was coming in. Great though, as Seraphine did have to use ult. We'll see if Quickly can get.
Oh man, with the dive, does he make it out? No. The execute.
My. You didn't let us kill shot, Volca.
That's awful. That is such a massive swing there in the top side clickbait god. And the wave is pushing into him, I believe, as well. That's so massive for the Valkyries, just completely running this top side right now.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything you can do about it. I think Mundo level 6 now. 2 kills up. It's a little difficult to gank. I think you just let it be. Just stop the bleeding. Like Volca really needs to focus on CSing here and just not engaging. And try to get a leap elsewhere. We did see Seraphine kind of walk towards the Grub, laid down that 1 ward in topside and is now returning. Rigor Mortis is level 6 but is spotted by a ward. Still needs to be a little careful though. They do have the burst.
Yeah. And Rigor Mortis has to be careful. Luton does go down, but yeah, Jira's not able to return the stun. Was kind of hoping that they were able to, you know, maybe get Rigor Mortis under tower, take that out, but not quite able to. And, you know, this is what you love to see. You know, we've talked about it time and time again on stream, right? Which is that Nocturne, making sure you get that first ultimate, some value. You know, even if you don't get a kill, get some flashes, get an objective, get something, but they're able to take up a kill. That's going to be massive. Getting those ultimate hunter stacks online, making sure that you get that reduced cooldown, and that's going to be a massive benefit for Rigor Mortis, who already has that Tiamat, now going to be able to get that stacks, going to be able to keep clearing. And a nice little advantage is another plate for Sens, who got a kill and a plate, getting a lot of value off that, getting the Chemtech Drake as well. Meanwhile, on the top side, it's going to be Zebra picking up those 3 grubs.
Yeah, a little bit of disrespect here. Ooh, Wraith.
With the ultimate, sidestepping,
Flash.
Wraith forced to flash away from that. Really nice plays there from Happier Cat, and Wraith not having flash gives a massive opening if Zebra wants to try and go for that potentially. Has to be careful though. You can see Rigor Mortis wrapping around. Gonna be going on to soon. But meanwhile, on the top side, Valka maybe going for a solo kill on a Clickbait God. He's gonna pop that ultimate and run down Valka. Now Happier Cat has to be careful. The fear comes out. Nice ultimate from Wraith as well. Helps out there. Zebra popping the Cyclone. Gonna be able to take out Clickbait God and get that shut down on the top side. A 1-for-1 when all is said and done.
Yeah, a little bit of disrespect here on both sides of the map. I think you spotted the level 6 Nocturne clearing out the wards, but still just didn't back off, especially since there were no summoners on the bot side. And again, top side, mid here as well. Morgana got the flash out of Wraith, but elected to stay. Unfortunately, this was dead due to that miscalculation.
And here we see the engage onto Sense. Not doing anything quite yet. Don't want to pop the ultimate. The Glacial Fisher try and buy some time. Has to be careful. Rigor Mortis, Deer trying to land this stun, but they're not going to quite be able to get it. Beautiful route there from Rescued. Sense picks up 1, looking for another, but it's just going to be Rigor Mortis picking it up. Really nice plays there from the Valkyries, picking up another 2 kills on that bot side, getting more Ultimate Hunter stacks for Rigor Mortis, getting 2-0 and 2, getting so much gold. Probably going to go back and finish that Stride Breaker up. Just like that. This Serrated Jerk already finished on Sense. I imagine going for the Collector as well. Sense using that Chakram to just finish off all of these plates, get so much damage down. And the Valkyries have, you know, pulled ahead with a pretty significant 2k gold lead prior to 10 minutes. Nice Ash Arrow is going to be able to find Rescued. Zebra popping the Conqueror, going forward, doing a lot of damage, flashing forward just to make sure that he can finish off Rescued. Sense getting a lot of slows, but it's going to be a double kill for Zebra. 4-0-1 now on this Wukong. Getting a lot of farm back in what was a 2k gold lead, now only about a 1,000 thanks to those 2 kills onto Zebra. Meanwhile, on the top side, Valkyries just fighting out Clickbait God, who I don't think is too worried, still has that ultimate, gonna pop it. Force the flash out of Valka actually as well. It's absolutely massive there. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Happier Cat doing a good job just clearing it out. Suffering because of that early gank, but still doing pretty well in terms of CS, so definitely just wants to play around these objectives. Now another engage from Rigor Mortis, the ultimate pop from Wraith as well, a beautiful encore there from Rescue, backed up by the Zero Vision from the Nocturne. Rigor Mortis picks up another double kill. Meanwhile, Zebra going in that top side. Clickbait God does not have the Ghost, however the passive is still back up, so Zebra not really going to be able to go in and land that Cyclone. You can see it. Thumbs up coming out there. As Valkyries keep pushing their lead further and further to their advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, this Rigor Mortis now with a 350 gold bounty. Although on the other side, we do see Zebra with that 4 kills there. Probably has to be the one that kind of stages the comeback here. Only a 2k lead for the Valkyries, so nothing out of the woods yet. But it is going to be, momentum-wise, a little demoralizing for the Ronin. But we'll see if they can come back here. Clickbait God landing some good poke onto Valka. We'll see what happens here. Clickbait doesn't have ult, and so might need to be a little bit suspicious here and wary. But it looks like Void Grubs have spawned, and I was gonna say uncontested, but we do see movement towards there.
Yeah. Could potentially see a contest here. You can see Rigor Mortis does have the flash if he needs to get out through the back of that wall. Zebra going in. Does manage to get the smite. Now going forward, using the Cyclone, Rigor Mortis forced to flash out. They're just going to try and finish off this last grub, but it will be the steal from Wraith. We'll manage to pick up the 4 though, and a beautiful cask there knocks Wraith right back into the waiting arms of Valkyfenrica, who's going to pick up his first kill of the game.
Yeah, good alignment there. I think that was a good response. I think instead of giving it away all to the Valkyries, knew they were there, brought Thera up, and was able to secure their fourth Void Grub. They just needed one, gets that first Void Might, and more importantly, getting that bounty gold. I believe it was it Gragas that got that bounty gold? It was either Gragas
yes.
or
it was
Thera.
Gragas who picked up the shutdown.
Okay, perfect. And so that's what you kind of want. And now the lead slightly diminished there.
Yeah, really huge for that Gragas. I think also being able to pick up that on Ending Despair is going to help a lot for those team fights. And you can see Valka, usually sometimes you see like the Cosmic Drive or something. No, just going straight into full tank, I think, is the play. Just playing entirely for the team right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think you need to be able to soak up a lot of damage, especially this poke from the Xerath, Aphelios, and Seraphine. Being able to play Disruptor, I think, is much more important right now. And I know Luton's down 0-3, but will probably need to be the one doing a lot of damage, considering how tanky this Mundo is. Because I also think Happier Cat will probably play the Royal support as well, right? Just landing those dope Qs and binds so that Zebra and Luton can kind of whittle down the opponents.
Yeah, and, you know, there's something to note. Happier Cat does significant damage as well, right? Going for that Black Fire Torch, I imagine. Potentially going for the double burn in the Leandries. Might take a small detour for the Zanyas, we'll have to see. But still very strong, does a lot of damage in their own right. Mortis making sure the Happier Cat is not going to end up stealing away the entirety of those Raptors. Meanwhile, the bot side, full first tower, and so many plates knocked down for Sense and Rescued, who just doing an absolute showing there in the bot side. Lethality as well, so it is going to be the Youmu's picked up for Sense, which is something we've seen a bit more of, which is these ADCs not fully investing in crit early on, instead going for this sort of hybrid or this lethality build on the Aphelios. Now a dive potentially coming through the bot lane. Cyclone landed, not going to be popped flash forward from Zebra. Does end up taking out Clickbait God finally though. Mortis does have to be careful. Meanwhile, it's Luton in the bot lane. The Encore hits, and with no flash and no barrier, Luton is dead to right. Sense picking up the kill. Going 3-2-2 on this Aphelios. Potentially looking for even more on this bot side tower.
Yeah, I think the Dira did move to the top side just to get more support for Rift Herald. Unfortunately, Ashe isn't really the best when it comes to dealing an unwanted Rift 2 scenario, especially with ult down. I presume that the ult was down. They need to react fast because I think it might be tower.
And we'll see. Happier Cat Looking for the ultimate. Is going to be able to get rescued. Not quite. Nice route onto Sense, though. Going to make sure that they can't get the tower. Not even going to have to use the flash as well. I think forcing the flash out of both Sense and rescued, as well as the heal, I think is a perfectly fine trade just for coming down there. The big deal right now, is Luton, who is 0-4 on this Ashe, but does have 3 assists, right? Going much more of this helpful role, and I think you can see it in the Bork, right? Going for some sustain as well. This Ashe is definitely going to be much more of a helper pick, right? Not as big of a solo carry, at least until he gets a lot more gold.
Yeah, I agree. As we do see Wraith, I think, unleashing that ultimate, maybe trying to kill Dira, but Dira makes it out alive. It's on a short cooldown relatively, and so I think as a Xerath enjoyer, I think that's always the right play. As we do see the next dragon being Mountain. Finally, something different. I think it was I forget what game 1 was, but game 2 and 3 were both Ocean Souls. Finally get Mountain Soul here. Very important for both teams, really. For Ronin to kind of stop the poke, and then for Valkyries kind of survive just a little bit. As we do see a lot of like percent damage from Happier Cat from Luton as well.
Yeah, now Valka going for some poke on Clickbait God, maybe setting up a potential fight up here on the top side, but Clickbait God knows what Valka doesn't, which is that Rigor Mortis is up here and does have the ultimate. Waiting for potential, and there it is. Going forward, using that ultimate, trying to get the ultimate understack onto Valka, who he doesn't have yet. Is he going to be able to finish it off? The FC is Clickbait God going to be the one picking up the kill, and both make it out alive. Rigor Mortis picking up another kill for his ultimate Hunter stacks. And I'm not sure if that's everyone just yet. I think, well, let's see. Happier Cat, you got both the bot laners, got Valka. I don't know if he's managed to take out Zebra. No, he hasn't. Zebra is untouched in terms of death. So one more left for Rigor Mortis to pick up to complete the penta for the rune. Now Happier Cat and Dira up here. Definitely want to trade back on a Clickbait God. They're just going to give the kill over to Zebra, knowing just how strong this Wukong is right now. And we have seen in the past just how strong a Wukong can be uncontested on the backline when they're so strong. It is going to be Zebra dropping this Herald, though. Without a Cyclone, they do have to be careful. Rescued is up here as well, but Wraith does have a real chance to get dove if he's not careful, especially if Happier Cat manages to land the root. Looks like they're just going to be trying to take out the Herald, though, and giving up this tower.
Yep. Oh, Wukong is trying to go away.
We'll see. Pulling it
Will
all
he
the
make
way
it in
back
time
down
to mid? Okay, I like it.
Happier Cat does have to be careful, though. Dodging out on a lot of these ultimates from Wraith. Seraphine damage as well. Nice fancy footwork there from Happier Cat to dodge out on all of this. Unfortunately, Rigor Mortis is here to stop that Herald charge in mid lane. So Zebra won't quite be able to get that other charge. However, he was able to bring himself all the way over to Dragon, which is up in 10 seconds, and is hopefully going to be able to stop the Dragon stacking for the Valkyries. However, they're roaming down. They want this fight. They want to be able to find something. A nice cast there from Valka. Pushes Rigor Mortis back in. That is going to be cast down. And the rest of the team is finally showed up. The TP now from Happier Cat. Joining with the rest of the team is Clickbait God has to be careful. Fortunately, the Q goes wide. The Ghost pop from Clickbait God. Doesn't quite have the maximum dosage up yet. Should have it up in a couple seconds. Wraith with no ultimate as well makes it a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, that ward paying dividends for Valks too.
For the side, it's gonna be Wraith picking up that scuttle though, which is gonna be nice. Gonna give them a little move speed bonus, a little bit of extra vision in that river. Dira has to be careful though, falling low already to all this poke. Clickbait God on the backside of this fight has been poking as well. Happier Cat and Dira popping very low. Has to be careful. Finally going in. It is gonna be Zebra securing that Dragon, and now going on the back line, 1v3, looking for the kills, needs to find Sense if he wants to be able to take this out. Doesn't have the extra Cyclone, doesn't have the flash either. Meanwhile, on the backside, Clickbait God manages to take out Happier Cat. Zebra keeps going forward. Finally, Valkyrie and Fenrico manages to take it out. The ultimate there from Wraith and the extra damage can be able Sense to pick up that kill. Now, Dira has to be careful, but Wraith with the snipes. And a mortar from afar, Wraith picking up another kill. And while the Dragon do go the way of the Ronin, it's going to be 3 kills picked up for the Valkyries on the back end of that fight. Rescue does have to be careful though, because Luton and Valka are looking to even it up. Unfortunately, Valka was not the one taking aggro, so Luton had to back off that kill.
Yeah, a little bit of a tunnel vision there on the part of Zebra. I know he is the strong one and has to kind of go towards the backland, but a little bit of a disconnect there. Was reaching way too far there. I think should have been happy and content with the kills they got. Got Dragon as well. should have been with the team, but unfortunately that resulted in a shutdown over to the Aphelios, and also eventually really the death of Dira as well. I think if he just pulled back just a little bit there and was with his team, kind of prevented 2 deaths there. But regardless, did secure the dragon.
Yeah. That being said, it really does feel like a carry difference at this point, right? Wraith doing just exceptionally on this Zerath as we expected. Sense as well, also just pulling out no stops here. Building the lethality, you can see the Yomu's into the collector. This BF sword could be sort of one of 2 items. It could be sort of finishing up that Infinity Edge, or it could be a BT. As I say that though, Wraith getting dove on in this top side. Zebra maybe overextending a little bit too far. The Conqueror pop, the Guardian not quite going to be enough. Dira now might be caught out as well. Luton trying to rejoin with his support. Try and back it up as Sense tries to chase down a little bit. He's flashing forward. He's getting that root, but Happier Cat is here to help his ADC. So unfortunate, honestly. You had the play, you look for it in topside, you thought you had Wraith, but Wraith with a really nice flash. Rigor Mortis just, backing up for his mid laner beautifully. And that is something that Valkyries has been doing quite well all game, is just making sure that their team is always where. As I say that though, Clickbait God going a little bit too far forward, not respecting the tower damage. Valkyrie with really nice cask there to throw him back into the tower. But like I was saying, right, Valkyries have just been doing such a good job of playing as a team, playing coordinated and constructed. Even if it didn't work out the first game, even if they had some rough spots, it really feels like you can trust your teammates in these fights. Trust them to have your back, trust your support to have you, for your jungler to have you. Make sure that you're never quite alone. However, that might be their downfall as they group up and Valky's on the flank. Really nice flash in from Happier Cat. Gonna be able to land stun on the 1, and Zero picks up a shutdown onto Wraith. Luton with that ultimate will pick the second kill onto Rescued as Sense and Rigor Mortis keep running back. Zebra going forward, does manage to land the smite.
Ooh.
Not quite able to land that CC. It's going to be Dira with the shutdown, unfortunately. But that is still a lot of gold back over. It's going to be trying to even up that gold lead. Big kills for Zebra and Luton. The Baron has been pinged, and they want to take it. Happier Cat does so much damage to the objectives, too, with all these burnt items, with the Blackfire Torch, with that mask finish now. It's going to be Valk as well, just making sure that Rigor Mortis is delaying his back, making sure that he can't get these items and get back in time. Eventually, Clickbait God will be able to walk over, place a ward. They know it's down, but they're just going to block it, make sure no cleavers find over that wall. And it's going to be Zebra who is helping his team finish it off. Happier Cat picking up the Baron for the team. And that is another massive gold swing, cutting the gold lead from around 5,000 only to about 2,000 now. And if they're able to get even more off that Baron power play, that could be a massive swing. I think with that kill as well, Happier Cat should be able to finish up this item. Now has the double burn with the Blackfire and Leandres. The Ashe working towards that second item as well. Valkyrie being able to finish up. Zebra hopefully should be backing soon with all of the gold in that pocket. I think to be able to pick up either that Sterax or that, I assume Cleaver is what we're going towards. Yeah. So, yeah.
Really it's a little selfish here. It's a little less tempo. 40 seconds till Dragon. Still hasn't backed. Yeah. And also Rift Scuttle's, not Rift Scuttle, Rift Scuttle is also available for Vision.
Yeah. Scuttle Crab available for that. Yeah, lots of golden pocket. So Zebra not quite going to be able to get the finished item, but might be able to get some components. We'll see. Probably not going to go for the back at this point because they're so close. Because they are going to go for the Baron. Empowered back recall, so we'll see. Not going to maybe pop that on spawn. No, they are going to be able to finish up the Cleaver, though, so it looks like they just really want to hyper farm for that. That is a massive spike that's going to help them out a lot. Important thing to note as well, Wraith does not have that finished Rabadons for this next fight. If they're able to get that, that's going to be a massive swing. Wraith with that Rabadons versus Wraith without it is a huge difference. Happier Cat just walking up here as the Valkyries don't care about the dragon. They know that it's only the second drag. They want to knock down this top tier 3, the inhib tower. Do have to be careful though. Clickbait God getting run down. Rigor Mortis has to be careful. Diving in. The redemption popped as well. The encore onto 2. Luton kiting for his life, but Clickbait God still on the back line. Just absolutely running down this Ashe. Unfortunately, it will be taken out at the end of the day, and Happier Cat picks up a double kill.
Yeah, Rescued a little bit of trouble here.
Should have just backed out there. Zebra flashing forward for the Cyclone. I don't think he needs to flash forward for that Cyclone, quite honestly. I think it's a bit of a waste, but they do end up picking the kill.
Up tempo again, Zero the spot lane.
Yeah. And, even when they're losing some objectives, Valkyries have done a really good job of playing this tempo, knowing where they're, available to pick up objectives on the map, right? Taking out that top lane inhibitor tower, taking out that bot lane tier 2. Sense has to be careful. Dodging out on that cask, I think, was really important, because if you get hit by that slow, there's a very real chance that you get dove there. Now Wraith finished up with the Rabadons. That's a massive spike for the Valkyries. Gonna make team fighting a lot easier for them. Gonna make it a lot easier for Wraith to be able to pick up those kills in the side lane. Sense as well, looking for, I think, that Infinity Edge, and if he's able to get that before the next fight, I think the Valkyries go from, you know, having a bit of a rough time against Zebra, having a bit of a rough time finding the damage, to now we have our 3-item spikes. We are absolutely huge with the damage. We have good sustain. We have the engage we need. We have the tankiness we need. This is sort of our chance to really pull forward in these fights that have been sort of middling, going back and forth, back and forth.
Yes, I agree. And as objectives timers are still quite long, 3:30 on the Mountain Dragon and 2:45 on the Baron. Again, kind of repeated before, just farming the gold from the waves from the junglers and seeing maybe if there's a pick here and there. But again, they have to kind of think about the cooldowns. Is it possible to get a pick and have those ultimates back up? Those are the decisions that they have to make.
Yeah, and honestly, I think those are some hard decisions to make. That being said, they've been doing a really good job making the right decisions, I think, in this game. You know, even if maybe that top lane tower did give over a couple kills, realizing that they can give the dragon to get objectives off of that, and forcing the Ronin to respond, even when they're behind, or even when they're, you know, ending up not getting the great plays, or not getting everything that they wanted, it always feels like they're dictating the pace of the game. Like, they're always forcing the Ronin to respond to them and not the other way around.
Yeah, I would agree there. As we do see just some dancing here mid lane. Havoc might have to be a little scared there. Okay.
I think that spell shield just provides so much additional value as well, and help. And with Baron up in a minute 30, it means that they have a free opportunity to go for Clickbait God without worrying about objectives being taken. The slows are good. Valk is going to be able to pick up that kill. Meanwhile, they're defending that mid lane quite well. I assume it will go down given how low it is, but who knows? They might be able to take out enough of the wave that, no, it will definitely go down. Javier getting hit by that Q sort of solidifies it, just because that pops them very low. And if Wraith manages to hit all those shots, then Happy Cat is going to go down.
Yeah, I think Valka does have that teleport though. There could be an angle in the future where they kill this side lane window, whoever's side laning, really fast, and then Gragas can teleport and engage there. Because I think what is lacking without Zebra and Valka there is hard engage, right? The Zed's just going to poke you. It's really hard to do anything. But it seems like they're going to go for the inhib here mid lane.
We'll have to see what else they can get done. It is going to be Wraith from the bot lane, throwing that ult over, getting a lot of damage down on a Luton. So at about 30%, completely forcing the Ronin's back. Now the ult comes in, flash and lock it, no, but a beautiful encore there from Rescued. Takes out a lot of power in this mid lane. Sense, though, might have walked right into the waiting arms of Zebra, who's going to get a ton of damage down, and this might be the turn for the Ronin. Now going to be able to pick up Rescued as well. So 1 for 2 so far, and Clickbait got off the side. Does have to be careful. The engage there, the slow down onto Wraith, and they want to keep going forward. Dash over the wall from Zebra, needs 1 more E to be able to find this. Some good damage here, but it's going to be Valka picking up Clickbait God on the back end, and Wraith getting run down by Zebra. Needs 1 more E. He's going to be able to take it out. 4 strong in the mid lane. I don't think with the Baron that they're going to be able to end the game. Don't think they quite have the death timers, but they will. They should at least be able to get an inhibitor. And with that inhibitor, if they take smart backs, they might be able to force that Baron as well.
Yeah, they definitely need to back here, because if they lose a fight here, it might spell trouble, as they are going to look to end the game. I feel this is up 2 seconds.
Yeah, we'll see. Looking for those Nexus Towers as well, knocking back Rigor Mortis into Zebra. Now they have to be careful. Sense is very strong with these red-white guns, but being able to take out the jungler is absolutely massive. Really nice Ash Arrow, but not in a position to follow up quite yet. Looks like they're just going to end up going for this dragon, taking their backs as well, and then probably going to be trying to position over towards that Baron. They are absolutely massive. Zebra is just so strong right now. Happy Cat going for Rescued, landing another pick there, and just staggering the team even further.
Yeah, teleported.
Nice route there. Happy Cat dodging with the fancy footwork. So good at dodging those Wraith ultimates, but eventually Clickbait God will be able to land the cleaver, slowing them down. Sense picks up a kill. Flash in though from Zebra, makes sure that he's able to take out Sense there. Now going on to Clickbait God, trying to heal back up. It's not going to be enough. Zebra just does way too much damage. Luton finally online with those 2 items as well. Now the push down in the mid lane. Wraith trying to manage to take out the wave. Will manage to take out Dira, but they are super minion strong. Luton doing such a good job of backing Wraith up. Rigor Mortis needs to be able to take out this cannon. Just going to be able to smite it.
Smite it.
Making sure that they can't get anything else. Wraith has to be careful though, as this team turns back onto him. Luton has that ultimate relatively soon, but maybe not soon enough. We'll have to see. Valka flashing forward, landing the cast, landing the slow as well. And you can see his Zebra just going over the wall is going to be able to pick up mid laner. Meanwhile, Rigor Mortis is going to be being able to pick up Ronin's bot laner on the back end. So it's going to be 1-for-1 trade there when all is said and done. Baron's still alive though, and our very extended fights have finally come to a close with Ronin coming out ahead. Unfortunately still down gold, but with a massive gold swing in their favor. Gold on everyone who wants it. They have 3 Mountain Drakes online, a Soul up in 3 minutes, a Baron up should they choose to fight it. Absolutely massive in this game, and really if you're the Valkyries, your big way back into this game is by peeling Sense, who is 3.5 items on this Velios. Very, very strong. Wraith is a full 4 items, doing a ton of damage on this Xerath, and you just need to keep them in check. You need to keep them doing the damage. You need to make sure that they're open to do that, because if they're not, Zebra's just going to dive your backline, get easy double kill, and that's going to be the end of the game.
Yeah, now they're working on this Baron here. They were on vision, getting that Scuttle did clear it out, but Valkyries know they're on it. Still know they're on it, need to clear that out so that Nocturne doesn't ult. Ooh, okay, a little scary there.
Yeah. Dira has to be careful, peeling back now, but it's not quite going to be able to land that ultimate. Really good Baron. Like, I think the Baron here has so much potential, but also, if the Valkyries are able to hold on, it's just going to further solidify the gold lead. And going into that Soul, they should be able to fight it, because the Baron, I think, will run out in time. So we'll have to see what Ronin can get accomplished here, right? We'll see if they decide to sort of split the lanes, if they just decide to run it down mid and try and end right here, or if they're going to slow it down, look for that top tower, look for that bot tower, look for maybe a triple inhibitor, and just try and slowly choke the Valkyries out.
Yeah. Valka does have teleport, Havbreaker has teleport. Since the mid lane is gone and Gragas is top, I'm assuming they're going to go bot side here. We do see the Wukong already clearing the wave. And Ashe and Morgana approaching bot side as well. Looks like they're going to go for the choke here. Clickbait does have the teleport, but at a certain point, Valkyries do need to make a call. And we'll see when that call will be made. A little bit difficult, just considering how their comp is played. It's a little hard for them to Widow out here.
Yeah, they don't have as much siege potential.
Yeah, exactly.
Gonna be relying a lot on these Baron empowered minions to do most of the work. But can always just threaten a dive. You can see Sense popping the ultimate, putting Luton very, very low in that bot side. Wraith not quite having the vision for the ultimate, unfortunately. Meanwhile, on the top side, Valka's been doing an excellent job here. However, he might be getting caught out. Rigor Mortis up here. And without that Cosmic Drive, you do not have the damage to quite finish off all the healing. Zebra's up here to try and back up his top laner, but realize that there's absolutely no chance to save him, as there are 4 members strong for the Valkyries, and the Ronin are not quite there in time.
I'm so confused. They backed? Ashe and Braum backed?
Well, if you saw, Sense used the ultimate combined with Wraith Poke and actually put Luton down to about 20%, so they were very low after they got that tower and were forced to back for the reset, unfortunately. I don't think Valka got that message, though, because going a little bit too aggressive on the Clickbait God.
Yeah, kind of stayed a little bit too close there. That will probably be it, I think, for their Baron power play, especially since Mountain Drake will be up in about 24 seconds. They probably should back off here and kind of secure that.
They did get 1,000 gold lead, so they are no longer at a deficit. They are actually in the lead completely. They also have full control of this Soul, and we'll see if Valkyries want to fight it, if they want to stop them, or if they've decided that maybe they want to make their play for Elder instead. We'll have to see. Valka using the TP there. Ronin 5 strong. Sense not quite here in time. Ashe ultimate not quite up yet, so they can't quite look for Wraith, but we'll see. It's just going to be the Ashe focusing down that Dragon right now. Wraith using that ultimate. And it's going to be Rigor Mortis flying into the back line, though. Finally, a stun comes out. Beautiful encore there, but it might not be enough. They're not able to get the damage quite down. Luton picking up another kill. Sense has a lot of chakrams going, but it's not going to amount to a lot as Dira puts out that shield. It's going to be 2 kills so far picked up. And now the Mountain Soul finished off.
Ooh.
The Arcane Comic picking up Dira. Does even out the fight a little bit, but it still is rough for the Valkyries. They have to be very careful. Valka going in. Sense forced to use that flash, and that's not what you want to see when your entire base is getting run down. Valka now onto Wraith, has to be careful. Stun going through, a lot of poke coming down, but Wraith off to the side, trying to take out this wave. No supers quite yet, but they should be able to take out this tower in a relatively short amount of time. Wraith has to be careful. He was hit by Happier Cat and absolutely melted in those pools. Rescued, knocked back into the fountain, away from his ADC. And while they won't be able to take out the Seraphine, they will be able to take out the Nexus and bring us to a game 5.
Wow. Excellent gameplay coming from Zebra here, especially. I think really carried the team here. 16-2 and 9 helped kind of stop the bleeding in the mid game. And I think after that, really an all-around team effort. I think especially those from plays from Valka kind of splitting the team up. I think everyone kind of did their job as they needed in the mid game to kind of come back from this and really force game 5.
Yeah. For right now, we're going to cut it to a short break. When we come back, we will talk all about the adaptations and who we think is going to win. I think, honestly, you know, Valkyries have done, you know, a pretty good job. I think all of it, but Ronin just have that tenacity to hold on and keep fighting no matter what the odds are. You know, even from, you know, major deficits for the majority of the game, coming back and winning these games, just doing an absolutely phenomenal job playing together. So I think tensions are running high. This game 5 is absolutely going to be a banger. When we come back, we will be in draft. So right now, don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back into draft for Game 5 of our series. We have the Valkyries versus the Ronins. Both teams absolutely duking it out, giving no quarter, absolutely fighting their hardest to make this in. We also have an update for anyone who hasn't been watching our second stream. We have us 2 games 5 tonight. The Astronauts and the Colonels are also 2-2 and have just gotten into game for their last match. That being said, let's refocus back onto our main game that's been happening. We see the Way banned out again. We see very standard bans coming out. Banning the Jinx second, though, which means they might have an opening. We'll have to see.
Yeah, last draft they banned Nico. We'll see too if the Ronin elect to ban the Ashe. It's been a very strong pick. I think everyone who selected Ashe has won their game. I think I would expect the Ronin to give it up, because it doesn't seem like the Valkyries prioritize the Skarner either. We do see the Smolder banned as usual. This means one of Xin or Ashe will be available.
Yep, and we'll see if the Valks end up picking that up. Valks also have a chance to leave that Nico up, and we'll see. Giving Happier Cat the Nico in the game 5 would certainly be an interesting choice.
Yeah, I think you kind of don't, right? You might want to ban one of those, because if you don't, then Ronin will select both, and yeah, they do ban it.
Yeah, I'm not shocked at all, and Ronin are just going to answer back with the Ashe. They were probably waiting to see what got banned out from the Valkyries, but fairly standard, and yeah, like you said, Xin Zhao locked in B1 to the surprise of probably nobody here. I'd imagine it's answered back either with the Skarner or the Wukong that we've been seeing quite a lot of. And we'll see if it's answered back with a bot laner, possibly the Corki, I don't think has been doing too badly, or the Seraphine Flax, also a very strong option.
Yeah, I think bring that Wukong back in is great. I know last time they beat the Xin Zhao, it was Skarner, but I think most importantly, the reason why they beat the Xin Zhao was the front and back with the Emilio and the Lissandra. So I think as long as they maintain that, it should be fine. They're hovering over the Caitlyn, and it is selected.
Yeah, and the Caitlyn does have this multiple build paths, right? You can either go for that Collector into Infinity Edge high AD, or you can go for the Intel Wild Arrows and play a bit more of that consistent damage, standard ADC. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. Oh. Pick, we're going to see maybe the Sivir going for a lot of wave clear. That's going to be a lot more of that scaling comp for the Valkyries that we haven't quite seen a lot of yet. Does still lean into their aggressive playstyle, though. Call the Hunt, obviously a very strong ultimate, giving that AoE movement speed that's going to help Xin Zhao out a lot. And I imagine we end up seeing probably an aggressive top laner as well. We'll see if Ronin end up maybe banning that Kled or something out that we've seen a lot of. I do imagine that we either see a mid laner or support picked in here. I'd be pretty surprised to see top given away right now. It looks like it's just going to be the Braum to sort of prevent a lot of the dive coming in from the Wukong, and sort of say, if you want to, double down on this dive game plan, it's going to be a lot harder for you.
Yeah. I think at this point, selecting your mid lane is not a bad idea. We're going to pinch the mid lane pool once again. And I think you want to give Happier Cat a champ they're comfortable in. If not, then maybe I guess you can prioritize the support pick. I'm not sure what you want to go for. Lane wise, Karma, might be a good pick here. Instead, they're going to go for that Morgana once again.
Yeah, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Especially better, it works very well with the Wukong. Works even better with the Caitlyn than it does with the Ashe, I think. Being able to lock people up in fights and just set up those traps, make headshots absolutely devastating. In addition, you have a lot of potential to just walk up to someone with that ultimate and say, okay, I'm setting you up. I do enough damage. I might not be able to finish you off, but if Caitlyn, walks up river, that ace in the hole can lead to a very strong early pick. Now, we do have to see what the ban is. I'd imagine it's either the Xerath or the Azir. Now, if they don't ban out the Azir, I do expect it to be picked, but the Xerath has been causing them a lot of issues, and yeah, that's going to be banned out to the surprise of now. I think people who have had their eyes open for the past couple games know just how strong that Xerath has been.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're going to pick mid lane here, give top counter, just because I think top has been struggling a little bit when it comes in the early game. Although last time they did give counter, Malphite wasn't performing too well later in the game, although it was better in the middle of the game. So,
willing to guarantee that that's a Morgana mid lane. I don't think it's support. Yeah,
okay,
we're going to see the Karma support. So a lot
Wow.
of poke, a lot of long range threat here from the Ronin, who I imagine are going to pick a more peely standard frontliner, like they have been doing in the past, but still wanting the counter, making sure they don't lock, Ornn and just get Mordekaisered on. So we'll have to see what the Valkyries respond back here, if it's going to be the Azir, if we're going to have something new. No, it's just going to be the Azir locked in. They like it. Gives zoning potential, has good consistent damage, good playmaking potential, especially when you have a lot of people like this in the backline that are all very squishy, that if you knock them back into your team, it'd be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, and I think in lane 2, Azir just performs pretty well against Morgana. We'll see what they go for the top side. Casante's still available. Ornn is available. Kled is available. I feel like they'll go back to Casante.
I think it's probably going to be the Mundo or the Gragas because of the sustain that it provides, but yeah, it's going to be the Gragas. That's also an interesting note, is that means that Valkyrie cannot get the Gragas, so I think that's also a big deal, is it being sort of a pick away.
Yeah, we'll see how they respond here. I think it might be time, if they know how to play Galio, it would be a great time to pick it.
This would be a great Galio game, although I don't know if that's really their forte. The Gnar is still available. Casante's up. The Ornn is still available. All of these really good tank picks. Could also just see a Bruiser locked in if they want to go for a very aggressive, foot on the gas, never letting up play, especially given all the scaling that the Valkyries have.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Maokai, I am hearing. So, yeah. So not quite the Galio, but sort of similar purpose. I think that long-range engage from the Nature's Grass is very good. I think the potential to set up ganks for Wukong as well is very good. Bush control with saplings, all I think lend themselves very well to this comp. I think that's a very good pick.
Yeah, I think the only thing I worry about for the Ronin is that upfront damage. I mean, you are playing with Morgana and Karma, trying to pump up the brakes and like accelerate the game with this Caitlyn, with this Wukong. So it'll be interesting to see what happens if we see a repeat of last game where they're able to kind of, accelerate the game, or Valkyries can kind of slow them down. As we do take a short break here, don't go anywhere. We're going to end this series tonight. Game 5, season on the line. One of these teams will be going home, and the other team advancing to the next round of playoffs. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back into game for Game 5 of our series, the Valkyries versus the Ronins, the grudge match of all time. Ronins taking our last game, bringing us to a Game 5. Also, the previous winners of this matchup looking to defend their title. The Valkyries looking to finish off the series and get themselves into semis, do what they couldn't do 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, we saw some interesting adaptations in draft. Picks being selected to go off of the other team. We see standard 5-point makes sense. Game 5, season on the line. People don't want to make any mistakes anymore. So we do see the classic 5-point. Maybe Happier Cat seeing award. Does spot out the Braum on a deep ward from Rigor Mortis. But a little too late. Oh, never mind. Zero did start the scanner. Gets that one experience, one ward, CS square, I mean.
GG, pack it up, boys.
Yeah, let's see how he can snowball this into a victory.
Yay. Good start, though. Like when you can use that sweeper, just get that vision cleared out. Looks like both junglers, once again, starting top side, probably going to be pathing towards the bot side.
Yep. Nothing to note here. I'd say the top lane matchup would be interesting to note, just because it's new. I haven't seen Maokai top in a hot minute, to be frank. So we'll see how that fight goes on. As we do see a pushing from Valkyries. I mean, Ronin makes sense. Caitlyn, Karma, pretty oppressive with all the poke that they have. Should easily get the level 2 advantage.
And right now, I think making sure that Luton and Dira can can use this lane pressure is going to be the biggest thing for the Ronins right now, right? For the Valkyries, it's making sure that they can get past this super early stage of the game in the bot lane, make sure that they can use Wraith's range advantage to try and poke out Happier Cat once you get the WQ online, and making sure that you don't let this Morgana just free scale into all these burn items where she's at her most useful.
Yeah. We do see some poking being exchanged from the top laners. Looks like both junglers really ignoring this time around. Not even a gank top side. So we'll see what the wave state is like, because that's going to dictate a lot of movement. Rescued already clearing out the wards. Has the scanner ready in lane. Wants to make sure that Rigor Mortis does have an opening to gank.
Yeah. Now, interesting thing to note, because Zebra should be first to this scuttle, I believe, that is going to be very helpful, not only because you have this prior from your bot side, But what it does mean is that Rigor Mortis might actually just look for this potential bot gank over trying to fight for this Herald. We'll have to see. Rescued gonna clear out the ward,
Wow.
making sure that he gets that time. But Sense is already at half HP, so if a fight does break out, Sense is definitely gonna have to be a bit more careful and is already more vulnerable.
Yeah, as you call it, Zebra does have the advantage here. Is on the Rift Scuttler or the Scuttle Crab. We'll see if Rigor Mortis can contend. Ward drop down as well.
Yeah, and spotted out here. It's actually going to be Rescued and Sense that have the move first, though. But it is going to be Zebra just picking up that Scuttle and running towards the top side. Now, because Clickbait God had already backed, it does mean that Zebra might get the prio here. We'll have to see if he's able to get this double Scuttle or not.
Yeah, it depends on the vision. They don't have the vision. Not sure where they're at. Ray did put down a ward at the top rush. Ken did spot out Zebra.
Yeah, on the vision as well, and looks like Rigor Mortis is going to pick up that Scuttle, so nothing too crazy happening, just Scuttle for Scuttle, both teams full clearing in their respective rights. Dira and Lucian are doing very well poking out this tower, though, poking out both Sense and Rescued, and making sure they can get these early plates, which is really what you want to do on the Caitlyn, right, is just bully your way into a gold advantage through CS, through plates, through incremental value here and there, until eventually, you know, you get this either collector, this Utah Wild Arrows, and you're able to just really push that advantage because you got that first backup, because you got that first item, you know, 300-400 before your lane opponent. So they're stuck, you know, farming the last couple of waves while you can kind of do whatever you want. And that's really where Caitlyn's strength comes into play.
It'll be interesting to see if Ronin just continues this. They have shown a propensity. Oh no! Our first pause of the game as we do see Valka disconnecting. Yeah, I was gonna say it's interesting to see if they're gonna move Dira to the Scuttle or not, just because they do have a propensity of going top here. I believe because this game is still paused as we're spectating, the pause is a little bit longer than usual. So for right now, we'll cut it to a short break, but we'll be right back once the game is unpaused.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have gotten this pause hopefully all fixed and figured out. Hopefully no crazy things have happened. It looks like everyone is back. Everyone is completely fine, and things will resume as normal. As I say that, though, normal does mean a big fight in the top side for these teams. Clickbait God looking to maybe go in on Valka. Rigor Mortis is up here. The cask doesn't land this slow, but Valka gets caught on the minions. Does still have the flash. Does land that root. Oh, and a nice knockback, though. Rigor Mortis forced to flash in, but Valka flashing right after, making sure to keep himself safe. Dira
Well done.
also going for these plates down here. Really nice play, dodging out that gang in the top side, but yeah, the forced back there from Rescued, making sure that he gets those Void Grubs. Very good for his team, but very risky for Sense, because now Luna and Dira are just going to get all of these extra plates down in the bot lane.
Yeah, and they have, and Sense has to back. Oh no, Sense stays. This might be trouble if they push the pedal, but seems like Dira is just gonna help with Dragon instead, which isn't the worst thing in the world for this Sivir. Gets the farm, but 3 third plates in Luten's wallet is big, even though the CS is even.
Yeah.
Or relatively even.
Yeah, and Zebra just gonna be going for that dragon, picking up these this scuttle as well, and yeah, already down to 2 plates left for the Valkyries bot lane. Meanwhile, on this top side, Clickbait God doing a really good job fighting Valka, finally using that ultimate to root up Clickbait God. Should hopefully be able to make himself out. With Clickbait God not having the ultimate anymore, I don't think Valka has to worry too much.
Clickbait does have flash available, but nothing else. No ultimate.
Yeah. And, you know, the base damage is good, especially because you're going for that Cosmic Drive early. So that is a very big threat, but not... I don't think Valka needs to worry with all the healing, the peel that he has for himself. Rigor Mortis picking up that Tiamat again to help pick up his clear. And both teams just kind of chilling out right now. The CS lead in top, you know, sort of accounting for the plate lead in bottom, you know, the global Void Grub gold as well, just sort of making sure that everything stays even, although Zebra coming in for a top lane gank might be the difference maker in this gold lead. Clickbait God popping very low, and Valka making sure to give that kill over to Zebra, who picks up first blood.
Yeah, big kill. First blood on this Wukong. This Wukong was a big troublemaker for Valkyries last game. It seems like it's just continuing its streak here in this game as well.
Yeah. And with these 2 plates down, Zebra pathing towards this bot side, we could see a potential force poke into, like, dive threat on this bot lane because of how strong Luton and Dira are, right? Especially because Luton's going for this collector build. Being able to get that serrated jerk and pickaxe in lane is absolutely massive. You're just going to be dealing so much damage in poke. Every headshot, every Q, every auto, honestly.
Yeah, I want to see Happier Cat here just pushing the lane hard and ganking bot. I think there's a window of opportunity here where just push hard, let the Zir freeform, that's fine, but then having that pressure onto the Sivir and Braum, forcing them out, will help accelerate the game. Not only get first turret under the belt, but really what you want is this Caitlyn to kind of move and migrate, right? Get all 5 plates, get the tower kill, and then migrate to mid or top.
Yeah. Now we see the plates coming out. I think Clickbait God going for the Demolish, and obviously Valka too as well, have just been sort of trading back and forth, towers and poke and CS, but neither really getting a massive advantage. Zebra obviously being able to get that kill, but the assist sort of matches for the CS that Valka's been dropping, so not that big of a deal. Dira has to be careful though, did pop a little bit low down there on the bot side because of all that poke, but Luton and Dira still shoving down those waves, getting good poke down. CS advantage, getting these plates. Does have to be careful because Rigor Mortis is around. So Rescue just trying to get vision set up for that. Maybe look for a potential gank there. Zebra's top lane again, going for these full clears. Might be able to look for Clickbait God once again, although Clickbait God does have that ultimate, does have that flash, should be relatively safe, and is spotted on a ward as well, so I would imagine nothing too crazy happens. Same thing for Rigor Mortis in the bot lane.
Yeah, we'll see if they do respect the pick though. I think multiple times we've seen players just disrespecting, seeing someone clear vision and then assuming they're walking away. But this time around, Zebra is walking away, maybe waiting for this Void Grubs.
Yeah, and Happier Cat kind of low, doesn't have priority, doesn't have TP either. Valko with some good damage onto Clickbait God. Knocks him back into the tower, but grass means that nothing's too crazy. However, Wraith is on the rotate, and Rigor Mortis is coming up. Zebra looking to finish off some of these Void Grubs. Happier Cat is here, does land the root onto Rigor Mortis, who has to be careful. Nice engage from Zebra, but Wraith knocks him right back. The Crescent Guard from Rigor Mortis. Happier Cat forced to flash over the wall, and Rescued is finally here on the rotation. Nice root there from Happier Cat, and Wraith getting a little bit burned out. It's going to be Rigor Mortis picking up their 4th grub. Now Clickbait God on the top side. Has to be careful. Is low, no mana, but a beautiful Glacial Fissure there from Rescued, forcing it out. Zero over the wall. Wants to keep going forward. Keep looking. It's going to be Happier Cat taking out Wraith. Just barely. What looked like a really good shield. Now Zebra has to buy time for the rotation. Dira is up here. Does have the heal. If Zebra can dash it out, he might be able to make it. We'll have to see. Rigor Mortis going forward. One more Q from Rescue, to W from Rigor Mortis, and Zebra's just trying to buy time more and more and more, but it's going to be Rescue picking up the kill. Nice place to chase him out, I think. Honestly, if Zebra was able to dodge out on that Wind Becomes Lightning, maybe just hold over the wall, wait for them to chase, and then take the W, Dira might have been able to flash shield heal in time and get him out, but it would have been very risky, so just going down, I still think it's fine. The Valkyries have what they want. They got the 4 grubs. They can easily go for the next one as well if they really wanted to. However, beautiful solo kill there in the mid lane. Happier Cat zoning off Wraith that entire time, and that really came down to a why, right? One more auto, 2 minion attacks onto Happier Cat would have killed her, but Wraith barely goes down, and now that Happier Cat does have that Blackfire Torch, is going to be a lot stronger.
Yeah, and I think what Valkyries like too as well. Getting that Void Grub 2 was great. They have their first Word Might, won't be able to get a second since Ronin got one, but they're about to whittle down this first third of the game, put more gold in Luiten's pocket, but unfortunately Wave's not with them. I suspect they will stay here and secure that for the first turret of the game.
Yep. And the dragon goes down. It will be a Mountain Soul. It will be one of the Hextech or Chemtech Soul. It looks like. Not the craziest, but still with a lot of benefit. The healing and shielding power are going to be very beneficial for both Morgana and Karma. And, the healing as well, not going to be bad on the Maokai. So, hell, even honestly, the
Valkyries
Wukong with that Conqueror. So, Chem Soul still very good here. I think, especially because a lot of these fights, I think are going to be very close. A lot of people getting low. I think that 50%, durability, extra damage is going to help out a lot. So I would not be surprised to see the Ronin just really fighting hard to make sure to stack these soul, get on soul point as soon as humanly possible. And the fact that the Void Grubs didn't go down, still aren't down, means that Herald is going to be, a little bit more scary to go for, right? You're finally going to see when they take out the Void Grubs. Now you have people already making the rotations. And with this level of advantage, I think that Ronin have a very clear path to their win condition, right, in that soul. Which is, making sure that you can rotate Luiten, making sure that you can send people down to bot lane just to hold the waves, and really brawling it out, making sure that Zebra can push this advantage. Now the rotation, though, Zebra is here to back up his top laner, but the stun might have already come out. A beautiful Cyclone there from Zebra. Goes back into the clone, but now Dira is here as well. The Cyclone comes through. Wraith using that TP behind them, and the damage comes through. A lot already down the ace in the hole. Will be able to take out Rigor Mortis. Now Wraith picks up the kill. Happier Cat as well is rotated in. The ultimate from Happier Cat takes out one. Is gonna keep looking for Clickbait God. Wraith has to be careful. Luiten flashing forward. Needs a little bit more. He's gonna be able to take out Clickbait God with the snipe. It is only Sense left alive, who wasn't even in the fight, was just pushing mid lane that entire time. And what was about a 1,000 gold lead balloons into a quick 3,000, even more for the Ronin as they win a beautiful fight in the top lane.
Yeah, that's the power of the Caitlyn Karma. I think they could afford to rotate there, pushed bot side, got the tower, was really aiming to get top side turret as well. And just so happens that the fight has started and they were there first. I think Dira being there just in the nick of time almost made Zebra survive there. Zebra unfortunately kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place. Was pushing bot, kind of came mid, was pushing mid, and was walking top, thought about it, and it went back to mid. And so without actually fully committing to a position, didn't get anything. I mean, look at mid lane turret. It is healthy. Bot lane turret is healthy. And so really a strong win for Ronin, and now 3K lead in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Now, interesting thing to note here. The Spirit Visage Rush for Valka is going to be, we were talking about the healing and shielding. Not only is he going to benefit from Deer Shields, also all that passive healing, all that grasp, all of that, passive accumulation of health that Maokai is getting is going to be buffed. So I think it's a very good item. You don't really need the Unending Despair. I don't think you really need the crazy push power like some other champions do. And you can see Valka 330 on the passive heal. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah. I think just being meat shield here, getting that healing will do wonders already. Luton already, really 1.5 items at this point. Has the collector. I'm assuming going for the E next. I think if you're the Valkyries, you're just trying to stop the bleeding for a little bit right now. Goto is up. Ronin is already on it, and there's really nothing the Valkyries can do at this point. Just farm and try to stay relevant in gold.
Yeah. And right now, the Valkyries really just need to scale, right? Obviously, the Sivir isn't going to have that hard of a time because of that way where Wraith, we know, is consistent, but it's really going to be on these side lanes, making sure that they can just buy as much time as humanly possible. However, with Soul Point coming up in 50 seconds, the Ronin are going to be on track for a very early Soul, and that's extremely scary for the Valkyries who need to buy time. They need to have time to scale.
Yeah, as we do see Wraith kind of sliding out there. Ward did pick out Happier Cat. They are in the driver's seat there. They're trying to force his mid lane turret down. Rigor Mortis is on the scene. Wow, that is a lot of poke onto the support.
Yeah, lots of damage coming through. Has to be careful, definitely.
Yeah, Wukong has summoned the Rift Herald. We'll see where it is at mid lane, and it does crash. And I believe that is turret number 3 for Ronin.
Yes, it will be. And with the Ronin picking up this third dragon, I say that, but there's a fight in the mid lane that might buy them a little bit of time. However, there's still no. Finally, Luton will be shut down, giving a kill over to Sense, and that's absolutely massive. Happier Cat, flash from Clickbait God, not gonna hit it, but a beautiful cast scatters the entire team. Jira now slowed up, has to use that ultimate, Sense flashing forward. That's gonna be Clickbait God picking up a kill. They might have overextended. They might have put their hand a little bit too far into the cookie jar, and now they're losing their chance at getting this early soul point. That's absolutely huge for the Valkyries.
Yeah, Happier Cat does have TP.
Going forward.
Ooh.
Might have gone a little bit too deep, though, as now he's taking the tower aggro, and Zebra's picking up the kill.
Oh
Rescue has
my.
to be careful, and Sense popping very low. I don't understand why the Valkyries did that. They had such an easy route to just go over to that dragon, pick it up for free, stop that stacking, but they got greedy, they got aggressive, and they might have thrown away their chance that they just fought so hard for.
Yeah, an amazing black shield coming from Happier Cat. I don't know if you saw it, but the Zero ultimate just went over the black shield and was able to secure safety for Happier Cat. Well done. And this is soul point for Ronin before 20 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely huge. That's going to put the sort of 25-minute timer here on the clock, meaning that if Valkyries cannot win a dragon fight, if they can't be at that soul winning by 25 minutes, the Ronin are going to have a massive advantage, and it's going to be extremely hard for the Valkyries to come back from that.
Yeah, about 4K lead here. Zero does get caught from Wraith. Can Wraith escape here? Pops the hold. Oh, ace in the hole. Ace secures it.
Luton picking up another one. Happier Cat looking for some damage, but I don't think Clickbait God needs to worry too much about that. Still, though, the siege coming through the bot lane, picking up another kill onto Wraith. And Luton is just so incredibly strong on this Caitlyn right now. Not to mention Diro with that Malignance is super strong, going to be able to get a lot of poke down. Zebra with the Trinity Force building into the Starix gauge now, just so devastating. Maybe the Sundered Sky, I honestly can't tell. But at this point, all of these items are just making them even harder to kill, making them do even more damage. And it's becoming even harder and harder for Valkyries to find their way back.
Yeah, I know Wraith is trying their best to kind of look for picks, get resources, but
1-4-0. I think need to slow it down just a little bit. I know they're behind 5K, but they have to be more coordinated and intentional when trying to get picks.
Yeah, definitely. Now, as you say that, you know, stacking a bush near that soul probably would be the way to do that, right? Is if they can get the priority in all their lanes, if they can get Luton or Deer or Happy Cat just caught out as they walk up looking for vision, thinking they're safe, that might be the best way to do that, right? It's worked in the past, it can definitely work again, but we'll have to see. I think it's really rough, especially with Rigor Mortis being so far behind, right? The Crescent Guard is good, Xin Zhao can function on the low economy, but also the rest of your team is too. Wraith now finally does finish up that Leandries, but is still behind because Happier Cat does not only have the extra gold, also with that Dark Seal at the 5 stack, making sure to stack that up is just giving her so much damage.
Looks like it's a pick into Valka.
And we'll see if they're able to take Valka out. Is going to use the Rook and try and run back towards his team. Flashing even for it, and Deer is just here with
Wow.
to help out. I don't even know if the flash is necessary, but yeah, Valka is not going to die. 370 on the passive heal as well. Just so strong on that Maokai, so hard to kill.
Yeah, we're about 2.5 minutes away from Soul. I think if you're Valkyries, you kind of just give it away. Sure, you could extend the time, but I think getting Elder might be a good call as well. Kind of depends on their confidence level here. Wraith is trying to grab some CS. Needs to dodge Morgana Q, but it looks like Ronin kind of just walking down mid lane here. Kind of tough though. Sivir, great wave clear champion.
Yeah. And that wave clear, you know, the Azir plus the Sivir having this wave clear is definitely, you know, a benefit in favor of the Valkyries trying to hold on, right? Which is the ability that Ronin without Baron is going to have a really hard time actually sieging. They have good siege champs. It's just very hard to deal with Sivir and Azir's wave clear when the minions die that quickly.
Yeah. So I think maybe Baron might be the call here. They have unilateral vision of it. There's nothing remotely close to vision from Valkyries. Maybe it's too early, but you will be able to burn it a lot with the double burn items from Morgana and then this Caitlyn as well.
Now, I'm just wondering. Yeah, okay, so the item buys are coming through those, so it is going to be the IE finished for the Sivir as well, packing up now. I'm wondering when and if we're going to see that Navori come online, or if we think, you know, maybe it's just so desperate that we need to go to the Last Whisper right now and not gonna get the Navori at all, right? Which is obviously was a very core item on Sivir, however, the Yuntal build has sort of taken over, so you see that a lot more. Now the Caitlyn going for the anti-heal, I think, you know, I don't know if that's necessarily good, but obviously there's enough healing that it's probably still better than the Lord Dominic's, and making sure to get that armor pen item at third means you just do so much more damage. Jira also building into the Horizon focus, so not even needing the extra shield and just going for that full AP Karma build in the support role.
Yeah, I mean, I think also with the Chemtech Soul almost in hat in 20 seconds, maybe it doesn't need anything additional as we see Wraith maybe be getting picked off here.
Yeah, Wraith once again pushed up a little bit too far, and that tear, that sort of safety that we saw for this whole series seems to have been degraded over time. As you know, it's getting late, we're getting game 5, but still you need to be at the top of your game, and it's just Wraith has not been having a great one, been getting caught constantly, been getting punished every time he walks up. However, a beautiful cast from Clickbait God might be the changing factor. Rescued still alive, and a nice Glacial Fissure takes the rest of them out. The dragon is still up though, so they have to be careful about. However, a nice pick onto Dira might have been their way back in. They are going to start it, however. Clickbait God needs to find vision here. Rick Mortis needs to walk the long way around. We'll see. It's getting burned up. Happier Cat does a lot of damage. Valka looking for the vision. They're just firing onto this dragon. Valka trying to buy space. Happier Cat using the root, just trying to buy time, and Zebra picks up the soul. Now they're just going to try and leave the way they came in, use that extended glass cone to get the hell out of dodge.
No,
Unfortunately, the cost of the carries getting out might be Valko. We'll have to see. Zebra is still here, doing a lot of damage, and a nice root from Happier Cat means Valko might be able to go back in. However, that might have been just a little bit too aggressive, we'll have to see. Probably should have just ran out. However, the movement speed is enough that they can just walk out consistently, and yeah, I think that whole series of events just shows just how far behind the Valkyries are at this stage in the game.
Yeah.
I know it was smart of Valkyries to kind of enter in from the mid lane, seeing the row of traps, but unfortunately, two behind, as you said, wasn't able to engage with all the team members there, and Dragon Soul secured for Ronin, as we do see now the Elder Dragon timer up in the screen, 5 minutes and 8 seconds. I think Ronin, I think if you're the Valkyries, you're kind of trying to hold for that timer.
Yeah. And I think they've realized it's kind of their way back in, is to use that Elder Dragon as a win con. Now, Luton is forced to flash, so isn't going to have that for a potential upcoming Baron fight. Is low as well, and yet they're on the Baron. They do have Falco with the TP. They might have overextended, but we'll have to see an engage now on to rescue. Wraith on the backside trying to fire back. It's the first kill going down. The ultimate comes out from Valka as the rest go in. Rigor Mortis, so little damage as he jumps in to try and find something. Sense and Clickbait got a nice little spell shield from Sense, means that he won't go down. Wraith just trying to clear out the wave, maybe by a little bit of time, get a tower, get something back in desperation right now, because the Valkyries are just falling further and further and further behind.
Yeah, trying to escape here.
Nice ultimate there from Wraith, trying to return maybe something onto Zebra, but the shielding is too much, and eventually he'll be taken out. Zebra picking up his 4th kill of the game, and Wraith picking up his 6th death.
Yeah, I think honestly though that was fine by Wraith. It really spent the timer, and I don't think the Ronin have a timer now for Baron. I think without this tempo, they're forced to kind of back. So I would be glad if I was Wraith grabbing that turret over there as a reward.
Unfortunate. I mean, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, you know, maybe this time, but it's just not coming. It's not happening. They keep looking for these engages, but they're just not finding it. Even good casks, good engages, it's not enough because they just don't have the damage to back this up. The 2 items aren't enough to deal with Valka, to deal with Zebra's sustain, to deal with Dira's shields. All the while you're eating, you know, double bird from Happier Cat. You're eating 3-item Caitlyn autos with headshot, resetting over and over again. And right now it looks like the steal is the only way for them to get back into this game. Zebra going in though to try and make sure that doesn't happen. Thank God, with a nice cast, but it knocks Happier Cat right back into them. That's not the place that they want him to be. Dira looking for the extra shield. Zebra picking up the first kill of the fight. But thank God, your main tank now going down as Wraith tries to fire it back, but just is doing absolutely nothing but tickling the enemy team. Valka looking for it. Doesn't have an ult anymore, but he can get a root over the wall. Could potentially be something. Happier Cat fishing for roots as well. Rigor Mortis potentially looking for a dash in, but nothing else to be found as the rest of the wave gets pushed in. And Ronin just are playing it so safe. They do not want to throw this away. They know that they have potential to still lose this one if they're playing unsafe, if they're playing uncarefully. It's happened before, it can happen again. But they're just playing this nice and methodically, taking out towers here, objectives there, dragons, barons, everything that they can get. Now Rigor Mortis might be what they can get. Zebra going in. Luton taking the traps off. A beautiful spell shield there to make sure that Luton is still alive. And the ace in the hole gets taken out. 3 kills now and a shutdown for Luton. Sense, the last one really holding between them and victory, is finally going down. I don't know if they can quite clear out the game now, but they can definitely try. They're forcing it out. They don't have any minions left. However, that second wave is coming in. Looking for more. Beautiful cask there, but it's still not going to be enough. They're taking out these towers.
Seconds.
They definitely want the inhibitor. I don't know if they're going to be able to end this one. We'll see. Now about 10 seconds on Wraith spawn. Clickbait God has to do his absolute hardest to just take out this wave, to not lose this game, but the Ronin are pushing down. They want it. They're looking for the tower. Clickbait God looking for something. Rescue finally comes in. Uses his shield to block as much as he can. Now Rigor Mortis looking for more. Zebra goes in. Luton low as well, but they're all hitting the Nexus. They need one. The shutdown finally comes through for Wraith. Now the dive onto the back line. Rigor Mortis looking for Luton. He's just firing back. The damage comes through, but Sense picks up 1. Luton on the back line did manage to take out his aggressor, but it might not be enough. Sense takes out another as Valkyrie takes the tower aggro, and it's going to be Wraith picking up another. 2 shutdowns for both carries, and this might be the Valkyrie's way back into this game. Valka and Happier Cat both have TP though. Unfortunately, there's no ward, so there's no backdoor potential. That being said, Valkyries, they're going to start coming back. This is the way to do it.
Yeah. Without Rigor Mortis though here, there is a chance for Happier Cat to steal. Very slim chance. Has to first dodge. Oh, okay, never mind. Quick big God kind of whips that stun there.
Need to play spoiler here. Zebra up in 5 seconds. Valka up in 12. Does have teleport. Will Happier Cat survive though?
No, they won't.
But Baron is.
Now, Happier Cat
is
going
back.
down. That might be the Baron. We'll have to see, although it does a lot of damage. See the TP coming in now for Valka just to make sure that they can't get it. Walking in. Gonna maybe stop Clickbait God. The rest of the backs are coming through, though. They want to stop. Valka does manage to catch out Clickbait God, who goes over the wall. They both flash forward. And the last cone is not going to be enough as they follow right through. Gonna be able to take that out. And with Elder Dragon online, with one person already taken out, the Valkyries need to find a steal. They need to find a miracle here if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, Happier Cat will be up in 15 seconds. Teleport up for them as well. Seems like Ronin is in a good spot to secure it. They're already on it.
Yeah, looking for it now. We'll see. Baron trying to get the vision. Rescue just buying time. Rigor Mortis on the side. Teleport coming in. Rigor Mortis literally just waiting. Needs more vision down. Saying rescued, put those words. I need to see this dragon. They're just buying time.
Pull it up.
Doesn't have the flash. Needs to find his way in. Smite's coming through, and Rescue managed to steal the Elder Dragon. That might be enough, but we'll see. Sense gonna clear out the wave. They don't have the rest of the team for the fight, but that might have brought them back into the game. The Braum Q auto? I don't know how to tell. We're gonna have to watch the tape back. That's so insane. I was watching Rigor Mortis the whole time, and
Yeah,
Rescue just snuck
here.
right in under our notices.
Oh my goodness. They have to be careful here. Baron will do a lot of damage to them. Might trigger the execute.
Oh my god. What? Zebra! I'm just reminded of the Cloud9 quarterfinals against Afrika where Licorice just walks up and bonks the Baron. Is that what happened? Did he just walk up and bonk the Elder Dragon? Happier Cat now caught out. And with the Elder Dragon burn, they might be able to take the pick out. It's Rigor Mortis picking up that kill. Now Wraith with the rest of his team. Zebra has to be careful as they're chasing out this team. The gold lead is you know, evening up too, and don't get me wrong, the soul's still very strong.
Oh,
It's still running in the
side,
lead.
the top side. Teleport.
This is looking. The TP's coming in.
That's yours back.
That's a defensive TP. Zebra gonna 1v1 Sense. We'll have to see. Zebra going in. They want to try and just rush down that Nexus, but Wraith does so much damage now. 3 items now, and they're gonna get the execute. It's gonna be Rexy picking up another one. Luton might have been caught out. Forced to use that flash. The Gillish Fisher, not quite enough. Valka needs to regroup with the team. They're trying to buy time, trying to make sure that they can't get this Baron with the Elder. They might just be able to do it. I'm speechless. Valkyries managed to come back. I mean, what an insane miracle. Rescued, you madman.
Oh my goodness.
Nice little block there from the bomb. Potentially looking for Valka, but just want to walk out. They do not want to overextend their lead. They know that their Nexus is still open. They know that with this Elder, with this Baron, that they were given a second shot at life, and they do not want to waste it.
Yeah. I mean, I thought this was a no-brainer. Elder called. I thought the Maokai ultimate onto Rigor Mortis was brilliant. Prevent the steal, but no, it was this Braum that was the major threat. And now a lifeline has been secured. The gold lead now down to about 1.3k. Baron will be gone in about, I forget if it's 3 seconds or 33 seconds. We'll see in a little bit of time here. 33 seconds. A little scary for Ronin.
Yeah.
As I'm looking at the items here too, I mean, items are starting to equalize, and so this gold difference too isn't going to be too much of a difference. It looks like Ronin are focusing on the bot side, but they don't have much vision except for those wards in the brush. They have to be a little careful, especially as Maokai is still off the map. Will be shown soon. Inhib is back up for the top side. And so they have to be a little careful here. Will they get the Azir?
Pick looking for it. Luton's in a bad spot though. Without any flash, he might be caught out. Rescue manages to find him. Beautiful ult from Wraith to keep his team left alive.
Oh,
Zebra
no.
looking for more plays. Happier Cat needs to buy this time. The Baron empowered, they might be able to do it. They're pushing down mid lane. They want it. 40 seconds on the respawns. There's enough wave clear, but there's a lot of siege potential. There is a lot of engaged potential. There's a lot of ways that Valkyries could try and close it out. We'll have to see. Happier Cat just wants to buy time, but Wraith flashing forward, looking for more. Dira forced to flash as well because of that. Have to use these empowered blast cones to get it out. That's a bare minimum tier 2. Probably an inhibitor as well. And the Vamp Scepter, they have to be careful. The Ronins, watching their lives flash before their eyes as they realize what just happened to them. Now the inhibitor going down, that cannon is still left alive. A lot of damage coming through though. And the Valkyries are realizing that it is time for them to leave. They have stayed their time, they've gotten their inhibitor, and now they want to back up for that next Elder Dragon fight in a minute 45.
Yeah, Luton is up, so is Zebra. And with the Baron Empire recalls, they should be able to make Scot-free a flash.
Flash comes through. Aim for something. Valka looking for the engage. Happier Cat with the root, but he might not be able to land it. Has to run away now. One kill down, and losing your tank, it's not a good thing. However, Dira might be able to find it. Use the empowered Q. Lots of damage down onto Rescue. Just forced to back away, but not quite going out. The ace in the hole blocked by Clickbait God. Barely staying alive. Zebra engaging forward. Needs to find something. Won't be able to. Ronin looking for more. Elder Dragon up now in a minute, and that's probably the game decider. Ronin just have to hold on. They have to be careful. They need to not do anything stupid right now and throw this game away. They've already seen it. The game. Now, the gold lead back in favor of Ronin. However, the items so close that I think the soul is still making the advantage for the Ronins. I think that's still exactly what they need. However, this fight is going to be close, and Luton has to be careful up in that mid lane. You know you have a lot of range, but Rigor Mortis is able to get on top of you. Clickbait God is able to get a beautiful cask. Could all be over in an instant.
Valka back, has to walk back mid lane. Teleport
Doesn't
from
have
Zero.
TP. Wraith using that teleport, and they're just using the wave clear from Happier Cat to take out these minions, and you know they're just pushing down mid. They're just trying to get some poke down. Happier Cat getting some poke down on the Clickbait God. Valka being able to take out that super minion. Valka so tanky though. The engage here might have overextended. Now finally the roots come down, and Valka's looking for more, but Rescue blocks it with his big shield. Nice little Braum door there to make sure that that ult isn't anything worthwhile. Elder Dragon now fully spawned. And it's going to be the Ronins that actually have to push into Lack of Vision. It's the Ronins that have to push in to this dark jungle that the Valkyries have set up. They're absolutely melting this Elder Dragon right now. Freaking Mortis. Side. Wraith looking for the flank.
There's a pink warded dragon, they can see it.
Finally, they see Wraith. Wraith getting caught though by the root. Taking a ton of damage, but not quite getting capitalized on just yet. Has to be careful. They're still on that Elder Dragon. It's still taking damage. The engage now from Valka pulls people back. A lot of damage going forward. A beautiful cask scatters them though, and Sense picks up the first kill. Wraith now looking on the backside. Has to go into Zanya so Lutzen doesn't take him out. Has to use that blast cone to get out to safety, and Clickbait God still needs to be careful. Dira running for the hills because they are so low. Abercat has that TP, but has to be careful. Needs to find a way to TP back in. The ward already expired. Wraith looking for any angle that they could find, but it might just be another Elder Dragon going the way of the Valkyries.
Wow, what a seesaw moment there. It looked like Ronin was in complete control, and again, the steal from Rescued really paying dividends here. As I don't know if there's an out anymore for Ronin. I'm just a little flabbergasted how much of a whiff and ripple effect that steal has caused.
Yeah. I mean, it's the game. It's the game for a ripple effect. If Ronin got that Elder Dragon, the game was almost certainly over, barring, you know, 5 disconnects. But the fact that Rescued was able to get it, was able to keep his team in the game, use that advantage, get the Baron, get the second Elder Dragon, now get this extra Baron, that might be enough.
Yeah, 39-minute Baron, padded stats, even higher this time around. Hard to see the light at the end of the road for Ronin. I mean, honestly, at this point, I was hoping that they would put down a ward so they could double TP and maybe go for the end, but it's tough. We see them pushing topside here too with the Baron. With Elder in hand, all that Ronin can do is really dissuade this wave clear. Don't engage whatsoever, but look at them, they're taking so much damage.
Yeah, and the siege coming through. Valka putting down the ultimate, looking for this. Happier Cat possibly using that Q, getting the bindings. Valkyries are just playing this so slow, trying so hard to get this done. Looking for more. They need another wave. They need a little bit of something. They still have the Elder ticking down, though, and they need the engage. They want to be careful. Finally, see, still like about 30 seconds on that Elder Dragon, so strong. A lot of the traps just buying time, getting them off, and Wraith goes in, looking for the kill, looking for Lucian. Amazing cast, and they find the kill! They find the entrance. Zebra goes in with Cyclone, but it doesn't matter. Both the bot laners are already taken out. Zebra going down as well. Happier Cat finally pops the ultimate, but it is too little, too late, and that's just about it. The Valkyries, from the brink of defeat off the back of Rescued, managed to take the towers, they take the Elder, and they take the series in what can only be called a miracle comeback in the Game 5.
Oh my goodness. MVP of Game 5 has to go to Rescued.
MVP of this entire series has to go to Rescued. The guy has been so consistent.
I mean, I cannot imagine the feeling that Zebra has right now.
I mean, it's gotta be rough. I have really no words. I will say though, congratulations to the Valkyries. You guys earned that shit.
Yeah, 5 game series, really close fighting. This game was pretty much it encapsulates the entire series of how tight it was. Leads going back and forth, and really just lots of fights executed. And unfortunately, just how it plays out, a team has to be eliminated, and unfortunately for the Ronin, it is their time to leave. Their season, their playoff, their championship hope ends here. For Valkyries, kudos to them. A victory here now has them in the semifinals, where they are going to be facing one of the teams that are in on a bye. We'll see the matchup later this week, who they are against. But for right now, they can sigh a breath of relief and celebrate the win that they have. To those who are still joining us after this long series, thank you for staying tuned. My name is Monatsu. With me, as always, is Noctisera. In production is Wookie Monster. Yeah, look at those damage charts. Yeah. We thank you for joining us, and we will see you next week for the semifinals.